like my form was really, really successful with these wind patterns, at least in my opinion, just because of the curved shape of it, as you'll kind of see in later renderings. So I just thought that was interesting and an unexpected outcome. And so I feel like looking at sections for my building is really helpful because of its odd shape. So here is my first section perspective, and this area is the private area, semi-private, and then public. And it again kind of starts to show that center route of the staircase and how people could enter in through the building. And then moving on to my next section perspective, this one is taken through the main entrance of the building. So this is where the main entrance would be, again, with that like clean, isolated link, kind of the vestibule area where people can shut off their jackets and things like that. And again, I really like these perspectives because it helps me better understand kind of how these rooms relate to one another. And since it is more of an odd floor plan, helps me gain a better understanding of that. So here are some elevations, again, just to kind of help you understand better the form and how it curves and sits within the site. You can see that this, again, this private tube, I guess we'll call it, or branch, sits slightly underground, and then the entire floor area is underground. And this is what would be the front view looking up the slope of the mountain. And again, you can see this embedded in the site and this sitting kind of on top. And then you can also, again, see from this angle, this is the main entrance that I was referring to. And you can also in all of these see, which again, you'll see in other renders and views, but there is a rooftop area where you can climb up the stairs and get a nicer view of the mountains. So my next step kind of with all of this is I wanted to have a little bit deeper of an understanding of the structure behind all of it. So here is my exploded axonometric, where on the left, you can kind of see more of the formal expression of the building, where it's the walls and the very basic elements of it to help me understand how you move around it. And then to the right is where I have a steel metal framing that goes within this precast concrete paneling, as well as the other main structural element, which is a system of I-beams within the floor, which you'll see in more detail in this. So here is a deeper wall assembly diagram that starts to show, I kind of have it pointed out, but it shows one of the just regular floors and how it intersects with the window and how I was starting to think about that. And it definitely was a lot more complex than I was originally thinking it was going to be, but I feel like this was a very helpful exercise in understanding the structure behind it. And on the upper right, you will see that, as you may have seen in my sections previously, on this bottom floor, the perimeter of the floor is with structural glass flooring, so that way the underground area can get daylight into it. So that is my proposal for how I believe the structure for this floor would be done. And now moving on to some of my renderings, just so again you can get a better scope of what it looks like overall. This is my exterior rendering looking at this main entrance. And this is also the higher slope of the mountain, so you can kind of see it curves towards the higher slope. And here is kind of how I envisioned the inside to be. This is on the top floor, which is the public space, and very basic materiality that I put into this rendering, but it was nice to help me explore different kinds of things that I liked within the building. And then here is what I was referring to with the rooftop view and the center module that you saw previously in other plans and sections, and how people can come up here and relax. And then there's also a drainage system, which I was considering to be a way to triangulate the rooftop and then have water drain into that into a water collection system. And here is all of the information on one board. Thank you. I appreciate you guys for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. A very thorough presentation, very well documented. Thanks for all the work that lets us really, there aren't any missing pieces here. So it's a very good looking presentation too. What generates the overall shape and form of this building, the kind of bulbous at the bottom and kind of like grains, wood burner or grain silo kind of shape? What's generating that?
Yeah, so originally, let me go back to some of my sketches. I was kind of originally I was struggling with this idea of branching because I think that's a really interesting way to think about spatial qualities is having one main central volume and having branching off of it. And in our precedent, it was very horizontal branching, I guess you'll call it, where it's a flat floor branching off of that. So I wanted to try to explore this idea of vertical branching. And so as you can see in some of these different iterations, this idea of a cylinder started out, but I didn't particularly like the way that it stood out so much from the site. So I felt like tapering it and giving it a slope, while yes, it still stands out to a certain degree because it is a building and a site, I feel like it blends better with the slope because my particular site is it's almost exactly at the peak of the mountain. So kind of as looking from afar, I feel like it would blend in better. And that was kind of my logic for it.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit like a tree that's been hollowed out on the inside that you can like occupy the inside of.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I think it's a very that's a very poetic and inspiring position to take as to be a generative element. As I look at it as a piece of architecture, there's some questions I have about what the quality of the space inside are like and whether they work or not, or whether they're optimized. Especially, I'll just jump right to the point. There's a well, no, actually, I don't think it's the overall shape. The overall shape is I find very elegant, but it's like I'm not exactly sure about the part that's underground versus the part that's above ground, because those two do two very, very different things. The wall section has to be different because it has to be retaining wall and it changes from one thing to another. So it really does operate differently, just as a tree would operate differently. If that's your point of inspiration, it's going to be different with the roof structure below than when it comes above. So I don't really see a change that happens between the two, or a reflection where it's different being below ground versus where it's above ground. So that's question number one. That's the section that I would look at. I'm looking at your whole presentation on the right here at the same time. So the question I would have, number one question would be like, that condition right there is something that's going to be very different than this condition. And so I would look at that and just make sure that that's working for you. The other thing is these guys don't have any windows, right?
Yeah, the idea with that, and I've definitely struggled with this, and I think if I were to continue doing this project, that would be something I would explore more through different renderings and things. But the thing that I settled on after talking to Professor McCall was that around, which I should have talked about when I was showing this, but around the entire perimeter of this floor, there is structural glass, which is supposed to be kind of like thermal valves in a way, trying to let light in. But I think for it to be more successful, I could have added more windows on this floor for that to actually bring in more daylight.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I
Yeah,
answered your question.
that makes sense. I think there's one thing we did in our studio, which we're doing is theoretically the same project, except because we're different, we emphasized different things and looked at them in different ways. One other way to look at the project would be to start to think about what are the ideas that impact the project from the outside in. So this is the analogy of the tree, or the analogy of the branching, I think, is one of those ideas. But it's also a really good idea to approach the project from which forces are affecting it from the inside out. Like, if you were just designing a place to live in and a unit to live in, what would that be like? Would you have a window? Would you have a private space? If these are researchers sharing this facility, what would they be like, and what kind of needs would they have? So we wrote our program a little bit differently, thinking that these people might end up murdering each other if they had to live here for an extended period of time. And also, at least my own bias, we did study the Monte Rosa hut, which is the ETH project. And in my opinion, they're packed in like sardines, and it's almost inhumane as a piece of precedent. And there's a couple of those things that I think got picked up accidentally and showed up in yours. And I would invite you to, be skeptical about, like, really, what's the quality of the space on the inside, and is there some other opportunity that might be pursued in terms of doing this. So if you're down below here and you have to have a different foundation condition, is there an opportunity to really open up and give some view to the outside with its own kind of structure, so light might come in, something like that? Or, if this is my bedroom, can this window start to be something that allows me to almost like sit into the wall and occupy some space? So again, it's a very, very thorough project. There's a couple things I would, you always have to kind of like be committed to a thing, but also at this final review, kind of step back and say, okay, well, what have I missed, or what could be better? So I would invite you to really try to imagine living in this thing, and making the spaces on the inside like super, as interesting as this analogy for what the exterior form of the building is as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I completely agree. I think that would be the top number one thing that I would try to focus on if we had longer for this project, just because I was very form focused, and then adding in the rooms. I did think about it and put thought into it, but it's something that you're right. I could try to imagine myself experiencing it to
That sounds
better
good.
imagine.
Then you have a square room in the middle of the floor plan. Could you go to the floor plan real quick, please?
Yes, yeah.
Why do you have that?
So the square room, I kind of talked about it earlier, but it's supposed to be this idea of a bunker in case there's like an avalanche or something extreme happens. I wanted to try to utilize the underground space as a means for safety, just because again, the environment is so extreme. We're supposed to be thinking about the Anthropocene and extreme climates and things like that. So that was my logic behind it, but I can see how you might be hesitant to completely be on board with it.
Okay. Yep.
Charles and Rasa, do you have anything for?
I wanted to echo John's statement. This is a very impressive presentation. I really like the different scale of interest that you are showing in terms of the form, the analogy with the tree, and starting to look at the construction system. And I think, well, let me start with the plan first of all. I find like one advice I would have is if you're going to go with kind of a circularity of the plan, and then you do a circular staircase, you might start to play with kind of offsetting this circle, and maybe that starts to shape your interior space. Because I think in some of your perspectives, seeing the core of the elevator being square next to the circular stair, it kind of breaks away the organic character of your building in my mind. My main question for you, Kelly, is are you thinking that this structure is going to be done via off-site construction? Because I think, or not, or are you thinking it's going to be built in situ?
Yeah, so my original thinking is that the entire outer shell is precast concrete, and I wanted it to be, the reason it's like darker in my renders is I want it to be a black aggregate granite concrete. So I would like the idea of it being precast and then brought to the site, but I also am not 100% educated on how that will be done in such an extreme environment. Like I've done research, I think it could be done. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but I would like it to be precast and brought onto the site.
Charles,
I would recommend a glass fiber reinforced concrete, where it's kind of more of a panelized, a thinner element that is more lightweight and might be able to accommodate the double curvature that your structure is showing. But I think that's a great study. I think in your section, as John was pointing out, there is a bit of a contradiction in the way your building sits on the ground on top of a slab, and yet by the tapering, how it wants to separate itself from the ground. And so I really like the suggestion of kind of thinking about separating the body of the building from the, from the ground condition a little bit more, so that you would get the added benefit of natural light, but also, maybe your building can lift off the ground, so that the same way you deal with this relationship, you might maybe deal with that relationship. Just something to think about.
Yeah, thank
you.
you.
Very impressive presentation. I really like the amount of detail you've gone into.
Beautiful drawings too.
Thank you. And it's funny because I actually did think I considered that, but I wasn't knowledgeable enough on how snow would collect in that deck. So I think if I have more time, that's something that I would explore, because I agree that's a great idea and it would create a really interesting kind of consequence of like.
It's also it's a construction issue too, because to build this wall, you have to remove at least, honestly, it's probably more like you have to dig out or dynamite out that much space so that you can build this wall, and then you put stuff back into it. So once you've gone to that, even if it's concrete, you have to put formwork on the outside of the concrete, so you have to get access to it, enough elbow room to put stuff in. So you would have to remove that much stuff to be able to do it. So at that point, you either fill it back in with the stuff you took out, or it's like Charles says, maybe there's an opportunity for this to be this thing that sits inside this interesting hole in the ground, which might be actually kind of nice. So the hole around the building, the sort of board or moat, I'm gonna call it, around the building might be an interesting way to start to anchor or place this thing into the ground at the same time, and also provide some, you know, kind of natural light, but also egress, because one of the things that the windows provide you is in case, you know, you're asleep and the thing catches on fire and you have to leave so you don't die, then you have something you can like open up and escape from, or have someone drag you out your unconscious body, which is why the code's written the way it is. So that's another thing to think about. But formally, it's kind of interesting to have this hole that's bigger than the thing that's in it and place it into it.
I think that's a really great suggestion, Kaylee. You're following that, right? You're going to do your excavation, so you're putting the whole thing within a hole, and then you're landscaping, quote unquote, the hole by retaining walls or whatever, and having space that's an interstitial style space that can do things for you. One, bring in light. Two, maybe even create some private space that, you know, to escape the other people. But Raza, we're running a little bit late. We have 5 minutes, so you want to talk to Kaylee for a sec from here?
At first, a lot of compliments, of course. I very much agree with all comments, and I like the comments a lot from the structure and spatial type perspective. First, amazing, beautiful views. You're very talented, and you really nicely, this transparency, this mountain and views layering, you even with your materiality present in your graphical sense that it's part of the mountain, and I like that a lot. And beautiful comments, which gave me idea of the snow and storm and this poetry, which was read at the beginning, and impressed me that poetic aspect, which very opens up through your strategies of having multiple directionality with your compositional aspect, what you started. And here could be that twist a bit like in the details, and all the arrangement could be as a next step, but beyond the 3 months of expectation all apply, and with constructural details and stuff like that. So here I see the storm surrounded you within these layers, and maybe a little bit in future thinking that safety could be also embedded with smaller fragments interlacing within themselves. So something containing your idea, but I think it's something beyond the 3 months. So that was my comment. I really enjoyed the aspects of multiple experience you try to reach, the transparency for multiple sides, and this beautiful effect of navigation circulating in. One aspect maybe I would like from my experience to point out, but for a future shortly, the view, the 360 view. If you think about this in spatial aspects, this is very something fascinates and embrace in the storm, in a good weather and bad weather, to explore it from inside outside. And very nice integration with the ground. I enjoy that a lot, that you thought about the ground condition, and in the mountain you used it as an inner logic of invitation. That was very beautiful. I really like your integration in the first thought within the ground, and to see it like from inside outside coming in. Thank you. And beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice drawing, and really inviting everybody to visit your place and have that safety in multiple ways of seeing poetry and safety. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
So John, you had sent us a link. Is there one of those in particular? Is that linked to a project?
Yeah, no, it's to a library by a Dutch firm called Meccanu. It's in Delft, and it's this crazy conical object that's placed inside a sloping field, and it's a library. And there's a number of conditions there, like how do you put a thing inside this other thing? And there's this skylight that's provides a gap or a reveal or a separation from it. And you know, it's a really interesting balance between a deliberate object with a really strong figural presence, and then the quality of space that's resolved in section nicely. So it's a good project to go visit or take a look at in drawings for sure.
John, the link I got went to Wilfried's class.
Oh, yeah, that's not the right link. You should delete that. Although feel free to go to Wilfried's.
Yeah, thanks.
Bring it up your hand.
But if you get the right one, what do you send us? Because I love it when people give precedence back.
Yeah.
So as Kaylee, thank you very, very much. I hope you got some, listened and got some good feedback. And I think
that is correct. I should not do that one. Just do this one. There we go. Okay, that should do it.
while you're
Thank you.
loading, while you're sharing your screen,
Yeah.
well, I'll just make a few more comments. One, we started the semester with 2 smaller projects. You might have caught that, the precedent analysis. And for that, we tried to extract ideas, right? And learn how to do analysis. So now Kaylee and everyone should go back and use the way they learned to extract that knowledge to evaluate their own projects, especially in light of what you all had said. Then we took that notion of the extracting, in her case, it was that branching, and we did a series, really, excuse me, a pretty intimate or intricate projections of those types of things into like just little volumes, and then a real steep slope. And then we started the project. The first phase was conceptual, next was architectural, and then this final development try to do. Here we are. It's as comprehensive we can get in this time frame. So that's kind of a broad view of what we've done this semester. So one of the other little things we did was, and you'll see it, maybe Sim's got his, but everyone, we did a series of smaller projects like a manifesto drawing, or we called it Interlude A, where it was about thinking about what you want it to be, the materiality, the qualities. And Kaylee showed you hers, Sim will show you his. And then we also did Interlude B, which is where we went through the International Building Code, the Americans with Disability Act, and Texas accessibility standards, and talked a little bit about life safety. So I think it's important to understand this is what all those comments you're making about structure. I think it's sort of nice to hear. And I think back about Kaylee and her trying to really come to terms with what she's doing. And when you guys talked, Charles in particular, I was saying that you could probably take a series of those structural steel frames, bring them in by helicopter, assemble them, and then a fiber cement or carbon. It could be really done pretty beautifully. I mean, and it could be, it's achievable and realistic. So keep struggling, keep grinding, as you like to say. Thank you. Sim, you ready?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay. Oh, don't forget to introduce yourself.
Of course. Hi, reviewers. My name is Sim, and I'll be showing you what I did for my Anthropocene Research Center. Early on, I realized that while researching high in the Italian Alps seems appealing, just the time and distance from society would turn off most people. So the focus on the leisurely aspects of the building is just as important as the research being conducted there. And on the right, you just have like the final product, which will be shown towards the end. So after that realization, I went in and I looked at precedences in the Italian Alps, the Austrian Alps, just the Alps in general, and more specifically hotels, and see how they built it and what they built in order to create a more accommodating experience. So this is the actual precedent we were given. It's the same as Kaylee's. So pretty much we broke the building down in our teams, and we learned many things such as material use, the importance of views, and as for me, just like how it worked with the contours of the site. So again, we just broke the building down on the left and remade it, and then we reconstructed another building with the points taken from the precedent. So now we finally got our site and our what we're exactly making. So the first thing I did was make a program analysis. Quickly, on the left is a pie chart, and it just shows how I broke down the building into sections and how much floor space each section would get. The middle one would show the procession. This shows up later in the section cuts and how I worked with that. So my belief was private living bedrooms should be as far away from the lab as possible, with the public living space being like the buffer area. And on the right is just a bubble diagram of the relationships between each of those zones. Next, quickly, was a site analysis. For site, my main concerns were wind and sunlight. So I made a sun chart of a sun path of just where exactly the sun will be all throughout the year. And then for the winds, there's Mediterranean southeastern winds, and then there's colder northwestern winds. hitting that site. So this is exactly where the building would be on the south side of this. And it's important to note the ski lift right behind it. So it's also very close to society. Here quickly is a site plan. On the bottom left, that highlighted box is where the site would be. And again, the ski lift is right above that. And that squiggly line on the left is the road that leads up the mountain, with a hotel being the first left arrow, as well as a mountain peak. And all the way on the right is the original spot where OT was found. For our interlude A, I looked at, so the farther you go, the more abstract it gets. So the best view you would have is with the helicopter, since it's on the south side of the mountain. So the mountain's primarily made out of gneiss. So that's what I made the rock, most of the mountain out of. And then the top part is where exactly the site would be. So I made that more refracted, because at this time I wasn't sure what the project would turn into. And the farthest is the sky, which is refracted. So going back to our modeling, I went in and after taking the key points from my precedent and all the research we did, I applied it to numerous sites around the mountain. And I took the best ones out of these two, being the top two larger ones, and I continued that into designing. So for my sketches, like I said, one of the main things I took from my precedent was working with the contours. So those lines on the top are contour lines. And then I took the square footage of each of the smaller spaces. So here is like the lab. So you have a mud room, the lab, and a business administration office. And I combined both of them in order to create the floor plan for the building. So this was just quickly the mid-review model. And the mid-review model, it wasn't a bad model by any means. It was just too low to the site. It was just hard to get to. So I moved it closer to the top of the mountain. But again, even though I switched sites, it didn't switch my design process. So I used the curves, I used the square footage, and then that turned into my floor plans for the building. So that's what it eventually turned into. So those floor plans from the last slide stack on top of one another and situate right there close to the peak. So from here, you can see that's pretty high up, around 10,500 feet above sea level. And it's also on a very steep site. So getting into the first floor plan, this would be one of the entrances, and immediately on the south side, you have all the bedrooms. I didn't really believe in putting in dorms, or more public, less private bedrooms, because these are professionals, because you want to make this as accommodating as attractive as possible. So putting it on the south side, you have the best views into the valley, and then above that, you have this load-bearing wall that also acts as a partition wall between the bedroom as well as the more public areas. And that goes for all the support within the building that's shown. I generally used it to divide up the spaces. In the back, you have we needed a chapel. Instead of a chapel, I genuinely just did a more private room, another storage room, a laundry room. I put in a sauna, and then you have a game room and a living room. And to note that there's an elevator around the back that goes through all 3 floors. So going up the stairs, going up these stairs, you have the second floor, which is primarily just a public living area. So coming in from the entrance, you have a conference room, a restroom, a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, a gym. Now, coming out of these doors right here, you would have the balcony on the outside, which sits right above the bedrooms of the floor beneath it. And then to go up the stairs, and I mean, again, with the supports, I have these 2 large columns, and this large area is again divided up into 3 smaller areas. And then going up the stairs, finally, is the lab. And then again, you have this entrance right here going into a mud room and a storage room, which then leads into the lab. For the lab, I put a larger table on the inside to clean whatever they bring in from the outside, and then smaller tables around the perimeter. And then on the right side, you have the business and administration area. So taking a transverse section cut through the building, Here you can see, again, going back all the way back to my program analysis when I said I wanted my lab to be as far away from the bedrooms as possible. So you can see here is the lab, and then all the way down here is the bedrooms, and these two areas, the public living areas, act as a sort of a buffer. And you can start cluing into how the support works into the site. Next, we have the longitudinal section cut, and this really just shows you how each section sits on top of one another. So as you go up, it gets a bit smaller, as well as, you know, the support where you have the columns from I described earlier that shoot through all 3 floors into the ground. Here's an elevation view. Again, it shows how it sits, how this all sit on top of one another, and how again, how it works with the dynamic site. The support works with the dynamic site. And here's just a rendered view of the same elevation. Next, we have the axon. Generally, you can divide this building up into 3 portions, which is being the outer walls, roof section, the interior walls, and then the glass. So this is the lab. Again, this would be the middle floor. You can see just, you know, it's the same color scheme throughout, material scheme throughout. And finally, the bottom floor. For the structure, I started with the largest floor plan, which would be the first floor. And then in order to support that, since it's cantilevered over, I added support at the ends of that and pushed those into the ground. And then I added the load-bearing partition wall on the top right in order to support the joists. And then I added the cylindrical columns on the bottom left to support the second level. And then I added those 2 larger columns in the bottom middle to hold up the 3rd floor. And on the right, you have the bottom right, you have the roof, which is 2x14 joists, which then have 2x8s that run perpendicular to it, 1 foot on center. So to get into the renders, this would be one of the bedrooms. As you can see, it takes full advantage of the view given. I mean, I think it'd be almost criminal not to focus on that. And then I also used the wood that would be local to the area because the region has a very long history of woodworking, as well as if you look down the valley, you would see the trees. So this creates a sort of a relationship between the site as well as the building. And that was just one of the things I took from my Obereg and Mountain Hut precedent. So going out from there, you have the bottom floor. And here you can see the supports and how they're used to divide up the space. As well as you can see how the skylight works, because this region right here is, you know, dug into the ground, so it'd be pretty hard to get light generally into this portion of the building. Going up the stairs into the 2nd floor, you would have the primary living area. So you'd have on the right, you have the kitchen, you have the living room, the dining room. And then on the left, you have the balcony space. So since this is more, it's not a completely flat roof, there's a slight slope to it, but it's still trackable and it's used as the balcony. Again, another benefit of this, since I used the skylight and pushed it, you know, through all the floors, it creates a more open experience, a more preferential experience. So then from the opposite end, coming into the living room, you have, I mean, the view from here is just a dominating view of the landscape. And again, you can see how, you know, how I try to keep it as open as possible, as you know, I wanted people to come here. I didn't want this to feel like a hassle.
Okay, so can you tell me, can you just re-clarify? I mean, the drawings are pretty self-explanatory. It's well documented, so that
Yeah.
makes sense. What is your thesis or central idea about what this architecture should be in this place?
My idea was to make it, like I said before, I think like it'd be very hard to get people to come here for like 6 months, 8 months, whatever it may be. So I wanted to make it as you know, as nice as possible, as you could say luxurious, but I wanted people, to, put their names on the list, wanting to come here. That was my whole idea of
And
it
what
too.
makes a place like that?
The view would be one of them. The accommodations, so like such as the support system, like the sauna, the balcony space, the gym, things like that would.
This is a scientific research center, correct?
Yes, of course it is. But
I'm not
at the
sure
at
if
the
you
end,
mentioned that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep. We don't have to do it, but I'm gonna keep asking you questions about what makes a place like that, because I want to understand your intention more clearly.
of course,
So,
of course.
yeah, so this is just a process I think you have to do at this stage. You've done a lot of nice work. There are certain things that I think are quite successful. It looks like you're trying to do something that maybe you haven't mentioned as clearly as you can, and there's certain things that could be much better. So I'm going to just jump right into it because I know we have some limitation in our time right here.
Okay. I mean, I'm almost done. I got like maybe 2 more slides left.
What's that?
I got maybe 2 more slides left. I'm almost done. The last one is the lab, at the top level above everything else, and then you have the views on the outside. To
Yep.
get right into it.
Yep. Okay. So your plan has a very symmetrical, deliberate, figural shape to it, and it has
Yes.
a bit of curvature to it. Why?
That was, so going back to my precedent, the Oberge mountain hut, the branching system actually follows the contours of the mountain or of its site. So I adopted that for mine. So if you go back all the way back to my sketches in the beginning,
Yeah.
you can see that I did the same thing from the very beginning. So I wanted to keep true to that. So this was like my first site, and then that was my second site.
Yes, I know you did, but why did you do that? Why is that a good idea, or why does that make sense, or why does that seem to be something that sticks around for you as having some meaning and importance?
Well, the reason it sticks to me was because that was one of the primary things I liked from my precedent. I think that's probably one of my main things I liked from the precedent.
Why did you like it? See how this works?
It felt very natural to me. So if you look at the top middle column, you can see how it curves with the site. So that's what I really found to be enjoyable about this.
Yeah, that project has an irregular, like tripartite or 3-part branching, and it has a very kind of organic asymmetry to it. Your project's very symmetrical.
Yes.
Why is that?
It was just truly a personal decision to keep the symmetry.
Okay, so I would invite you to start becoming more self-critical about that, almost like a second voice or a second part of your brain. The way that I work, it seems, is that one half of my brain goes off in a corner and it makes stuff and it feels right. And then I do it, or I'll keep doing it. Then when it comes for review time, the other half of my brain, which is not the spatial part, but the logical, mathematical, verbal, all that stuff comes in and tries to decode what the other half of my brain did. So you have this interest in this form, which is very symmetrical, which curves around and opens up and biases a view to the outside. And I think that's very interesting. You're continuing to do that. So I think your job at this point, or one way that you might become self-critical, is to say, okay, why is this a good idea? Or why is this interesting? Or why do I, it feels right, so it must be good. So this is about something which is not of the site, something which is almost alien from the site, but placed there in a way which maximizes or theatricalizes or celebrates what the view and connection to the outside is. At the same time, it provides world-class scientific facilities. There's a project that it reminds me of, and I'm going to just put in, actually, I'm going to share the screen, and I hope that's okay.
That's completely fine.
Quick, and then we'll come back to your screen real quick. It's this project by a firm called Future Systems that we haven't maybe heard about.
No, I've heard about them.
But it's the Lord's Cricket Theater. It's this thing. So in some ways, it's doing very much the same kind of thing that your project wants to do. But you can start to see that this thing is working in section and in 3-dimensional and as a whole complete object. So it's taking what you're doing in plan and applying it to the entire object. So my question or direct criticism, and before I hand it off to other people, is that your sections look really mundane given how figural and almost alien or interesting the floor plan is. So I would invite you to look critically at the whole both the exterior form of the object and certainly the cross section of the object, as well as what's happening in the plan, and start to be, you know, self-critical in a way that helps you articulate why this is a direction that makes sense to you, that you might want to continue to pursue a little bit more. And Future Systems is an interesting firm. You know, look at their work all together. So like in some ways, you know, that's your project. In a lot of ways, trying to be what it is. Okay.
I see.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. I'm going to let you take the screen back. I'm going to stop sharing. Thank you.
Okay.
Cool. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
I can go next. Can you show me your section again, Simran?
Yes. Which one?
The other section.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my criticism, much like the last project, is how exactly the building meets the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And if your project is about terracing and providing those panoramic view, then I would want to challenge you on maybe making an argument that you have this view. Yes, it will be criminal not to take advantage of it. But what about the possibility, again, if you were to think about carving the building, of having some more immediate views here, looking at the rock, looking at kind of the existing condition? And I think there might be an argument of having a more of a close-knit view and a longer view that someone like Suto de Mora, so I'm gonna share my screen again.
No problem.
I don't know if, let's see, share the screen, show the image. This is kind of a residential project that he did in Portugal. And to me, what's appealing is how this immediate juxtaposition between, you know, inside and outside, and how the existing rock formation can act as an interesting dialogue with the more infinite views that you have been focusing on. So I think so I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So I think the premise you set up of wanting to maximize the view and establishing the horizontality of the terracing is fine. And I would challenge you to really, you know, really capture that in a 360-degree dimension. My other quick comment I wanted to make on your plans is I feel there is like a divorce between your idea about structure and your idea about platform. And I guess what I would challenge you to think about, Simran, is when you propose like a structural system, such as these two on this floor, and then you have a big, what you call the load-bearing wall down there, and you see kind of a floating elevator up there. Why not think of your structural system as something that has more thickness, maybe, and that could incorporate some of the, you know, it could solve a structural challenge, but also house some different types of rooms. Or it could be wide enough here so that it can incorporate a staircase in between the walls. So I just would like you to think about how your structure can do more mileage for you rather than just solve a particular problem. One final comment, and then I'll yield the floor, is I think when you show your access into the building, I find your threshold very tight. Like I'm not sure how you go from, you talk about merging with the existing contour, yet I still don't have a clear idea of how you would go from the wild landscape into your building. And it seemed like a very, you know, sharp transition. It may be something worth developing more.
Yes. Yeah, that point, I'd concede that point's still very abstract to me. Not much thought was put into that as of yet, but thank you.
Sure.
Simran, thank you for presentation, and I have heard very nice comments. And just to add on it, I also fascinated at first a lot seeing you and your previous student. Like I think some very nice approaches that each of you is doing very different aspects from the organizational principle, from the conceptual principle. Maybe it's missing a bit the arguments, how it's presented, but I'm saying I like a lot from the studio to see that proposals are very varied. But I think in continuing, you starting with branches maybe didn't went this way, seeing your potential of terracing being the opposite of fragmentation or making fragments as surprises versus opening at that, for me, your project is nearly becoming a loop.
Yeah.
And maybe if you bring the argument of this wide views and terracing and being in a place in horizontality as open to different performances of the storms and nice sun going out and being there as a bird, or something like these very multiple aspects. Of course, from the symmetrical composition, I see it a bit a lack of ability to turn this, but I'm saying that strategy you're choosing of terracing, it's a bit, let me say, is disconnected from the mountain, from the topography. It could be minimum with a topography more expressed with, but I'm saying from the strategy you chose for me as a loop, I really like a lot the comments from the reviewers about the structure, which is a bit separated. It's just performing as a functional reason. So seeing these very nice ideas of carving your project more by 360 degrees, making it more as a loop, that your navigation and performance could knit your platforms one way, or I'm saying multiple staircases, or even the becoming a structure as well. I'm saying much more connectivity, much more performance of this loop. I would see it as the place, horizontality, outside and inside being. I liked a lot from the views having these atrium, not an atrium, but opening the sun from the top, that I really like. So that layering, expressing within this loop, I think it could be much more three-dimensional. And beautiful comments, embracing the rock as an atmosphere to being enclosed, and light performance. I'm missing in your project a three-dimensionality, but I enjoyed your aspect being different. And I think it's, congratulations to your students within the poetry of multiplicity of approaches to these concepts. So thank you for presentation.
Thank you.
Sim, I think you've got, dang, I can't get rid of this thing. John, oh, that's why. Hang on a second. Oh, wait, you can't see. Okay, so.
No, I see two dots on my screen. Yeah,
so
I see.
That's, I mean, just think how beautiful that could be back there, right? I mean, that's, and Kaylee's too. And then I really agree, there's no sense of your, you know, how you're connecting. And then I think that the one thing that's kind of absurd about your project, but the beauty of it too, is you're taking the idea of like a traditional, like I'm going to build along the contours of the gentle rolling hill and I'm going to disrupt as much as possible. But you're doing it on a site that is like that, and you're sticking it out like this, right? So I mean, it's kind of true, but kind of not. And I think you came close to saying that you wanted this concept to be it's a you know, the luxury hotel. That's what it is, right? I mean, it's like, it's tricked out, and you've started to aim to that, but you know, the rigor of self-evaluation that everyone sort of talked to you about, and then pushing it and pushing it and pushing it and getting it, you know, I mean, you know, I know time's an issue and everything, but just try to be more rigorous next time a little bit and push it even further.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep, it's mostly just asking yourself, why is this a good idea, or what's interesting about this thing that I keep wanting to do? Because my experience is, you know, that there's usually good reason somewhere in there. You have to approach it like two different people as a designer.
Right, and for everyone, that's why we start the semester with description and analysis, and then synthesis. And it's a reiterative process that goes forever. And you have to do self-description, self-analysis, and resynthesis. And you have to keep constantly, you know, what Socrates or one of those guys said, the examined life is not worth living. Well, the unexamined project's not worth building.
I see.
I would also add to that, Simran, I mean, you don't have to exclusively rely on the precedent that was offered to you by Michael in the studio. There's nothing wrong about, so I think I would encourage you to kind of enrich your life by digging through more precedent. Like the idea of creating terracing, for example, like I shared a link of Soto de Mora. This is a very Mediterranean attitude where you have a cliff. How do you build on the cliff? How do you reclaim the horizontality? So you can look at different examples of people like Marc Barani, people from, I'm from the south of France, so this is what I know. But there is a rich history. You're not the only one dealing with that. So I would encourage you to kind of embrace that and research that.
All right.
So thank you, though, Sim. Really, I'm proud of you, buddy. I think you did a great job. And we better get moving to Wilkie next.
Of course. Thank you for the critique and the advice. I'll be sure to use it in the future.
I can't get there. Oh, good. I got rid of it. So, Wilkie, are you ready?
I'm ready, yes.
So one other thing, and this is primarily for Ross and Charles, I think John, and since John's teaching a similar class, we did the research for site analysis. They put together like their Google Drive and they did all sorts of research. And then what we did was sort of an abstraction where we did a site analysis and program analysis diagrams that are supposed to be, just a more individual, maybe even more artistic, something for the portfolio a little bit too, to be quite honest. But so you'll be seeing those site analysis drawings probably more than the scientific stuff and all the collection of data and sun angle charts and wind and precipitation and stuff. That's all off in our Google Drive, but they did do it and they do refer to it. Go ahead, Wilkie.
Okay, so I'm Wilkie, and yeah, my version, I decided to call it the OTC Research Center. So, the basic layout is shown in the chart up here. And so, it's divided into 4 pods, which have the more residential ones in the middle with the private living, which is bedrooms, and public living, which is everything else. And then studio and lab is on one side, the office is on the other side. I decided to separate them just because I wanted the lab and the workshop to have more of the dirty work on one end, and then the office would be more of the administration building. So I chose to separate the buildings to force people to go outside to work, just because, especially when the weather is not good, it could be really easy to just be isolated inside of one place. If that's how I felt. I felt that if it's all one building, it would be kind of hard to go outside sometimes. And the form of each of the buildings is resembling the mountain with how just rocky and jagged it is, but also layered. So my main precedent that I got the idea of different pods from was a research station in Antarctica called Haley 6. And so it has harsh and bright materials, which I actually enjoyed that because it matches the harshness of the surrounding environment. And I also thought it was appropriate to use a durable metal coating, just like in the precedent. So the collage on the bottom was just a collection of ideas that I had before really having a developed project. And so, on the bottom here, I took this one straight from, I think, right here. And then these were from other similar research stations. So this is my general site context. So I actually put it next to a trail, and I think the existing trail right now goes up to here and then turns off to a different mountain hut towards this end called the Similon hut. But then I thought I could add a trail that goes up to my research facility here. It's on the southern slope to just give the most access to sunlight, and it's a little bit warmer. So this was a partie model I had, which is at this point, I was mostly focusing on matching the rocky jagged mountain, especially at the top towards the peak. And yeah, you can see there's 4 buildings already at this point with the 2 living spaces in the middle. So this is my next model, which here I focused on changing the building height according to just the slope of the mountain and trying to make it really flexible in that way. But I'd say at this point, I still hadn't figured out the way to go from one pod to the next because of the steep ramps that this has. So here I aligned it a little bit better to the contours in this next model and started to think of these transition spaces as also places you could gather and just sit outside. And then this was the final result of that. Yeah, I wanted to, again, add bright colors, which I think would be a welcome sight after being up in this kind of an environment. I actually did go to T-Roll and was like up in this area a few years ago, and I remember being really glad once I was back in the valley after spending a whole day at the top, just because of seeing so much of this harsh environment. So I think it would be nice to have just variation with the materials. So yeah, this is the site plan, just a summary of the access to it. There's a helicopter pad, but then this would be the trail that goes up and then splits to go onto each level of this walking path, which then connects to the walkways between the buildings right here and then also here. And this right here would be a more open patio space to gather if it's nice weather outside. And then this all aligns to the contours. So this is the general floor plan, putting everything on one slide. I do wish I could have had this actually printed out because it's really small right now. But yeah, right here is the first floor. Yeah, there's only one bathroom here, so this would be more of like a standard layout with, yeah, a hallway, which kind of increases in width, so you could maybe gather here, but it all leads up to the second floor here, where each bedroom has a bathroom, which could be used as a quarantine space if needed. And then the studio and lab spaces on this side, and then here would be this would be the main gathering floor with the kitchen and living room. And I think this area right here could be a dining room, but it's also flexible, so there could be informal work happening here. And then the third floor has the office and then kind of the gym exercise area, and then the space for the sanctuary. So these are the sections. This one goes through the studio. This one goes through the bedrooms, and I do wish I took more time to label these because I find myself even getting confused by them. But anyways, this is the common living area. So at the top you have the chapel space. Here's the rec area, and this would be a bathroom. This is the dining area, and then here's the living room. And this is the office space. So this would be storage, and then this is the main work area. And so for my construction details, so the structure at the bottom is probably the most significant part with how this truss extends all the way to the surface, and the whole building hangs over the edge of the site. So everything is grounded on, I think each building has 2 pegs on the bottom, almost like a reverse tripod that then goes up to the truss that attaches to the building surface. And then the outside material is the smooth metal. And then just below that, it would have a honeycomb metal backing, which just adds more depth to it and strength. And then besides that, like standard, heavily insulated below that. So here's the exploded axon. And I think one thing that you notice here is it has all of these walls are sloped at the top, like they go almost straight up to the slope of the roof, which I think creates more interesting spaces. And you can see that in this perspective here, which shows the lighting, one of the lighting possibilities in the sanctuary space. So I wanted this to be reflective and just a place where you could either be by yourself or with a group of people. And then this one, yeah, it shows the roof again, or the ceiling slanting. And then this was more of my rhythm piece. So I wanted to show how the mountain sloping down aligns with the windows that also slope down, and also divides into different views. So each one is a little bit, shows a different level of it. And then this is the sheltered, this is from the sheltered walkway, which then looks up over into the common deck area. Yeah, this shows the view and how you feel a little bit enclosed, but also it opens out into this like harsher environment. And this is the last one. This shows, yeah, I just wanted to again emphasize the way that this metal material and these pods, I tried to make them just protect from the outdoor environment through the material. And I would say one thing I would change if I had more time to work on this is to start to address what would actually happen with snow if it starts to build up right here and behind these buildings, because right now I haven't really researched that. So that's one thing I would look into more.
I'm having a little bit of difficulty, pardon me, difficulty understanding the connection in between. So they're open walkways, but the level changes. Could you go up a couple of images, please, to the perspective in the southeast?
This one?
No, perspective southeast.
Oh, that's what this one.
Keep
Is
going.
it showing the render?
It says it's labeled perspective southeast. It's
that's the one I'm on. I don't know if you can see it.
yeah, that's good. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have an open air connection between the pods, which is on the upper level between blue and orange, and it's at the lower level of blue, but the upper level of yellow. And that this is a covered thing that has the little guy standing in it. So I'm having trouble reading in the plans what's going on with that link or connection.
So I think probably the last render shows this part right here, and this is supposed to be behind the deck that spans out in front, but this right here would be a sheltered walkway, just
right.
So that you can
and there's a path, right? Okay.
Yeah, this is all connected, and you can also walk behind these connections on the actual mountain if you want to skip a building.
Okay. And where are you having people go outside again? I think you mentioned it, but say it again.
Or actually, I'll go to this one. So you go outside between these two and between these two. And then here, this would be covered unless you want to, unless you want to go outside over here.
Why are you having people go outside?
So I thought to go from the residential in the middle to the workspaces on the outside, I wanted it to be an opportunity to just like leave the indoor shelter and like actually get out and go to work. I think that would be, even if it makes you put in extra effort, I think that would make it a little bit more beneficial for just the mental health aspect. And also, yeah, I wanted people to actually experience the side of there.
I'll buy that, but you should be more forceful and deliberate in the way that you're talking about it. It's an extreme proposition because it, you know, some days it's nice up there, but some days it could very well be, I don't know, what's the coldest day that you get up there? You have the data on that. I don't remember what it is, -20 or something like that. Something like that. So it's something that you should begin to take more of a much more deliberate stance for. You're being very cautious with your language, and you'll be better off if you say, I'm going to make people go outside between one unit and another so that they're forced to be confronted with their environment because that's a better way to live up here. That's how I would invite you to, that's the language I would invite you to use in talking about this, instead of having a more cautious and very kind of safe language. I understand why, because who knows if this is a good idea, but you'll be better off if you take a much more deliberate approach with that. As it is, have you ever lived in the Northeast or in a cold climate?
No, I grew up in Houston. So.
Houston, okay. Yeah, one thing, yeah, I moved to the Northeast and I noticed that like you get this thing where there are double doors, which makes a lot of sense because as soon as you open one door, all of your heated air falls out. So every time you have a door, which also I would invite you to show on the plans, you really should have a door and then a little space and then another door. It's a typical thing that we see even in the Northeast, like in Chicago or Boston or, you know, New York or New Haven. That's a very reasonable way to treat the transition between inside and outside. And quite honestly, I like the fact that you're making people go outside. Yeah, I think there's some real strength in terms of that as a proposition, but you should also then start to find very simple ways to deal with the loss of atmosphere every time you open a door. Right. Like if I need to get a cup of coffee, I assume I have a coffee pot or thermos over there, but if I wanted to go back and like get lunch, I'm gonna lose, you know, 20% of the conditioned air every time I open a door. There are ways around that, and you should, it makes this thing which, you know, does not have a door in your floor plan right now. It actually makes that a much more significant threshold between inside and outside, and it's not a difficult thing. I would invite you to include that.
Yeah, I did think of these spaces right behind the doors as kind of a mud room, but yeah, I think I should have added in the extra door just to help insulate.
Yep. Now that's how you do it. And yeah. Can't quite open that door, the one on the right next to where Mike just made the mark. So you got to watch out for that. Which is another reason to include them on the drawings. So, you know, if I put a door swing here, it only opens about 45 degrees. Right, which starts to make this condition much more like that.
I think that's the idea of the way you've used modules, Wilkie. I think this is really good advice, because if you go back and look at those modules for the Antarctic or for the Mars program, they all have like really intricate locks to them. You know, you don't go out into outer space from the inside of your thing without like going into an interstitial space where you can completely close the inside before you go outside. You really don't do that in the Antarctic, and you barely do it when shopping in Chicago in the winter. So it's a really good point.
The other thing that you get, which is very, very typical, and it's like super low tech, is that you get coverings over openings. So right now you have this really taut, you know, the roof turns into the wall, which is, which I love. Everybody loves that thing, but it's like it's impossible to do because you either have the wall goes past in a parapet or else the roof goes over. So one of the systems is overlapping the other always. So to get it to look like it's this perfectly smooth thing requires a lot of tricky gymnastics. But a very, very typical thing is to have the roof extend and provide covering so that if snow's blowing in or freezing rain or something like that, it just doesn't, you got a chance to like stop, brush yourself off, open the door, and then go into the building, which then also starts to make the exterior envelope of the building start to peel away and do one other performative thing, which starts to mark that threshold between inside and outside in a little bit more of a complex way, which a richer way, which might be, again, you might not want that because you want the pods to be more sealed up, but maybe there's a way that the systems, as you figure it out, starts to add richness and a little bit of space that's protected and still outside, and something in between being the inside or the outside. Just kind of peel away. Go to your perspective, please. The perspective.
Well, really quickly, John.
Yep.
One other thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm probably on mute.
Yep.
Oh, should I have stayed?
Right,
No,
right here.
let's go. I can't get off mute.
Yeah, there you go. It's just kind of like peeling away this. This is like supposed to be shadow right here, so that the door is in part of the surface, then peels away. So you just have a little bit of protection, that like a little bit of space that like peels away from the outside, and that wouldn't like screw up your idea about this feeling like a complete pod too much.
I think John's point is really, again, it seems like it's minor, but it's probably one of the most important things that we haven't really solved. You haven't, we haven't, whatever. One is to link them and make it all conditioned and have those links be places where you can walk, in your shirt sleeves. And the other is to make the point of arrival and entry into really intimate locks where you can go from being literally, your hair freezing in that distance in this kind of temperature if you happen to have taken a shower, and take off a big, huge jacket and shake, and then go inside and some, every time you go back and forth. So it's a major decision. You say, I'm going to make you walk outside, and that's a major part of your project. So then you have to do, how do you do it comfortably, or how do you do it realistically?
Right.
It's just the next phase. It's you didn't get to it, but I think it's really important for an extreme climate.
Yeah, this has come a long way. Sorry, I forgot to say it, but this has come a long way since the review. I looked at it last, so it's like good job with that. And I'm just kind of jumping into ways that I would, kind of carry it further.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with John, those interstitial space between outside, inside, whether you bring that inside the pod and maybe you treat it slightly differently so that it reads as a continuation of the walkway. But I think that would add richness to the scheme. My two comments, Wilkie, is first of all, I really like the siting strategy. I really appreciated you showing both in this rendering and in the site plan how the positioning of the buildings and how they are connected is kind of a physical manifestation of the walkway that takes you up there. And I think the idea of unfurling it, like a fragment on the landscape, I think that's a nice touch. I think that's a very interesting way to fragment or separate the different uses rather than using a section and separating by floor, to do that along the linear space, because you have plenty of space. The one of the comment I had to do with the conventionality of how you break up those very faceted structure, both in plan and in section. If you can go back to your chapel lighting study. Yeah, that one. So I think to me, what's I like how you have a ceiling that goes one way, you have a wall that goes that way. So I'm kind of interested in that kind of window treatment as a way to bring light in, as a way to frame views out. when I'm seeing this more conventional punched window opening into an otherwise very unorthodox structure, I'm a little bit worried. Like, I'm wondering if you're bringing in some very standard set of devices and just kind of applying it to an otherwise, you know, unorthodox floor plan. So I just want you to be aware, if you're going to create a spaceship faceted building, just to really enhance that with your opening, with the way light comes in and light comes out. And I also wanted to end by kind of sharing my screen. And let's see. Because you've referenced the Arctic building that is part of a lineage, in this instance, of the work of Archigram, which is a kind of a very dynamic 1960s group that proposed a walking city, or literally you have those pods that, you know, land on the ground in a particular way. So again, this is an invitation for you, when you find an image you like, to continue digging deeper into kind of the architectural history and the potential of those devices. I think it was very good of you to share a reference image, but I want you to understand this is part, you know, this is kind of a development of very rich history that it's fascinating as an architect when you start to embark into this research and try to use that to kind of infuse your project. So just wanted to share that with you. But overall, I think a good site plan and just make sure that you do not apply, both in this view and in your floor plan. I think the moment you start to subdivide the room is where I think the project loses some of its potential. But overall, I like the site strategy.
Thank you. Yeah, I think what I was trying to do with the interior was make it a little bit more like a normal home, and I think I like kind of went a little further than I needed to. With it just doesn't look anything like it would belong inside of the crazy exterior, at least compared to it.
It's a question, yeah, the degree of domesticity you would want to instill in that place, and whether that is necessary. It could be argued that it's necessary, but I just wanted to challenge you on that.
Yeah.
Wilkie, I also would like to tell you some comments. Very, very nice comments from the jury, from the reviewers already said. What I think personally, when I think about Alps and your proposal, it gave me very open entity in time as well. What I'm experienced that Alps is mostly a bit different type of mountains we can call as, let's say, Norwegian or other regions, whereas sometimes is extreme weather is not reachable spots, like considered in this way. So you take all your things, your food and everything together. But Alps, very often what you show this pathways when you're in the system, you connect it, it gives me idea that it could be very much open entity. So you have multiple times in bad weather condition, good weather condition, seeing the poetry of it, but in times seeing the tourism, which most of the people are going to the Alps to spend free time in good weather conditions, such as sunny days, Italy sun. That means the warmness, the free time, and a lot of small huts like restaurants which are hidden. And so you hike day by day and you find these like diamonds, little nice places with very warm invitation and local food and stuff like that. So it gave me idea that your fragmentation, your segments, it's from one way is disconnected from, let me say, like a tourism or something like that, but I see the potential of time growth. So multiplying these pathways and connecting more and more diamonds, and what you created, it could be like an open entity through the time in the Alps to find its place. I really enjoyed the segmentation in your project and that you took it in a part. I understand it ended up more domestic, but I also enjoyed a lot your desire to make the skywalks or like this poetry, seeing these in different types, sometimes being in a cloud and these situations. So I really, what the previous review said, I really enjoy you introducing the connecting to the paths and letting the entity being open to multiple explorations. So mostly the tourism and such places like top of the Tyrol, like a platforms, they are more through the bridging, through the linearities. I would encourage, when you look to these references, you can have it even more extreme linearities, exploring the poetry of different climate. And some people really comes with helicopters to ski in invisible places. I think I really enjoy your urbanistic aspect, which could grow and open itself up, not being just one entity, and that could become a hotel or could become and let it grow. And some areas, just from my memories from the Austria, I have recognized such as places has a start, and then the architect tries to deal with the extension. Something is growing there, something is happening in that spot of the Alps, and that attraction or one way of thinking, one layer wanted to be extended, but there are no pathways, there are no roads. So I see yours like an open system, really enjoyed and like your proposal. By this way, it got me a lot of impression and ideas and even memories from Innsbruck in Austria. Thank you, Tyler. It was very Wilkie. I'm sorry for not pronouncing. I really enjoyed your presentation, your segmentation, and trying to deal with it and that linearity of the path, making like skywalks and such experience. If that would be a part of, let's say, tourism and founded a diamond in the Alps, where everybody is searching, gathering, and looking for such attractions to visit, to find in the mountains. It's beautiful.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, Wilkie, you get some things to think about for getting ready for review and also for going forward with next semester, right?
Yeah, that was helpful. I do think I could have thought more about like the tourism aspect, because it is like a pretty busy area and people would definitely end up like accidentally hiking up to this building. But yeah, that's a good point, I think.
So Wilkie, will you on-share, and Varsha, will you start sharing? Yeah. I think, Raza, you should go first next. But, well, I'm just, okay. We're going to teach together with John next semester, I believe, right?
In the future? Sure, yeah.
No,
Like
I mean, I think next semester, Roz is teaching.
that would be great.
Right?
Is it design?
Whatever it is.
Design 4?
Yeah.
Environmental, right?
I don't know.
Okay, anyway, I was just trying to make small talk until we got Varsha, so go ahead, Varsha.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Varsha Iyer, and this is my take on the Center of Analog Architecture in the Anthropocene. So first, I kind of want to discuss my incentive behind my design. I wanted to, design with a minimal disruption to the existing landscape and the contours of, this distinct site that we were given. I also made it a point to pay tribute to the history and culture of the land. And I did this by utilizing resources and framing, the beautiful and dramatic views of the mountains. And then finally, I wanted to create a space that was, really carved by light. And that is not only a functional space, but it's, a space that's inspiring and very intriguing to inhabit. So Kaylee and Sim touched on our precedent study, the Obereggen Mountain Hut. One, distinguishing factor in the design of this project was, the utilization of the framing of the views, which, Peter Pickler was very, very successful in doing that. And that was something that was really inspirational to me in the way that he controlled what the viewer could see. Additionally, looking at an axon, I was intrigued by the structure and, more specifically how the posts, the beams, and the rafters are, create this quite spectacular structural system. And then moving on, we, in our group of 3, we kind of did our own take on the precedent. And we concentrated on, excavation of site, but also utilization and framing of the views. And then moving forward, doing some research on my own, one thing that I found was very interesting was, using the earth to build and building underground. And what that brought into context for me was the ability to not only control view, but also to control light and create this rhythmic pattern of light in my project. I looked back onto precedents such as the Swiss bunkers, which is the image on the left, and then also how, in the modern day, how these Swiss bunkers have been revitalized and how they bring light into such a dark underground space. This is my interlude A, and here this is a pretty simple line drawing, but what I wanted to kind of study was this relationship with light and shadow, and how light can kind of guide you through a space, and how its rhythmic qualities can, be so inspiring. Here is one of my study models. So in this study model, I built completely into the site. So, I had south-facing views, but I ran into the problems of how am I going to bring light into a space that's so deeply embedded into the site. So that was something I was kind of playing with apertures and their placement throughout the project. And then, that kind of led me to my final form. So going back to the precedent and this system of branching, I wanted to create something that was a combination of this organic branching form, but also, utilize light and took into account the gorgeous mountain views. And that's how I ended up at my most recent iteration of the project. Here is the site plan. So essentially the project is placed on the peak of the mountain, and it's kind of a project that has different layers to it, meaning that the top floor is at grade, and then it kind of digs into the earth and works its way down into the contours and into the mountain. So through my site plan, I was, able to study, wind flows and create a structural system that takes the loads of the wind. I was also able to put my apertures in, places where they would be successful as far as lighting goes. So looking at the top level, which I called level 0 because it's at the ground level, this is kind of the entrance to the project, and it houses the administration and the lab. Level -1 is the level directly below, and this is the more private wing of the project. So here you have, the bedrooms, the double occupancy bedrooms, the bathrooms, and then you have a little intimate seating area close to the glazing. And then the lowest level, which is, pretty embedded into the earth, is level -2. And this is the most public space. So here you have the kitchen, the social areas, lots of flexible storage spaces, conference rooms, studios, and things of that sort. Now looking at elevation, this kind of gives you a better idea of how the project fits into the site and how the ground, kind of encompasses or wraps the form. So this section perspective is facing south, and kind of what this allowed me to look at was, the system of the structure. So going back to the precedent, I tried to integrate this system of beams, posts, and rafters, which were not only, structurally sound, but aesthetically, pretty pleasing. And so, yeah, you can kind of see the distinct levels and kind of how one would circulate through the spaces. The second section even, clarifies that distinction of the 3 levels and their relationships. Then I went into kind of study the structure of the space. So we talked about R values and kind of creating the highest R value that you can, because it is, again, such an extreme climate. So it's a pretty thick wall section, I will say. But as far as like the finishings go, the exterior wall is black vinyl, and then the roofing is kind of this metal roofing. And then to the right, I kind of have this glass assembly. So again, the main viewpoints, the main apertures, the window framing is this huge glass panel that's broken up. And so this is kind of what I was thinking of. I wanted it to be an insulated glass with a krypton fill, just so, it wouldn't be cooling the space. I wanted it to keep the space warm. Yeah, so, and then this is the exploded axon. So here you can kind of see the levels of the project. So starting from the roof, the timber structure, the walls, and then I pulled out the framed views from the walls. And then the next level is the apertures. So these apertures are not at eye level. I made sure to have them so that the only thing you can see at eye level are the framed views. So these apertures are, on the wall, higher than what you can see. And then you have the stairs and the railings, and then finally you have the floors. So again, this is the render that we've seen a couple of times. This is kind of how the project sits onto the site. And then I went ahead and did a render per module. So this is the public space. And, this shows the more detailed structural system, as well as the light. This is kind of the secondary module. So this is kind of the working area, the meeting area. And then finally, this is the leftmost module. And this is the private area that houses the bedrooms, but also has, this intimate seating area where you can just sit out, look out the window, and kind of reflect. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for presentation. I will be first. So extremely enjoyed your reference, and that thinking very opposite to the Alps. You extracted some carving like figure ground condition where in the Alps the spot of a hut, while you're using the materials are very traditional ones, and I really like the spatial aspect where you break the spot, a dot in the mountains into the figurative interior, which I really refer, my comment will be short, I really refer in the future of the Alps or other regions where the tourism is dependent on the weather, such as skiing, and some areas snow is not there anymore. So they're like, it's really struggle and new questions appearing how the future could be that way. I see your project could be in a multiple sense where the traditional and exclusive is meeting together, because that entity, I see that the duality in the Alps is always either is very exclusive museum or a very exclusive place for, of course, a rich layer of desire of free time and having something out of your daily life, but as well that hiking and simple sport making a layer as well. And I see where the invitation of the traditional hut is attraction. So I really like the way how playfully figure ground you merge this duality. And I really enjoy seeing your project maybe not once at once. I see a possibility to have it multiple times, such as conferences as well, such a hotel and a science spot. So spending there maybe 1 year reserving that area and sometimes fragmenting in different events. That your spatial duality, this figure ground condition, carving from inside out and using this traditional wood structure elements in your aesthetics, I think it's a beautiful surprise not to have just the element of spot, of point of one kind, just the hut, but to reach that multiplicity. I see it's a beautiful project, amazing presentation, very nice images. I really enjoy that, but maybe the other reviewers will give you other comments. This is from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rasa. Just to take issue with what Rasa just said, I would argue that to me, the impression of your final project looks more like a residential house in Wyoming than something that belongs to the site. So whereas I was quite intrigued by your early study of figure ground and how you can dig into the rock and kind of bring light in an interesting way, for me, and that's just my reading, the resulting image is more of like a very residential looking structure, which I do agree would offer appeal for different kind of uses, but it makes me want to see something like, I would like you to go further into digging into the earth, because I thought that was a brilliant idea. And looking at the work of Chiida, what a project of, digging into a rock, or there is a new project by Jean Nouvel in Saudi Arabia, where he basically builds inside of a rock. And to me, that's what held the potential of your project, and how you see, and how the opening through the rock helps frame the view of the landscape. But from the outside, it's completely anonymous. You don't see it unless you want to see it. So I just wanted, I think you've done a good job. It was a nice resolution. But to me, when you started to think about adding post and beam and rafters, your project kind of veered away from what I think would be the true essence.
Do you think she got too conservative, Charles?
Say that again?
Did she get too conservative in the end?
Maybe she went with, maybe it became too conventional.
It's a thing we saw in our studio as well. There's a certain kind, like if you optimize the roof loads and if you build in a certain kind of manner, the appearance of the building or the aesthetic starts to look like a condo in Vail. There's just so much of a certain kind of rafter and things that we've seen associated with that in a certain kind of way. So if you are going to do it, and we saw it with the precedent that you look at, you got to be very careful about certain kinds of uses of those things, or a repositioning and a kind of accidental familiarization that gets associated with something like residential construction. So, and it, you know, it's a really weird thing. You can have a very excellent solution, and it starts to just look like one of these things, and you have to in some way be very clever about the use of materials, or the way that, or the proportioning of elements, and how you begin to do it. I want to jump at something Charles said that I agree with completely, that I'm not sure you're getting as much mileage out of it as you can. Really like the idea about how one carves into the earth as a way to make something, or tunneling, and it's a completely different way of making or creating space than it is to build in timber and to add things together. So it's the difference between stereotomic and tectonic. And it's and the tectonic, you're starting to get there, and I would just invite you to be more creative and a little bit less familiar in terms of how you begin to do it. Like the precedent, that the branching precedent we saw with the earlier couple projects we looked at, is one, the 3 parts that go off. It's a timber construction, but it's not familiar. That's somebody that starts to figure that out. I don't think that you've got the tunneling part worked out in your project just yet, because it's just like you've carved out a chunk of space that's exactly the same as the part that you added on top. And the truth is, that site's probably solid granite, and the amount of effort it takes to make something underground is really extraordinary. And somehow the Swiss have figured it out, and they do it all the time. So I guess there's a way to do it. It's still a very big deal versus like bringing in material and adding it. And if there's some way in physical model to get yourself to see the difference, and let that difference really be expressed in the project. So part of this is carved out, and you make a solid thing even out of cardboard, and you have to literally cut it out. It looked like you had a model like that earlier. Like you don't build the model with the piece missing from your building, but you build the whole thing to make yourself carve it out, and you kind of go like, oh my God, this is so much work. I don't know if it's worth it. Is it, but when you have a space underground, it really starts to be exceptional. So that's one kind of making that I think really needs to come to life in the project. And then let the other parts start to be tectonic, or added to the top of it. Sometimes, I mean, we've done projects where we really try and enhance the difference of that. And I think about it, one way that, I don't know why it makes sense to me, but if your project had been washed away in a flood, like all the stuff that's timber or tectonic were all gone, the part that's left over, which is purely stereotomic, part that's carved, parts that's concrete, the parts that are hearths and fireplaces and solid masonry pieces, those pieces are remaining, and they should have their own presence and integrity and expression as architectural elements. And then the tectonic can be different and lighter and placed on top of that. And Kengo Kuma is an architect that does the tectonic very, very well. I recommend looking at a lot of his work. It's kind of very, very light, like beautifully made Japanese timber work that's somehow, yeah, it's timber work, but it's not like timber work you've ever seen before in some kind of way. And it's worth studying that in some detail. But the foundations, like, go back and some part of this project, like the part that's underground, really wants to feel like those precedent images that you were showing us of those. I think it's slide number 1, right? The one with those like amazing caves. Where did we see those things? Oh yeah, it's not slide number 1. It's like slide number 5. Yeah, okay. So there's another one you should add to the list, which are the these amazing caves in, oh gosh, I can never remember, in India, Indian temple caves. What are they? Hang on, I'll find it. Oh, where is it? It's
There's also, John, the Ethiopian churches that are carved out of rock.
Yeah. I would definitely want to have part of your project be much more like that. And then the other one, the parts that added can be seen in reaction to them. Ajanta, yeah, the Ajanta caves. Yeah, those guys.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely a great point. So going forward, I completely embedded it into the site, and the problem was like I couldn't bring enough light into the project. So my direct design response was to just bring everything up, which is what I quite literally did in my model. I just selected and brought it up so that I could get more light into the space.
So Varsha, I have a quick question for you using the John Blood Socratic method of questioning. Did you do that because you chickened out or because you thought you would make a better place for the people who were using this?
I genuinely thought it would make a better place just because, like, personally, I know that I love light. Like, that is, you know, such an inspirational thing for me. So to have it in scarcity, you know, I just feel like it wouldn't be as productive of a space. So.
Well, you could always separate the program. So that's, I was looking for the program because ours is a little bit different. Ours is emphasizing that there's a part where that's for two kinds of scientific research. And then there's a place where people live. And then there's the communal space that they're shared. So there's like 3 different parts of the program.
Real quickly, Varsha's Varsha made a choice to combine. She made, explain that to John.
What do you mean combine? Like,
well, like you have rooms in different areas, bedrooms in different areas. You have the scientific inquiries. So it's all things sort of melted together, right, or blended.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. So it was all just like an open floor plan. So everything was integrated within each other. Every floor had, you know, a certain program, but it was kind of mixed use. Yeah.
Okay.
But go ahead. So, but John, you're suggesting maybe by not doing that, I think that you could have buried the labs or buried something, right?
Gotcha.
Some part where they need to refrigerate the core samples or something might be embedded in the ground, and then some kind of powerful, you know, you carve this amazing skylight that comes down so that you know that you're buried under the ground, or you get this like tunnel view to this amazing view out somewhere else. But if you feel you feel that you're in a project that has extremely different architectural character to it within it. And then sometimes it's interesting to do it backwards, like you do the thing that you think is supposed to be enclosed, but put it on the outside. And it's a way to kind of start to test, you know, fine tune your ability to create amazing spaces or interesting spaces in a setting. So yeah, I would go back and I would go further with your initial idea about the stereoatomic and the being underground and finding how to make amazing places that are like that.
Charles also linked a few things in the chat. I don't know if you guys have seen that yet, but I'll have to get someone to teach me how to save the chat because you guys have put a number of really wonderful references in there.
Varsha, I would just encourage you, I agree with maybe an approach of subtraction rather than addition would have been interesting. And I do understand you want to keep a balance between the two. When I'm seeing the very sophisticated wall build-up system that you're showing with krypton inside triple glazed area, why not use the earth, you know, the rock, you know, when you carve into the rock, that's going to do that for you. You don't then need to build an. So I think that's just something to keep in mind. If there is kind of a low-tech way of achieving the same result, even though I do agree there would be a high cost associated with digging into that rock.
That was a very beautiful comment to use the existing materials. It's really like this duality that you carve in and you bring it, this material in structure. I think it's also the temperature difference, such as make it warm the stone and like using these materialities. It's so beautiful to think about. So especially like bringing the two together, maybe design is like a loop. We need to go back and front several times, like looping through the system of the design. So first exploration, beautiful, amazing. You're very talented. You chose beautiful references. Very nice 2 ideas, and connecting them 3 maybe, of course, from finalizing, you stayed with 1 a bit more, or maybe with conventional more. But that surprises these spots which you could combine in terms of maybe you let it understand as a small hut and the whole labyrinth inside of fascinated, what the other reviewer said, founded moments would be your specific invitation, a founded place which I haven't thought is there before, or maybe advertise the way of fragments so that you come, you experience that connectivity between those. So you're really nicely surprised. And I think the third loop in your design would bring those together. Especially I enjoy a lot your different levels and in a section. It's amazing. So verticality, which I haven't seen on the mountain, is more like a spot, like a hut. But then you have in this section, these carvings. That is beautiful. And I really appreciate that in your sections, but beautiful project.
Thank you guys so much.
So we're really, it's almost noon and it just turned noon. So that, any last questions, comments? Do the three reviewers have one last comment each, maybe for the whole group that they've seen? I didn't realize I'd put all the people who did the that hut together. I was in, anyway, probably did it in the other groups too. Charles and Raza and John.
Well, I will quickly say, make sure you stick, once you articulate your original intention and you find that you're moving away from it, just, try to force there's an idea why, Varsha, you were interested in kind of carving in the first place. And,
Yep.
and I think it's important for you as a designer to make that idea immutable and changeable and make sure that it stays throughout the duration of your project, if you can. And that applies to the other students as well.
Yep, that's some very nice work, Mike. Thanks it's good to see it. And I hope everyone in this year gets a chance somehow to look at each other's work, because you took off in a very rich direction that's a little bit different than the direction that we took off in. And I think there's a lot of about, I'm sure some of you are roommates with each other, because I could hear about it sometimes too. So, but if you get a chance to look at the work that the other studios have done, it would be really a really good thing for everybody. It's we don't get to, because we're not in the same building right now, but if there's some way to make that happen, that would be I think good for everyone.
Yeah, the box accounts are open and you guys have access to them. I believe you can go to your peers, and the cool thing about the way the box is set up, you can go look at David Heyman's class if you want, and then have some ammunition to make fun of him later, maybe. Or I mean, that was a joke. I forget I'm on YouTube, but
yeah, or TikTok. I'm not sure, one or the other. Yeah,
TikTok, I think.
YouTube.
Okay. I wanted to congratulate all students on finishing that today and showing your final proposals. I also see a bit of gap of your first impression and finalized project sometimes, but I think maybe it's 3 months time and doing maybe with a new site or something like that. So I hope these discussions and ideas encourage you to find more depth, to be original, and your original ideas, exploring them more, not separated from structural element and conceptual explorations, but trying to search the ways and merge and use these intentions as something specific, something you wanted to explore. And I think university is the place to experiment here. So I really enjoyed a bit unfinished and enjoy something finished, but when the reference coming back. So it was very impressive, and congratulations that each of you have your own approach to the brief. And I think this is like this poetry really let you a lot of free space to explore it in different ways. Each of your designs within the same site. It was a pleasure to see that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all very much. I commend you all. It was really a wonderful review. I thought your comments were so very, very helpful and spot on, and I really appreciate it. So students, tell your reviewers thanks, please.
Thank you.
I'll go off on mute yourselves all at once and say thanks. Thank you guys very, very much. It was
Thank you, Michael. It was nice to see you. Nice to meet you, Raza. Nice to see you, John.
We'll see you around, Mike. Look forward to the spring semester. This will be fun.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited. We'll talk when we get a chance.
Okay.
Bye, Raza. Thank you. Bye, Charles.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, everybody. We're getting back here in at 12:30, and you know who's next, right? Hello? Is anyone there? Jen, are you awake? Okay, I'm going to find my little thing really quickly so I can make sure that everyone knows. It's assignment 3 and it's final review, and it's going to be, so the next group of people are Greg, Caitlin, Soham, and Jen. And Emily Baker, you guys may have not read that, is from Arkansas. She went to Cranbrook for grad school. Peter's going to be on, Peter, and then Uli. So I think we have another really, really great group. Wilkie, were you pleased with how John approached the review this time?
Yeah, I mean, he got to talk, which is nice. I feel like he didn't really say much the first time.
Okay.
But no, it was good. I liked it.
I thought you all did really, really well with the presentations, and your work looked really great. And I think you got really good feedback. So I'm pleased. I think this is when the process works, it's pretty nice, and it doesn't get derailed. The one thing though, I'm just crushed. No one did a sound piece, even Varsha.
Mine was actually the one with the windows was supposed to be the sound piece, but it wasn't really.
I caught that when you said it's your rhythm, right?
Yeah.
So we were supposed to like hear it resonate in our minds.
A little bit.
Yeah, okay. All right, go do something else and relax, and then we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Thank you. Oh. Are you guys actually there?
I'm here.
Hi, I'm here as well.
Hey, Greg, are you ready?
As ready as I can, dude.
Are you ready, Greg?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, it was me. I'd muted not only my Zoom, but also my computer.
Oh, okay.
So, all right. We'll just wait for our reviewers. Well, we got something more in the chat here. Jan, don't worry about loading it 40 times.
Yeah, I just checked. Like when I was uploading it last night, I think my internet like glitched or something because it said it did. It said it didn't go through. So then I uploaded it again, and I guess it's went through the first time, and it just didn't say that it did.
It went through every time.
Yeah.
No,
Oh
it's,
well.
hey, Uli, hi.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
I think, you know, I checked my pulse here. Pretty good, pretty good. Now, everything's got, this morning was really, I thought very, very nice. We had
Good.
Charles and Rosa and John Blood, and they were all spot on with their comments and stuff, and very polite and courteous, and just really great.
Good.
Who do we have today? We have Elizabeth, and then who's the other one? Now I'm forgetting.
No, Emily Baker.
Emily, yeah.
Yeah, she's just logging on here.
Oh, there she is. Hi, Emily.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Glad to be here. Hi.
Hi.
So, do you know Uli?
Yeah, we
Oh,
met. We met
okay.
in Arkansas.
Oh,
I think maybe for the last timber event or something. I'm trying.
right. Okay. So sorry. Yeah, good to see you again.
You too.
So, are you into mass timber as well, Emily?
I'm on the fringe because it's not my focus.
I'm jealous. How come no one brought me coffee?
I know. I'm very lucky.
Bring you on, Michael.
I'll have tea.
Are you in your house, Emily?
I am. Yeah.
An interesting roof there back behind you.
Yeah. There's a yeah. This is actually a Faye Jones house. So.
Okay. Great. Lucky you.
So I think we're going to wait a little bit longer, but not too much longer, because we really don't get that much time.
You said Peter Anderson. Is that your invite?
Yeah. So I should probably text him, right? Where in the heck are you, Peter?
Probably. We've got 4 students, Michael. Okay.
Yes.
30 minutes each. Yeah, I'm on Arkansas reviews next week.
Okay, which one?
I was invited to 2 of them.
Okay, great. Is it the studio that Peter is?
It's Peter's studio, and what is it on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, Stephen Luoni's studio. So.
Okay, great.
Are you you teach a studio right now?
Yes, I'm teaching the integrated design studio that happens in our 4th year, and so our reviews are Tuesday.
Okay.
All right. Well, I sent Peter an email or a text, and what I'll do is we'll get started. Maybe I'll give him a quick call. So, Emily, did you do your reading? Did you?
I did. I read about. I'm interested in the topic. I'm fascinated.
So that's good. And Uli, because you know what we're doing, right? So. I don't think we do usually before we start reviews, and sometimes before class and during class or whatever, we do readings from the International Building Code or whatever. But Today we're going to do readings from 100 poems from the Chinese poet called Tu Fu.
I found that I would find the IBC reading more inspiring, Michael. But it's
Well, okay, we could do that. We could look at chapter 11. No, that's 10 now. I still call it the Uniform Building Code half the time.
Uh-oh.
A hawk hovers in air. 2 white gulls float on the stream. Soaring with the wind, it is easy to drop in seas, birds who foolishly drift with the current. Where the dew sparkles in the grass, the spider's web waits for its prey. The processes of nature resemble the business of men. I stand alone with 10,000 sorrows. Tu Fu. So, Greg, are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
That sort of scares me, actually.
All right. Is my video working all right?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. All right. So let me just share it real quick. All right. Can you guys see it?
Yes.
All right, cool. So I'm sure as you guys are aware, our presentation or our project for the past semester has been leading up to us essentially creating a research facility and also what I would perceive as a kind of housing facility up in the mountains near where Otzi was discovered in the Alps. And so in the beginning of the semester, we were all given precedence and we were forced to work in groups. Forced is not the correct term, but you know what I'm saying. We're in groups and we have to kind of take these precedents and really like dissect them and really try to understand what are some core strengths about them and how do they use the mountainous site to their advantage. My group was given thermal valves located in Switzerland. And one of the most interesting things that I took away from it was how geometric it was and how just kind of brutally inserted it is into the site. It was in a way really interesting how it did that and also at the same time still maintained a very, very cohesive language with the rest of the area, especially with the slopes. You wouldn't consider a geometric shape like this to be so fluid with that. And so these are just some sections that we took of the building of the mod that we made of it. And you can see how dug deep it is into it, but then every photograph of it and even any experience in it, you don't feel like you're outside of it or you're in this weird kind of chamber. You, in a way, feel like you're inside of the mountain, you're inside of like the structure. And I think that was a really interesting takeaway with it, including with how the way the lights were used in there. The minimal amounts of light that allowed to come in kind of create a very unique lighting experience that I think really helped to enhance that experience of being kind of, you know, dug deep into the ground. So those were the takeaways that I personally took away from thermal valves, and those were the kind of the main concepts I took with me throughout the rest of the semester. So then we get given the site, and this is my site analysis of the region, kind of looking at possible ways you can get supplies up there, kind of the local traditions there, kind of like with skiing, gondolas, and also just the materials that are found there, be it something like wood or ice or just other forms of just rock minerals. This to me was an attempt to kind of categorize or at least put together and summarize the man-made and the environmental elements of the site that I want to utilize or at least in some way, shape, or form take advantage of. So then again, I kind of go back and I kind of, again, I'm really thinking about the form of the thermal valves, and I'm playing around with just blocks, squares pretty much. And I'm just kind of making slight alterations, rotating them, shifting them at nothing really crazy, just kind of 30-degree rotations, seeing how I can kind of arrange them. And so I'm kind of just moving it further and further, just small things like that. And then I eventually kind of come up with this idea of having a really kind of like L shape on one end that's kind of formed its own wing, and then having the entrance, which would be the left side, having its own wing, and using the difference of the angles to distinguish those different zones of the building. So you can very easily distinguish it while you're both using it and while you're seeing it from outside. So then this is a breakdown of the programs within the building. I broke it down between workspaces, circulation into living spaces, and then within those each of those properties or within each of those subcategories, I broke it down even further. On the far right, you'll see that there's a field outpost and a transitionary space. Those change over the course of this project, but this is the first time they become introduced as what I would perceive the transitionary space as being a space that has a lot of exposure to the outside without being actually outside, and the field outpost being an ability to access the outside quickly, but not exactly through the main entrance, but in a way that's maybe a little bit more kind of like mobile, a little bit more quick, things like that. So then taking away from kind of like in the middle of the project, we created these things called Interlude A. And these were kind of artistic takes on what we were trying to kind of discover. And for me, what I was discovering with this were two key elements. Number one was the mountains and kind of how awe-inspiring they should be and how they should be represented in the work that I believe, or in the way that I believe. It's that they're this overpowering, this overbearing kind of presence that in a way dwarfs us, and we're kind of at the base of them. And the other thing was also just kind of like the warmth visually and just feeling wise that you would get from timber. And then this is where my kind of choice of material shifts over into timber, and just kind of with this and just playing around with that. And so it started off as kind of like, what can you use to kind of sense warmth that isn't exactly like fire or something like that? And timber was the best material in my opinion. So then take this model, and these have flat roofs, and then this becomes kind of a new obsession for me. I kind of really look at it, I'm trying to understand what can I use from here and apply it in a new way. Because I really do like this, but I don't believe that having flat roofs in this environment is the most ideal. But in some way, having something that has a stepping stone to it, I think is appropriate. And I think it is a good way of kind of working with the environment. So it's not just like this massive cube, but rather kind of, again, slopes with it. So then again, begin to look at two different precedents. The Thing, the movie, and then terracing, specifically in places like Japan, where they use terracing as a way to kind of continue the fluid motion or the fluid kind of form of the mountain without having to interfere with it. I look at terracing as a really beautiful way of kind of continuing to make use of the land in an efficient way, but also not destroying the form itself. And The Thing is much more about how the people there operate. To me, The Thing is a movie that really does exemplify already established kind of preconceived notions between different people that already don't really like each other. And then when there's an introduction of like another stressful environment, they become a lot more aggressive towards each other. And that's because these people are isolated. These people are just, they only have like 6, 7 other people that they can talk to. And if they're going to be stuck up here for 6 months, I think to me, they have to be able to have their own isolation and really enjoy living there. Otherwise, people can really easily break, and there's not really an easy way to get help. So then here's how I begin to kind of like, this is the ultimately the final product of the semester. And what I ended up deciding doing is having very slightly tilted roofs at 10 degrees that I believe were a good way of counteracting in part some of the snow loads that would build up over time, but also because I think it helps to translate with the form of the mountain. Because I don't think that originally I had tried doing hip roofs, but that just felt too residential. And I think this was in a way that was a nice subtle way of kind of trying to make reference to that. And so then I continued to kind of like dive deeper into it and then really just understand at least the construction element of it. So here are the two different wall assemblies I used. There's an interior wall assembly and an exterior wall assembly. And the most important thing from this is the exterior wall assembly has an R value of around about 30, which is required to ensure that people here don't experience, well, extreme loss of heat and end up freezing. And this is also, again, probably the first time I really do dive into wall assemblies in my own project. And so this was a big learning experience, kind of understanding every tiny little piece inside of these wall assemblies, from just not just exactly the layers, but what goes between them, like wooden batons, insulation, what kinds of insulation, and things like that. And so then here's an interior and exterior joint between those two walls, just kind of to illustrate how those two would operate together. And the main focus is how the CLT and other CLT would connect together using joints. And so then here's a lower floor plan that I use. On the far left wing, you'll see that that is the kind of admin room, or the admin/lab workshop. And then in the middle, that becomes the transitionary space. You'll see it up here with the large hallway, as well as this space up here, which ended up becoming a greenhouse. This became kind of nicknamed the knuckle, and that was because this became the kind of like the real turning point between the two wings. This one being the workspace, and then this being the living. This is the public living area, and then these are all the different bedrooms that I've ensured would all have different layouts with the furniture and other kind of things like bathrooms, and maybe even like the inclusion of some stairs or balconies. Because to me, I think it's one kind of a small detail that I think is really cool would be to go into someone's room. If someone invites you over and you guys want to just hang out, you go into their room and it's a different layout to yours. It reduces that feeling of a dormitory feeling. And I think a dormitory feeling works in a college, but that's because you can go out and do stuff. Here you can't. Like, you're in the mountains. You need to have the semblance of kind of like your own space that's your own, and no one can kind of come into it unless you invite them in. So then here's the upper floor. It's mostly just for the public living, which includes a porch that has a greater access to the outside. including a hot tub. Just so it's a common practice I know in Finland that you use hot tubs and saunas, and then you go try to get directly exposed to the cold, and they kind of repeat the process over and over again. And in here is where the field outpost kind of, that idea manifested, was the garage that housed snowmobiles that could quickly, easily leave the building and then go out to the general kind of landscape. And I've also just included some other elements, including a conference room of some kind and three different elevators, one here to access the second level of the administration wing, and then one to access the porch and the public living. And then a third one, which is the main elevator, which takes you deep into the ground, as this building is heavily submerged underground. And then here's just a site plan, again, showing kind of like how the form works and how that form that I was playing with before with the little blocks is persistent. And here's a section cut. You can really clearly see how deep the ground is. I will say that I didn't do a great job of illustrating the spread footings or how deep this actually should be. But the reason why I believe that digging deep into the ground could work is because you already would be required to dig deep into the ground because of the, I forgot what the term exactly was, but I think it's freezing temperature or freezing point, which is when the spread footing has to be below a certain distance in certain climates or else it'll break apart. So that's where my mindset was, and that's why I felt like you can dig deep into it. That was the functional reason, but also the, I guess the artistic reason is because I think embedding yourself into the ground and being kind of one with the mountain, I think is really beautiful in a way. So then here's another section cut that's more, that's kind of closer to the epicenter, or that's more towards the back of it. And again, you just see how deep the foundation would be. And in here, you kind of see how that mountain in the, how it kind of towers over the building in a way. From a very low angle, it kind of slopes down and it reaches the knuckle as kind of like this middle point between like the plateau that this building is sitting around, as well as the high point of the mountain that's nearby. So here are some more details of the upper wall section, or of the upper wall section, which includes the ceiling and then like the intermediate floors and then windowsills, which I try to ensure that makes sure to be triple pane in case of extreme winds within the area. And here's also the increased amount of materials that be included. And here's the lower wall section that would be for the connections between the exterior walls and the interior walls with the foundational level, or with the foundational level. And here are just more details of the admin wing. Again, you see kind of like a, a diffusion of the different programs and things like that. I ensure that there be a quarantine space because of how we are living now. We know that we sometimes need to have a quarantine space to ensure safety. I kind of moved the lab over to the right wing side and kind of a long hallway to connect everything. But to me, it really made sense to kind of have these long hallways, or this one long hallway, and just having everything kind of easily connect to it. I didn't really want to go for anything too extreme with that. And here's the second floor, which is just introduction of three more things: the file storage, conference room, and a garage, which I've already discussed before. And then here's the public living wing, the first floor. You see a variety of different kind of like activities you can do here, because to me that's really important in order to kind of maintain like mental health. And also I also made sure to include the religious space, that you could go there and you could practice your own worship in your own time if it's free and empty. So I think that's an important space to have. Everyone has their own different needs, and some people need religion, or some people need religious kind of the ability to practice religion in their own kind of way. And I think having a space that isn't dedicated to any one denomination or one faith is really important. And just having just general stuff like a gym, a laundry room, a sauna, game space, living room, kitchen, pantry, all these like small little things I think are really important. Obviously for the kitchen and pantry because you need food, but I think a gym and a laundry and sauna and just a living room so you can kind of like have access to those small little things that you're always going to need. And here's the second floor, again, showing the patio, how it very clearly just kind of connects to the outside with just being an open space. And here's the different bedroom layouts. This is bedroom layout number 2. I misordered them, that's my bad. And so you can kind of see how the desk, there's like a sofa and public space you can kind of gather around. There's a bathroom, closet, a balcony. And I made sure to make these spaces really nice because I think that's really important for the people here to ensure they're happy. Sorry, I'm taking so long. Bedroom layout number 1, this is with no stairs, just kind of much more open. There's no inclusion of stairs, so there's that difference of height, but still, again, the same appliances are here. And here's another bedroom layout. This one's more so for ADA purposes, for someone who is handicapped or in a wheelchair or who's bound by a wheelchair can use this space in particular and have, essentially, they can use this space pretty much. And here's a reading room that I included just as an extra kind of piece to the puzzle, as a way to kind of, again, another space these people can use so they can, again, kind of really enjoy their time here and they can really take advantage of the facilities. I think, you know, when you're here and you're spending a long time here, I think if you can kind of just sit down and really enjoy yourself, I think that's a really key part of going anywhere, be it for work, be it for anything. And I think, again, this is just another thing that I meant to include, or I really wanted to include, to ensure people here are always have something they can do. And so here's just a render of one of those bedrooms. Again, the light kind of comes in the morning and there's passive heating that can occur. And you can kind of get waken up by the light, and you can have a large amount of space, large high ceiling, so you don't feel so enclosed. And just in general, have a really great view of like the mountains. And then here is the patio space, looking out and kind of seeing everything. I wanted to really try to go with a pop kind of style with this, just kind of making it a combination of the realism and kind of stylized. And here's the interior, just kind of a wide open space with a large amounts of fenestration coming in. And then, yeah, that's overall the project. I think my emphasis was a lot more on program than anything else. And I'm sorry I rambled for so long, but yeah.
Gregory, do you not have any internal stairs in your building? Like, how do you have these elevators, right? But how do you circulate if you weren't going to use an elevator between those levels?
There'd be no other option. You would have to use the elevators, which I know then presents itself another issue of if those elevators fail, then.
Yeah, or if you have a power outage or something like that, then.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, Greg, I missed that entirely this whole friggin' semester, but that's just really not a good option. First of all, you want to encourage people to use the stairs. I mean, they're out in the wilderness, they're probably going to be in good shape, but it's you do need to work some stairs into this. I would really recommend you do that before portfolio review. I apologize.
I think my mindset with that was that I really wanted to make sure that anyone in the space could be using it. That meant people that specifically meant people who were handicapped in some way, shape, or form. And I think for me, having the elevators were the main form of access, I think that was enough, but I didn't take into consideration, well, if those don't work, there's an issue. But yeah,
it's good to take, you know, universal design features into consideration, but, you know, just for simple functionality, you're still going to have some stairs. And I don't want to get hung up on that, but that's definitely something you want to look at. Can you what's the little building there next to the helipad? What is that again?
That is the main entrance. You go into that, and that takes the elevator. Would you like me to go back to the floor plan that shows that?
Yeah, and you were saying, oh, the elevator goes deep into the ground. Like, where does it go to? I didn't understand what you.
Sorry about that. So here, this is where that building is that you mentioned before. And so we go down about 10 feet, and then there's a small
hall. This is all underground. This walkway is all underground?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I have a few questions maybe on the front end, and I think they're questions that start to get at the criticism I have, especially since you showed us thermal baths and valves, which is just such a compelling project. And in a very similar environment, when I was looking at the site, I was like, have I been anywhere close to this? Luckily, I've been able to visit that place, and that's as close as I've ever been to this site. But but like, to me, valves, well, okay, so let me go back. I'll say the environmental stuff first, and then the thing about valves. So in terms of like your response to the environment, I'm not getting enough of a sense maybe that you're saying what are the elements that are extreme about this environment. You know, maybe it seems obvious, but like, obviously it's super cold, so we got that. But there's also extreme wind, and there's the light has a certain quality. What is it? What side of the mountain are we on, such that when do we get that light? Is the sunset and sunrise at very different times than it would have been because we're shielded in some way? So I think that, especially because of the way the prompt was written, maybe you want to foreground your response to those things, and in a way that I'm not, especially with light, and this maybe takes us back to vowels a little bit. Like light is so central to that piece, both light that maybe comes in and you mentioned it, right, in little slits in the roof along walls, but also it comes in through large, huge open windows that almost feel like they're not there sometimes. Yeah, I think so I'll leave those comments, and maybe we'll come back as the discussion progresses to your response to those, or ways that it could maybe deepen the project to have a more direct response to some of those environmental things. With vowels, I think spatially, architecturally, the reading of vowels, I mean, you talked about these units, blocks that are making it up. But I think the big thing about vowels is it has blocks and it has the space between the blocks. And that's what I think would also deepen your project if you'd kind of engaged spatially with vowels in that sense. And the way that it's, some programs want to be more enclosed and they kind of can be contained in units. And then there's, and those place themselves around the building. And then we have other spaces, maybe more the common spaces that are happening between those. If you maybe flip back, so we're looking at your plan right now, and you mentioned this idea of a long hallway. If we go back to the plan of vowels, before we get to your studies, each of those boxes that are containing different pools on the right side of the plan are, there are kind of hallways in this project, but you don't read them and you don't experience them as such. And so I think there's something kind of powerful about that idea. And maybe it helps you get at some of your intentions, which you stated really clearly, of giving people their moments to be able to go off and separate themselves and have their own experience that's different from other people in the group. There's an exploratory quality about this space, and I think the super direct long hallway approach maybe is, it's very functional, but it could be, I think if you'd taken some cues from this and project in that sense, it could deepen what you've got.
Yeah, I think you kind of were talking about the units and stuff like that. I think you mentioned there's a parallel between that and like I guess you can see that with the bedrooms, those units, there's a parallel there. And so, but I think this was a thing that we kind of did mention, but I think that was possibly a mistake. That I didn't like really kind of take that element from it. But now I'm looking at it and
it's an opportunity, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And Gregory, can you go back to your floor plan? I mean, I agree that the long hallway, as Emily's saying, it's functional, but yeah, it gets the job done to get you from point A to B, but it's not architecturally, it's not the most compelling space. I think, and you keep highlighting that it's obviously these people are here, especially if it's in the winter, they can't really go outside. I think I think in terms of program, you clearly put a lot of work and a lot of thought into that. I'm wondering if there is another layer of spaces that happens between the public spaces where you gather and then your private room, which could maybe happen along that hallway. Maybe there are kind of little areas that you could pull out. Let's say if you just want to read a book, right? But you don't want to be in the main living room, and you also like, my God, I've been looking at the four walls in my room all day long. Is there maybe an intermediate space? It's kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, semi-public. That gives you kind of a sense that you're part of a larger whole, but you're still kind of on your own. I mean, you kind of see that, if you think about, going to a hotel, for example, you see those spaces a lot of times where, people might be able to take a phone call, or you might be able to read a book or prepare some work. So just kind of doing that, there's kind of another layer of program that would allow you to kind of not have to be in your room and not have to be in the kind of the public communal space. And I think the hallway could kind of become an occupiable space and not just a 4, 5, or 6 foot wide hallway, but actually a space that you can actually spill out, and it kind of extends your room, right? It's not something that is part of your room, but it extends your room kind of beyond the front door of your space.
I think actually, if you see in the middle here, here's the reading room. I think maybe possibly moving.
You're right. And I have to give you credit for that. You have another layer there.
Yeah, but I think you're also making a good point in that I think the reading room, it's placed here, right? I think placing it maybe here and maybe shifting these units around so it's a little bit closer to it in a way, more centralized, but using this as that point of center, I think that could probably maybe do what you're mentioning in a little bit more successful way, Yeah. And maybe obviously expanded. I think it's too small.
Yeah, and there could be like Michael was throwing over, there could be some spaces flipped on the other side of the hallway that are just part of the hallway and become expanded. There are little sitting areas or niches. And I also would look into, I guess this is below ground, right? The white is your poche, right? That's your solid ground.
Yeah.
Actually below ground there. It's the you color coding is playing tricks on me, but I mean, definitely did it right. But which I was thinking, well, why can't you go out there into that space? But it's actually all ground there.
I think that's a good point though, because you kind of wrap almost all the way around, but you could have created a protected space from the wind. That's kind of why I brought up the wind, is to kind of like lead into a thought about, I know if we went to your upper floor plan, you're talking about creating this outdoor space, but what if it was even more protected and even more of a kind of well of light is coming down into that space? I mean, that's one attitude about it that could have maybe been a response to this particular environment. And I like that you're providing this one of the coolest experiences of Val's was to be able to be in water that was heated and be outside, and it was snowing and I could be outside and it was fine. That was an amazing experience. But I just think, so I think that like instinct was great, but as well it could be maybe more integrated into the architecture. Like, how do I encounter this water, and can that water that's heated maybe become part of the systems that also heats the rest of the building, like using thermally active surfaces and the thermal quality. I mean, thermal baths and valves, it's thermal, it's what it's about, right? So like that's happening there, and maybe that's also, the water system is not just this one moment, but it's kind of helping the whole building to be this warm and inviting environment for people to exist in a pretty extreme place.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good idea, and I think it's a really good kind of potential with that. I mean, you did try to hit on the note of like what makes Nordoss so like unique. I think kind of using that as possibly an experience for like the light well or like a well kind of thing, using that as a central point and wrapping around it. I think that's also really valid. I did at some point mention, not like in this presentation, but at some point in the semester, I did mention about possibly using the kind of the wrapping shape to form a courtyard-esque space. But the thing is that I think I just ended up dropping that because my focus was on other things like the programs and other kind of features. But I think that's good though. And I think
we got to move on, you guys. I don't mean to interrupt. Peter has joined us.
Can I add a couple things?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah. So, hi all. I'm Peter Anderson. I apologize to you all for arriving late.
He used to be a good friend.
Mike didn't tell me you have a time change there in Texas, so I apologize. I'm on the West Coast.
We're in Texas. We're all a little different here. We're in our own country.
You're different in everything. You even have your own time zone. But fortunately, I saw this project at the mid-review, so I missed your very introduction now, Gregory, which I apologize for. But I did see it at the mid-review. First, I want to say that I really think you've taken it a long ways. The focus on the program really shows up. because you had the general layout at the mid-review, and the interior was not really thought through. And I think you've done a really great job of thinking about what it would be like to live in this space. At the same time, I think you probably, as you did that, you probably should have given yourself a little more leeway to push and pull a little bit your overall partie. I get a little bit the feeling that the outside shape was set, and then you figured out what to do with the inside. But the overall thought is that I really like the way it kind of the overall form of it. It feels almost like it could get a little closer, like that courtyard space in between is too big to feel protected in this environment.
I kind of see like this tail on the right hand side. You can kind of bend it and maybe push some other things together. Maybe like the left side, maybe kind of angle it a little bit more. There's like small things you can do that you can like I think like I mentioned it actually when you were there. I mentioned that courtyard. And I think just more bends and more kind of like pushing, like you're saying, leeway. I think that can definitely do that.
On the inside, just to make a counterpoint to our other two reviewers about the long hallways, it is certainly, I really like the long hallways and think you could have pushed that further. And I guess that is a little bit what Uli was saying too, that you could make them do more for you. But to sort of solve your elevator stair problem and the long hallways, I think this is a good opportunity for using ramps to create access to the different levels, and to make it less stratified to specific cutoff of first floor, second floor, third floor. You've got, because you have this long distributed plan, that's what we usually wish we had, long distributed plans so we could do more ramping in buildings. So you're kind of set up to be able to have a ramp, which could introduce some more spatial interest and solve those things. But then the long hallways become part of a potential circulation loop, which I think would be very beneficial to you in this, to have in the harsh winter months a way to kind of do a loop walk through the building, that so you don't have the dead ends. And I particularly was bothered by this dead end down here of the hallway. First of all, it's an opportunity in, I know we're on the upper floor now. It's an opportunity for a kind of a special space at the end of that hallway in the residential area, whatever it is, some kind of private space or semi-private space or something. But it also could be an opportunity for a part of the loop. Maybe it even has to go partly outdoors or shaded or something like that, that allows you to move through the whole. You're close enough to a circle that you could create a circulation loop that gives you a place to walk. And the last thing I want, what?
It's almost like you could walk. You could, in the most inclement of weather, you could you could get some exercise, burn off some steam, kind of.
Yeah, it's kind of like MIT in the winter. If you've ever visited MIT, all the buildings are connected, and sometimes the connections are only known to the insiders. It's very complicated, but it's a very cool environment that you can move from place to place through all these different routes.
But real quickly, we do have to move on, but that's also true of Minnesota, University of Minnesota, and the whole city of Toronto, basically. Mm-hmm. The concourses, you can go down in your apartment, get on the subway, go downtown, get off the subway, go shopping, go to work, and go back on the concourse and never really go outside during the day. I'm not sure if that's good, bad, or whatever, but there are those alternate routes in that type of weather that can be really intriguing.
And lastly, I want to comment, I really appreciate your thought that the individual units, that's very perceptive, that when you're there for a long time, you don't want to have everybody's individual house unit exactly the same as the others. And that gives an area of exploration and things that I think that's very thoughtful. And if anything, it could start to express itself a little bit on the outside a little bit. So if you're looking back at the units from the outside, you might have a little more sense of, oh, that's my unit there. So you have a little more of that connection. But I think that's a perceptive and really great feature.
Okay.
I want to say one more thing. Gregory, I don't know if Michael made you do all these details. I really wanted to commend you on that. It's not necessarily common at the studio level that you really thought about the details and how the materials come together. Kind of going forward, make like your renderings were kind of relatively, abstract in terms of the material representation. So the next step is, how does the material actually affect the architecture? Mm-hmm. But I want to commend you on really working through those detours, or at least looking at precedents and understanding it. Although I would probably urge you, if you have CLT, maybe you can expose some of the surfaces on the inside. You don't need to have, it's sort of kind of services running everywhere. You can expose ceiling surface, and you're already paying for the material. You're paying good money for it, to don't cover it up with yet another layer of wood. But I appreciate your thoughtfulness and kind of trying to resolve those details.
Gotcha. Well, thank you guys so much. We've taken up a lot of time, but thank you guys so much for the feedback. It's been incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Where's your family from? Switzerland?
My family? No, they're American and Peruvian.
Okay, Mugli sounds very Swiss.
It is actually. It is actually.
Okay.
Yeah, are you really like Swiss Peruvian then?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole ethnic group. They're going to put it on the census next year. Kaylin, will you go ahead and start sharing, please?
Yes, I'm working.
The question is, Michael, will they be included?
They won't, because we got to do it too quickly. They might become a voting block. Oh, I forget, we're supposed to behave here.
All right.
Those are being broadcast on YouTube.
So, Peter, real quickly, do you know Uli at all, Uli Dangle from the University of Texas?
No.
I've heard your name. We haven't met. I'm sorry, but I appreciate meeting you and Emily now through this.
Nice to meet you, Peter.
And then Emily's from the Fay Jones School at Arkansas. Uli, real quickly, Peter and his brother Mark have a firm in, Oregon or Washington and San Francisco. Mark teaches at Cal and Peter teaches at CCA, but they're very, very interested in mass timber. That's one of the things and prefabrication and stuff. So, and we've done a couple of projects together and worked, done reviews for all three of us together for a couple decades now.
You're making us sound old, Mike.
Well, I am old, but that's okay. Never mind. Kaylin, I'm sorry I'm taking up your time.
No, you're fine. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm Caitlin, and this is my project on the OTSI Research Facility. So before I get into my project specifically, I do want to talk about my precedent and the work that we did at the beginning of the semester. So I had the Levon Dance Center, and with my group, we focused a lot on the curvature of the building, but also the use of like windows and the polycarbonate facade. So here, just looking at how the building could have been formed, kind of speculating on that and how the different poses of the dancer and the body could influence the shape and then different features inside the building as well. So from there, we did create a model. So this looked at floor plates and columns and how those would interact between floors. So that gave us a much better understanding of how the building physically worked. From there, we took the two poses that we had found kind of interesting from our initial studies and took that into modeling. So these are our first study models, looking at how two poses could create 6 different iterations. And then here are those at full scale placed on the site, which was just a random site that McCall gave us. But looking at how those could start to be formed. And then we've continued forward with the bottom left one. And this was some images of the final one there. But we wanted to make it, looking at how it could be a little bit more dramatic and then also fit into the site a little bit more. So now moving into my presentation. The purpose of my project is to create an arrangement of spaces that promotes interaction during and outside of research, especially through the central public space that balances focus on daily life and the exterior landscape. So I just really wanted to focus on how my project could be this one central space that had a kind of a branching element to it. But this is looking at the site map. So I pointed out the different peaks notated in green near the area. There are 2 hotels in the area as well, a major city down in the valley, and then my site is located up towards the peak of the mountain near where Otzi the Iceman was found. So looking at my site analysis, I just kind of looked at where the site was located overall, looked a little bit at the sun paths, and then the different elevations of the site throughout, and then the different flora that's found at the different levels of the alpine zones. So looking at my program, we were given 4 overarching programs. So for the lab, I wanted to include a workspace, a clean link, and storage areas. The administration, I wanted like it to be more of an entry area, but then still having like a desk or an office space. Private living, I wanted it to have 6, well, we were given 6 bedrooms and then 2 quarantine rooms. And then public living, I wanted there to be a multi-purpose room, a lounge area, a kitchen, and then kind of like a conference larger table area. So taking this a little bit further, as I started to look at it a little bit more, I knew that I wanted that public space to kind of have overlap with every space within the building, just to like make it like a really central kind of hub for everyone to interact in. But I knew that I also wanted the private living to be a little bit more separate, especially from the lab space, because I felt like work and home life should be separate, especially when you're going to be spending so much time in this area. So I created a bounding box of sorts for myself and then used different shapes that were proportionate to the square footages that I decided on, and kind of started to look at how I could arrange those and create 8 different arrangements. And from there, I took the first 4 because I decided I kind of liked those shapes best, and moved them into a more physical model so that I could like see it and touch it. So from there, I kind of started to define my process, which was to take a shape, extrude it, create a roof slope, merge the shapes, and then to kind of Boolean out these curves in relation to my precedent. So I decided to move forward with number 3. I kind of felt like the arrangement just left a lot to be played with still. So this is my digital rendition of those steps and how it kind of came to create my initial form. And then again, just noting back to my precedent and how I wanted to keep that curvature throughout and kind of play with that. And then here's my first physical model that I built of it. I just really wanted to kind of see it and touch it. And this kind of helped me notice like how it interacted with the site and overall the scale of the project and how much it was much bigger than I originally thought it was. So that was a really helpful model for me. And then this is my atmospheric study. I took one of the sketches that I had done and kind of digitalized it a little bit. So I added in materials, which would be like a stone and metal, and then some sort of wood of some sort. And then the lines that you see on here are circulation paths, which help me kind of reevaluate where I was at in my project, with the red being like a typical entry through the spaces, the yellow being a day-to-day kind of path from the bedroom private living area to the public living and then into the lab. And then the blue was the quarantine entry path, which I really realized was not working. So this was something I reevaluated as I moved forward. And the other issue that I was having at this point was that 3 of my bedrooms didn't have any windows because of how they were laid out. So this was something that I knew I needed to change as I moved forward. So my solution to that was to go back and reevaluate my steps. And the main change that I made was that I used a rotation in it so that this piece kind of stuck out and gave me more room to work with windows and getting natural light into these spaces. So here's kind of the digital rendition of that and where it got me to what's kind of my final form, but definitely changed a lot still. And then just noting back to my precedent and how I kept that curvature in mind as I was creating and wanted this to be a little bit more dramatic. So then reevaluating again, I had at my mid-review, I got a lot of criticism on how I was using my space. So I decided to go back and kind of relook at how I was laying out the public space and especially the multi-purpose room. And what I kind of decided was that I needed to like add on more space and relook at how I was actually situating things within it, and especially creating a mudroom kind of airlock space so that there's a vestibule between the cold air and the warm air inside. So this is a diagram just kind of showing where those spaces got added, a little sneak peek at my floor plan. Looking at the site plan overall, I'm kind of located in a little bit of a saddle. So I really wanted to kind of play into those contours, as you can kind of see on the right side, and focus on that, but also go against them, as I do more so over here. So moving into my floor plan, you would enter over here into the mudroom. It would carry you through the administration entry kind of area and then into this public living space, which could then branch out to the bedrooms, or you could enter the lab from there. And the labs will have clean lanes on both sides just to make sure that everything is safe. And then having my two multi-purpose rooms over here, which could function kind of however you needed them to. I know personally for me, I like to have a little bit of a separate space, but still be around people at the same time. And I thought that was a good solution. And then looking at the second floor, these would be where the quarantine bedrooms were located. And then you can also still see down into the lab and the storage rooms there. And then this is just a diagram kind of looking at my program overall and where the different spaces are located and how they connect to one another. And then circulation, these are my sketches that I originally did, kind of looking at how the three types of circulation could work throughout. And then I digitalized that. And then, so the teal color would represent a typical path of entry. Then darker blue represents the quarantine, and the green would be a typical like bedroom to lab situation. And then I did notate the two kind of emergency exits, if you will, and how those would connect to the rest of the building. And then I started to look at my beam structure, just kind of how I would want those to be spanning across, and where they would kind of be situated. And then where the beams all meet would be a big column, obviously. So then looking at my section, this takes you through the multi-purpose room, the public kitchen area, and then into the bedrooms, and just kind of looking at tall ceilings and the different relationship of the spaces. And then this one looks at the public space, the administration entry, and then the quarantine rooms above. And then as I started to look at my wall section, I was kind of just trying to figure out like how different materials could work together. I knew I wanted to do a poured concrete pier to create like my foundation. And then we're looking at how like the typical wall assembly could work with the windows, definitely using a high grade window to protect against the elements. And then my roofs, I want them to be pretty flat. So kind of looking at how that would work, and then lots of insulation to protect against the cold. So here's my first elevation, starting to look at materiality. I knew I wanted to do some sort of wood, and I eventually settled on a pine of some sort, just because there are so many like evergreens in the area. So that would be a good use of that material. And then as kind of a cladding to protect my foundation below, I would want to use the gneiss rock that's found on the site to kind of build up that protection layer around that, just to keep all the snow out and create like kind of a crawl space for utilities and such. So here's another image of that. And then my exploded axon, I kind of wanted to break it back down into like those 4 initial programs that I had. So I pulled apart those and just kind of wanted to look at how the floors and the structure could relate to the different encasements of the building. And then moving into my renders, this one I was just looking at materiality and how the wood is so horizontal, but then the windows start to feel more vertical. Looking inside just at how those spaces could start to be arranged a little bit and create different zones within a larger space. Just looking at a bedroom a little bit, pretty basic. And then again, I was just kind of focusing on how the wood was so horizontal, but the windows could also be vertical. So yeah, that's what I have. Thank you.
Just a clarification. So there was an initial project in the formal studies that you showed were on a different site, just kind of a formal study, and then you moved into this project? That's kind of
yeah. So we started off the semester. We had a precedent, like I know Greg showed his thermal vows. So ours was the Levant Dance Center, and we kind of did like a mini project around that before we kind of moved into this final project. And I just wanted to show a little bit of it.
Yeah. Was there a program involved in that part of the project as well?
It was kind of brought up that you should kind of think about like what could go in the space, but it was nothing formal.
Yeah.
The original that problem is first called extraction and then projection. And the projection part, it's like to conceive of it as 3 types of spaces: one big space, 3 or 4 little medium spaces, and a couple of little spaces that might just be in the walls or that kind of thing, but not really get caught up in a program per se, more in terms of, and it was formal. I think that's a very valid way to look at it. It's about the operations.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there was something really compelling about that first project that you showed, and part of what I was thinking about, I know that's a long way back in your presentation, but part of what I was thinking about there was the way the building touches the ground, and the way that you're taking a form and playing off of a form, but that form was allowing you to kind of touch the ground a little bit more lightly. I mean, you were still digging in, I think, but and creating maybe a space under the building. That's the way I was reading the model a little bit, but there we go. But you're also kind of projecting up and out, and you know, I know that structurally that's a big deal, right, to try to make happen. But like in terms of, you know, one of the things about dealing with this extreme environment, I'm trying to just be in the mindset of the prompt and everything, is that it's not insignificant to make a foundation in this place, especially when you have to dig down, as the previous student talked about. And so one way to approach a thing that is tough to do is say, I'm going to limit how much I can do that, touch the ground, and then and how much can I provide by this minimal move, you know? So I think that was the comment that I had just based on your first project. You went a different direction with your final piece, and it has a more kind of like foundation that roots fully underneath the building. But I wonder, maybe the question to ask is there a way that the form with the curves can not just be a response maybe to the precedent, but also how does it help you respond to the environment that you're working in?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, I was just kind of thinking about it like the foundation to me is honestly a little bit confusing still.
It's hard to wrap your head around it at the beginning, especially.
Yeah, and I knew that, like, for me personally, I really didn't want to disturb the landscape too much, which is why I kind of, like, my building doesn't really touch the ground, but it does at the same time. And I just kind of, I don't know, for me, it was me kind of wanting to, like, still have a foundation, but not be too disturbing to the site at the same time, which is why I kind of went with, and I was struggling with the different elevations of the ground and like that a lot. So looking how I could keep my idea that I was like going with, but still make it work physically, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, I mean, we can move back to your next project, but I just wanted to bring up an opportunity when you're working with a formal quality, especially in such extreme environments. Like, I think that one of the big things that is true about any project, you know, in the context that, you know, it was mentioned in the brief, space stations and like NASA and people using space station or using these extreme environments on Earth as a way to study how do we do things in space. In both of those cases, every single thing you use, if it could have a double duty somehow or triple duty, you know, like if everything can do more than one thing, then that's really even more important in these environments. I think it's important in all environments, but it's even more important in these environments. So it makes me want to ask the question, maybe you just go away with the question. how can I even more use the formal quality I'm working with to like work with the wind? Maybe I direct wind around the building, or, you know, because it's an extreme kind of force, or something like that. Or maybe it's a way that I capture light, or, you know. Yeah.
Okay.
I do think that Caitlin's project is one that probably works really well with the wind, as it sort of hugs the ground. It's got curves, the roof overhang, no roof overhang, so the uplift, et cetera, et cetera. And that's something I think you did talk about a lot when you were doing the project. So
yeah, we talked about that, and just kind of how like I didn't want to have to deal with the wind forces as much. Like I wanted the building to handle it on its own, instead of me like having to combat it by reinforcing overhangs, or because I did have overhangs at one point, and I got a lot of criticism on them because of the wind, and that was just something I never really thought about, honestly. For me, like kind of looking at that and how I could change that, make it a little bit more compact, was really interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Emily's comment. Like whenever one of my students does a curve, I ask them like, what does it do? Does it really make the project better? And I think you have to ask, not saying that curves are bad, but they're typically, can you maybe move to your project so we can see your project? Yes. Maybe go to the process. I mean, I enjoyed seeing your process, maybe the last set of process diagrams that you showed. So how does the curve actually contribute to it programmatically and experientially? Thank you for showing us your process. I did really enjoy seeing that. Maybe go back to the one set before. What I really liked. Yeah, I mean, this one is a really good example. I mean, you're obviously dealing with these major spaces and you're kind of establishing a hierarchy. And this is always a little bit of a difficult situation when you're showing in the reviewers your process and where you ended up, where you were and where you ended up. I actually liked some of the earlier steps, especially where you're starting to pull the program elements apart and you're giving them a little bit of breathing room. Like I'm just looking at this one down here, where you're not baking everything together. I mean, I think, first of all, I mean, I think it's smart to make a compact shape in this environment, right? Both, for wind and climate and energy. But I think giving the individual program elements a little bit of breathing room, and whether that is actually an outdoor space, as this might imply, or it's actually an interstitial circulation space or something, I think your project would probably benefit from that a little bit, because if you now go to your floor plan, that would just kind of untangle some of your geometries just kind of collide, and like you got that one bedroom that's got that really sharp triangular corner, and so I think that would allow you to, I mean, if you just took those 4 elements and all moved them, couple feet in each direction, then all of a sudden, and I think it would also then give you some legibility of some of those elements. Again, there could be unified feel. That's what you have in your exterior renderings. But I think you could still maybe articulate. So, I mean, not every program element needs to be articulated, right? 3-dimensionally. I don't think that's necessary. But maybe there's kind of larger volumes that are actually legible as a like the lab space or the communal space are maybe legible. I mean, not every bathroom has to be expressed, right? 3-dimensionally on the outside of the building, but I think it would kind of allow you to have this unified mass, but still kind of in a finer grain, kind of individual elements are maybe a little bit articulated. And then you could also think about, well, maybe this wood is dark and this wood is light, or this is not wood and it becomes a different material. So you can start to, so not everything, I mean, there's nothing wrong with giving everything the uniform treatment. That's certainly an approach, but I think it might give you some ideas when you all of a sudden you're kind of looking at, is there actually a seam here, and is there a seam here, and is there a seam here, where again you've got these puzzle pieces that come together, but you're giving like the puzzle pieces, there's not such a tight fit, right? There's a little bit of room that they can breathe. But I think, I think overall you've made a lot of good moves. But just for me, that just letting these program elements, and then you can come in and you don't end up like an interstitial space. Here could be some kind of some kind of sitting area or meeting area, and then you don't end up with kind of weird, weirdly shaped rooms that you kind of have to resolve. That's what circulation is great for, or even little outdoor spaces. They can kind of deal with these geometries because they're part of a larger network, and then they don't kind of turn into these kind of weird geometries because they're part of that larger system.
So really, are you sort of suggesting another operational move might have been, now that you have this, to separate, to just...
Yeah, I just not maybe move them as close together as she has them. That there's, I mean, I don't know if it would move him. I don't know if he would move him as far as apart as making an actual additional space, or is it just, is this just a narrow reveal? Ideally, it's probably something that wants to be occupiable.
Yeah, so just giving him a little bit more breathing room almost.
Yes. I think that would kind of untangle some of these weird things where the angles come together, and it would also make your structural system a whole lot easier, because then you've got 4 elements that are pretty straightforward, and then you've got that weird, then you've got the weird triangular space and in between them, or something that then gets a different treatment. It would make your structural system a whole lot more regular, and you don't have to like then kind of turn it on the spot.
Okay.
And then Caitlin, I think if one were to do that, which I think is a valid approach, right, you would also do this a series of other things that I think are really kind of cool too. If you did have space, let's say in here, oops, I got the wrong. Anyway, then you would get light and a little peekaboo.
Exactly. Your bedroom problem might actually go away because you're giving everything a little bit of room.
And then you also might get a really wonderful, you talk about spaces. You have your 2 what you call them, multi-purpose rooms. But then if you have a really wonderful outdoor space, maybe if you could in here, that's protected yet enclosed and protected, yet it's outside. I mean, it's kind of like the courtyard at school, but it's much smaller.
Yes.
It's
that's something I wanted to mention. The kind of lack of indoor-outdoor space. I have a strong impression that you're in this building. You're either inside or outside. There's no in-between space, and that may be a particular intention. But I think at least at the entry areas, some kind of protected or some way of mediating a little bit between indoor and outdoor. And I think Mike's idea that in some kind of an protected interior courtyard space, even if if it's too harsh to go out there and just sit or something, just being able to see a protected space would be helpful, because having such a strong perimeter that separates you from the inside to the outside feels to me a little bit like it's you against the world, or the outside environment. You're protecting so much from the environment that the minute you walk through that very thin wall, indoor to outdoor, you're in an entirely different environment. I think it could benefit. And from what Uli was saying about pulling things apart a little bit, I think that's maybe the perfect way to be able to do that, to introduce those transition spaces or feelings that you're a little bit inside and outside.
Yeah, that was honestly kind of something I wanted. I grew up in a very cold climate, so for me, like having that space that is inside and protected was something that like really resonated with me. But I do think that I could have done a better job of creating outdoor protective spaces. Like I did add on a deck late in my design, but I just think it could have been a lot more developed.
I mean, I think Peter's point is really good, where he's saying, I talked about pulling it apart, and then all of a sudden, the points where you actually get into the building become really, like these seams actually become natural. Well, I'm trying to draw here, but I can't, all of a sudden it's like, that's not the area I wanted, but all of a sudden, maybe that's where you enter the building and not kind of at the end of this thing, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Another thing about the process of going into looking at the structure. So I think it's it's great that you're doing that. That maybe could happen a little bit earlier or on an iterative basis for you in the developing of the forms. And I think several of these things would kind of sort themselves out a little bit more, and some of the kind of structural regularity that would happen by analyzing a little bit where your main structural beams and supports are would then inform that process of maybe separating, differentiating a little bit. So I would encourage an iterative process where you try to hit that early on. Maybe you don't get into too much detail in the structure, but you have some thought of how the structural system works earlier on, and that starts to help with the overall form developments, which also help with the spatial development and separation inside. So rather than thinking of that as a sequence, because you're clearly very interested in process, and I really appreciate that you both did a rigorous process and documented the rigorous process. So that's an area where you obviously have an interest and a talent in thinking about that. So I'd encourage you to bring that into your process, sort of thinking of it as a multi-iteration thing where you listen to each new thing and then go back and re-challenge your earlier assumptions so that it refines through that process. So it's not strictly linear, but progressive, with new bits of information being attached at each level.
Did that make sense to you, Caitlin? Because I think that advice is really powerful.
Yeah, no, that was very, I really appreciate that. It's definitely something I'm very interested in. And I think thinking of it at multiple layers as well would definitely help me create much stronger projects.
Yeah, so you could think of things like, you could just think of light and what are the processes of bringing light in. You could think of structure, you could think of enclosure. But I think I want to point out really quickly that it's interesting that this group of reviewers has thanked you for your process. And in your last review, you were sort of slammed that your process had no meaning or interest.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to tell you to listen to these guys.
Yeah, I totally agree that take the process even further. Like if that's what I'm hearing from like Peter say, essentially, like even the lines that you drew of circulation through the building and the kind of smoothness of the lines that you could even equate back to the dance move. And let's stay on the plan for a sec, or these are good. Like I think the smoothness of the lines of circulation might also help you refine some of the interior connections, interior walls, and then even, and this is the practice, right? And you're, as a student, you're learning these things, but like, I totally agree about the comment on structure. Like if you bring structure into it and you think of a structure that has a regularity to it, and yet that regularity is slight change, it's able to accommodate these kind of width changes of the building. Then you make get interior walls that follow a little bit more along with the curve of the outside and helps smooth your circulation path through those spaces. Yeah, I think that there are potentials to just push that even further and really refine the project that way. The comment that I had was the facade system on your precedent seemed to be about mitigating light in a really certain way. And I could understand why you may not want to have like an entirely, translucent or transparent facade in such an environment, but maybe that you could have some places that open themselves up more and maybe take some of that into account. Like it's not just punched openings, but it may be an opaque facade that transitions into a facade that is deeply layered, so it's able to mitigate that thermal kind of quality that you need in this environment, but it's still like tries to bring in as much light as possible. I
Yeah.
think that's an opportunity too.
Okay, any last quick comments or
Yes.
Kate, do you have anything?
Yes, I have one. Caitlin, can you go back to your floor plan?
Yes.
I don't think there's anything. So what did you draw this in? What
Uh,
software did you use?
it was taken in Rhino and then I moved it into Illustrator.
Okay, so I think there's nothing wrong with working with curves, but I would encourage you, if you're going to work with curves, don't work with Booleans. Like
Okay.
work with arcs.
Yeah.
And I know when I practiced, the first program I learned was MicroStation, which was it really comes out of the engineering world, and that did tangential snaps of arcs really well. And you need to find a software. I don't know if Rhino can do that. I don't use it.
Rhino is terrible with curves.
Yeah, it's like it creates these really weird curves at the end, like this piece, and then also this curve is such a shallow curve. It's almost not a curve. So if that was actually based on an arc and the radius, it would be a much nicer curve. And
Okay.
then even if these curves there on this facade were made up of individual arcs, again, you need to do tangent. You need to know how to tangentially snap from one curve to the next, so you have a smooth transition. But this could just be made up out of different sized arcs.
Mm-hmm.
And then it also makes offsetting things a lot easier because it's it's geometrically described. You can also then do a perpendicular snap to it, where you then all of a sudden do interior walls that kind of offset and don't come in at weird angles. So I think it just gives you a whole lot more control. It's a little more constrained, obviously, because you're always working with a radius and the points are always a certain distance from a midpoint. But I think in the end, the outcome, like geometrically, is going to be a whole lot more satisfying. So I'd encourage you to try that if one of your next projects actually has curves, and that probably applies to everyone in the class. Don't use Boolean. I mean, Booleans are great when you're doing fabrication and stuff, and you're going straight from the digital file, but digital file that goes to the fabricator, and they put it straight into their CNC or whatever. But it's like, how's a builder ever going to set that out with a Boolean?
Yeah.
They're going to be able to set out a Boolean curve foundation on the ground. I mean, unless it's just going to be.
They're going to use augmented reality.
I guess so, yeah.
I think so, honestly.
Prefab it all.
It's right around the corner.
Prefab
not
it all
already here.
Helicopter it in. So.
Yeah.
I just learned something very useful from that, Uli. So thank you. That made clear something to me that will be helpful to my work in helping students too. So that was very, very nicely and clearly put in a way that we can all learn from.
And you can take it off of YouTube later, Peter, and just.
It's going to live there forever. Yeah.
Okay, we have to move on. Thank you very, very much, Caitlin.
So much.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Appreciated it.
All right, now we have Soha.
That's me. Yep. Okay. Y'all see it? Y'all hear me?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So I'm Soham, and this is the OTC Center for Analog Architecture and Anthropocene. So I want to work with agrarian architecture, specifically like the language of grain silos.
Soham?
Yeah.
It sounds really gravelly. Is there something you can do about that, or should we just bear it?
Maybe it's easier if you turn your video off and it's just the sound. I'm not sure if that'll help.
Yeah, let me try. Okay. So I was trying to do agrarian architecture through like the language of specifically grain silos, since because the development of agriculture and sort of like modern human society is what has led to the Anthropocene. If that never happened, we would never had the population boom. We would have never gotten like where we are now. And so in a way, I'm trying to take architecture from the very beginning of time and applying it to something that could, possibly be the end of our time as well. So began with like the programmatic analysis that we all had to do. And this is fairly simple. I just divided it up into what would be sort of like the living and the utility / lab or educational source spaces. And I also added a study. I felt like this was something that would be kind of helpful to have out here. Just something that isn't strictly for research or strictly for, you know, living. It's kind of a mix of both, and it's just a nice place to be. And so this is the site. I picked this square over there, which is right by where they found Otzi. And so looking at the site, there's just a few things that you noticed. You see like this sort of cup shape that's formed there. And what this does, it actually protects that little area from a lot of the cold northern wind that you get. And then you have this really pretty view out north to the mountains and then south to more mountains and the rest of sort of Italy. And because of the cup as well, you get, and it's sort of just general placement, you get a nice amount of sunlight from the south almost, you know, year long, except for like, you know, winter. So zooming in further, I selected going further in, I chose this spot for the building right on the sort of edge of that cup, and a little bit more into Italy than the other country bordering it. And so what I did is I started by looking at Antarctic research facilities, and something I noticed is that they're mostly modular and sort of pieced together to make it easier to just sort of build and so I carried that forward to the first few mapping models I did, working mainly with cylinders that I just grabbed from like the programmatic bubble diagram, and then building on that to make a sort of larger amalgamation of programs in different cylinders so that you have an actual building. And then this was the interlude that we had to do, which was sort of an atmospheric sort of look at our project. And because I wanted to do the agrarian architecture, I chose to just work with silos and then focusing on what I wanted the feeling to be as well, sort of a contained landscape as well as exterior free landscape and the interior look and feel of it as well. And so that actually led to this idea. So you had like your landing pad for the helicopter, your entry, all the living stuff on the first floor, the laboratory, an outside lab, the study, storage for the lab. Very simple sort of thing with an central staircase. And then going up, you had the private living quarters with all the bedrooms and quarantine rooms as well. And so this is what it looked like then, and this was around mid-review. And a couple of things were that with how nice the views were, you didn't actually get any of them with these long, narrow slit windows. So that was something that I wanted to change. And as well, talking to the reviewers during mid-review, there was a lack of, by pushing all the programs into on the outside rim, you kind of actually lost that feeling of roundness itself from the cylinder, which is something that we discussed, so I wanted to change that as well moving forward. And so the process that I did was I went back to the cylinders, the roofs that I had before, and then changing it up so that I ended up with the next one. So this is sort of the main area now, and you can see that with the circulation being on the outside and this sort of interior area for whatever else you want, you experience a lot more of the landscape around you, as well as the roundness from the cylinders. So here's sort of the overall roof / site plan. Another thing that changed from earlier was that instead of having direct connections, I focused on having these sort of elongated little hallways in between spaces so that you really experience the movement. And so from the front, from the east, it's kind of part of it's hidden. And from the front, you can see that a lot of it, or small bits of it, are actually also sunk into the ground as well. This is a vertical section. It looks a bit weird, not like what it should be, but you can see the hallways connecting these spaces, as well as the bedrooms sort of around each other, as well as the living room-ish area in the study. And then looking at the actual first floor plan, you can see all of this together. You have like dining and living together, kitchen right next to it, recreation, which would be a gym or whatever else you want. And so what you do is you enter from the administration test entryway, and you can go up these stairs or these stairs. And these stairs on the outside here are important because they connect directly to the quarantine rooms and bathrooms. And so what this allows is for a sort of one-way or loop of circulation to minimize any sort of contact with the rest of the healthy people. So you have the study with bookshelves and chairs and desks, the lab, and a connecting outside lab, which is also actually connected to underneath the quarantine rooms. And so what this does is it allows you to have sort of that encapsulated landscape to work with and do what you want with, but also, you know, still be protected from the elements. And then moving up, you have each of the bedrooms, which are now a bit smaller with the baths in the center, but they allow for a lot more movement and whatever use of this space as well on the outside. And so then moving on, I tried to look at sort of the structural system that I had in place. And before it was really wonky, just as many columns and beams as I could throw on there to make it seem safe. But looking at it, actually, it's a lot easier than that. So the main structural system are the wooden columns. And they have the exterior sort of hanging on them. And so this prevents the heat bridging that would occur if, say, the columns are right in the middle of the wall assembly. And then it's just a simple wall assembly with layers of insulation and then airspace and such. And the glazing and windows are all triple glazed with wooden insulation headers. And so really the system is just floors, beams, and the roofs on top. And so this is again that sort of rendering showing these beams here supporting everything, as well as the corrugated like aluminum siding that I chose for the building. Give it sort of that rustic, warm feeling, I thought. Here is a view from the second floor. So you leave your bedroom, you have a cup of coffee, you get to look out and see like the sunrise on the mountains, and it's just a nice, calm sort of thing. And then finally, this is a view of the stairs that I did as well. I just really like how the light looked here, and how you had all that refraction from the 2 layers of glass and wall. And then it ends on this kind of overview of it, of a nighttime scene, showing the aluminum sort of outside and how it reflects the interlude that I had before with the grain silo feel or atmosphere, I guess.
Just a question first. Is the site actually as flat there as it seems to look from this view? Yeah.
Yeah, this
a gentle slope right there.
Yeah, I took like what this is actually sitting on is from the model of the site that we had.
Okay. Okay.
So like right there is very flat. It's because it's such a large site that the slope evens out a lot at that like little spot. Basically. Right after this, it drops off dramatically.
And did you have a precedent building? Sorry, I was just
please.
In question, I was wondering because the other
did have
mentioned that was if it didn't end up being important to you, then that's fine. We can skip past it. But if there was something there,
yeah, I had my precedent was I worked with Greg and Aya. We had the thermal valves, and it didn't really affect me all that much. I kind of just moved away from it right away, and then I latched on the cylinder idea, and I just kept with that.
So well, I mean, cylinder. Sorry.
Go ahead, so please, let's go for it.
So the cylinder idea. I mean, you're talking about it being inspired by the agrarian architecture, but then you're also talking about space stations. Like, what was the final driver for the geometry and
I think it started off with me just looking at sort of the modularity of most of the antarctic stations. And going from that, I kind of took just like simple bubbles of the program and made the cylinders. And then later on, when we were talking, it was like, oh, these remind me of like the grain style. I was like, oh, that's something that I like the idea of. So I tried to work on that and continue that basically afterwards.
Can you go back to a plan view or something? So is your building modular in that sense?
Yeah.
It's not prefabricated the way you're describing the construction, right?
No.
Can we look at the floor some of the floor plans?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was going to ask the same thing or mention the same thing. It seems like you're playing off of types of spaces that tend to have some of their efficiency be from being modular or the efficiency. For instance, do you know the Dymaxion house, Buckminster Fuller's Dymaxion house?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know how it works structurally and why the round shape was important? How might your structural kind of idea be different from the Dymaxion house? Do you know that part of it?
One of the reasons I also chose to go with cylinders is just it allows, the wind from.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think.
Easier.
Yeah.
Compared to if I had a more orthogonal thing.
Yeah, I think it's gonna work with the wind in very particular ways, definitely. But what I was getting at with the Dymaxion house, to go back to that, is that it roots itself from the center, and the rest of the structure hangs down off of a center pole that kind of it gives it an extra bit of efficiency because the foundation mostly has to be strong right there, right in that center mast, and everything hanging off of it. And you're kind of, and I absolutely appreciate that you're thinking about the structure, and especially thinking about pulling structural elements inside so they're not interrupting your thermal. All these are really important things to be considering. But there's also an opportunity, I think, like to use these forms and maybe the mast may or may not be the right move for your particular project. That's up for debate. But how does, how do you get these things here and plant them in the ground, and the ways that they can come together, I think are all opportunities. And if you look really deeply at the Dymaxion house, the fact that its center is the structure, is the mast, and a lot of the services then gather themselves at the center, similar to the way that you start to do with the bathrooms being kind of gathered at the center. But you could take some of the other functions, kitchen and other things, and have these kind of layers. I think the cool thing you have going on, just one other thing to add to that, is the concentric layers of your main piece. You could have this kind of, and maybe you were doing this and I didn't catch you describing it exactly this way, but that layering could give you an efficiency and an opportunity in terms of like thermal comfort and energy use in the building, like that, that maybe that extra outer space doesn't have to be quite as thermally controlled as the inner spaces are. So thus it's acting as this buffer to the outside. I'm more often moving through these spaces and then entering another one to stay for a longer time. So I think it gives you an experiential and a kind of thermal opportunity. I also think that you showed some really, one really beautiful view of that space perspective. I think that, when you look at it in plan, there's more opportunities for those outer spaces to be more than what they are right now. So I think that's an opportunity to just say, what else can be here? How else can I use it? And maybe it is just, or not just, but is about moving through. It could also, if you're playing off of agrarian stuff, it makes me say, well, why not push it all the way and say, literally, it's a greenhouse that wraps the rest of the building. And, I can circulate through it, but I can grow stuff in it. It can be a solar collector. It can, just do more than what it's doing right now.
The one thing, I don't think there's anything wrong to be inspired by, agrarian architecture or, Antarctic or Arctic research station, but I think you have to take a closer look why they might take the shape that they have. And, if you're actually looking at a silo, it's obviously containing something, and, and actually the structure and the skin are usually one and the same thing. Mm-hmm. So it's what's also called a monocoque. And here I'll put the word in the chat that you can look it up later and see how it's spelled. But it's it's kind of what aircraft or how aircraft are built, or other structures from other like vehicular structures and so on. So there's kind of an efficiency, obviously, once you start combining some of these functions. And same with if you look at Heli 5, the British and Arctic station, those are monocoque structures where structure and enclosure are actually combined. And I think there's maybe an opportunity that you have there that you could then employ it for the structural logic of your project. I'm also wondering, like, if you think about agrarian architecture, not everything is shaped like a silo, right? So does it mean, I think just taking the form and just saying I'm going to make everything round, I think you have to be a little bit more deliberate in making sure that, like, do you really have to have a storage building that's round? What's the benefit of that? I think, if you're in a lab or a study space or some other, again, if there's a structural purpose and using kind of the structural logic, then maybe, yes, everything is round. But if you're kind of using conventional means of construction to make that, then, is, again, how do I store a square box in a round space? Again, everything's possible, but does it make the most sense? So then I might argue maybe not every space is circular and round. Maybe there are certain spaces. Those are the special spaces. There's maybe the, it's the living module or whatever you want to call it. That's round, and the study space or the lab space, the things that you're spending in a lot of time, and you might want to be able to have that panoramic view, which is obviously the round shape is conducive to that. So then I might start to filter through that and decide, well, maybe this should be round, but all this other stuff maybe just gets put into a bar, and that's just somewhere off in another part of the building. Also, I mean, I understand that your reviewers in mid-review told you about, because you pushed all the spaces to the outside of the circle, that you were no longer able to read the curvature, which I think is a fair comment. But as a result, you kind of pulled everything to the inside, which gives you some issues with, kind of daylighting. Like if I'm looking at your other level with the bedrooms, where's that? Second level?
I didn't mention that.
I mean, yeah, you have, I guess you have a skylight in there, right?
Yeah, so it's raised and it has the light coming from all around as well as the middle.
Yeah, but you probably want to have, especially in that kind of environment, you probably want to have a window that you can actually see. I mean, it's such a spectacular setting. So I think, and then that's where the negotiation happens, right? What is maybe, or it's a living and dining room and a round module, and the kitchen and other spaces are in more of a rectangular box. So I think you then start to negotiate with your program what makes sense in that special shape and what doesn't make sense, rather than just applying kind of that blanket rule over everything. Again, if the structure is the ultimate thing, yeah, right? If you're obviously putting this into space and you need to have a compression vessel, then everything's going to be round. It doesn't matter what the program wants to be. There's other forces, literally other forces at work that are going to inform the shape of your project.
One of the things about the roundness and the program is that, for example, on the ground or this level, I don't think you need any walls, perhaps.
Yeah.
And that you might just do all of the spatial articulation through furnishings and fixtures and counters and refrigerators and stuff. Yeah. And then upstairs, where it's private living, you probably would prefer the view than walking around and seeing the roundness to get into your room. So it's always a matter of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And Peter, did you have some? We are running behind schedule, you guys.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. But just, I think you kind of fell in love with round forms, and then looked for ways to justify them in a certain way.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I told myself I would like, because all my past projects have been orthogonal, linear, exact, and I was just like, oh, I'll deviate from that, and I thought that I needed to like stick with it, and I should have spent more time thinking about it and making changes.
I think that's okay. I mean, sometimes if you're excited about something, you have a passion about something, rather than resisting it, you should just really embrace it and go into it. But what I wanted to point out about that, I think it's fine that you went with circles. Then if that's what you're excited about, you should push it to the point where you're really figuring out what all do those circles give you? How can you absolutely optimize the circles? And it's interesting that we spent so much time talking about grain silos, because to me, the circles in this case have much more to do with observatories. The first thing that I thought of is observatories, like on a mountain, where you've got the circles are logical, or the dome shapes and the circles are there partly because of the observatory nature, where you've got telescopes that you're turning around, you're looking in all directions, the panoramic views, and because of the prefabrication efficiencies of bringing the materials to the site. And grain silos in particular, as Uli said, the monocoque construction, they are the cheapest possible way to enclose the greatest possible volume. You can ship them in almost flat components, and they're not really, your argument of connecting them to the Anthropocene is a little bit weak, just because they're not the traditional agrarian, and we should make a distinction between agricultural and agrarian here, but they're not really the traditional way of doing the of storage and farm. They're a kind of a 20th century or late 19th century, probably 20th century invention of the efficiencies of mechanical mass production of sheet metal products. So that's coming in on top of it. But once you look into that, that could suggest a structural system that is logical. And you can make a very good argument for the all circular structure, if that's what you're excited about, that it has a logic of a construction logic, but it also that observation and observatory logic. And what Mike was saying about the circulation, I could see your two floor levels, this floor level that we're seeing here, being all about this exterior circulation, that get rid of the walls, make it more open so that the living dining is looking out, but you do have this circulation around the edge. And then you flip that on the residential level so that the residential units, the rooms, they have a private external view and internal circulation. So once you have the circle, for each of your purposes, think about how you can push that to really take advantage of that being your purpose. So I don't want to suggest that circles are wrong. I think anything you're excited and passionate about can be a starting point for the project. But once you've got that set, you do need to take the responsibility for that form and say, how can I push this so far that it becomes so obvious that we say, why aren't all the projects circles? That's what you should be trying to convince us of. So, but I think it's a great project, and I think the way you pulled them apart was a very good move, and helped that, and just needs a little more work on the structure and the organization, but there's no reason it can't be turned into a really logical project. But you do have to sharpen up your way of presenting, and don't emphasize so much the silo, I think.
All right, I think we're going to conclude with that. Did you feel good about getting some good feedback, Soham?
Yeah, I think I sort of how do I put latched onto almost sort of like the BS of like having to explain myself and having like a manifesto or thesis of my project, and then I focused a bit too much on that instead of like continuously developing. So as long as I keep working on it, I think I can do a lot better.
Well, I don't think your lesson should be don't focus on having a manifesto or a thesis.
I mean, don't like.
But so if you could just think of, I think it's valid to reevaluate that manifesto and thesis with what you learned through the process of designing it, because I think you could have gone back to your same manifesto thesis once you got into the design of it and sharpened it up, rethought it, and tightened it up, and had it be still a very logical starting point.
Remember, you guys, one of the great things we've learned this year we got from Peter Anderson, and that is like, you need to be faithful to your beliefs and your ideas and your concept. And you need to constantly go back and check and reevaluate where you're going. So it's not a matter of not having them or ignoring them or not latching onto them. It's a matter of being consistent throughout the project, knowing where you're faithful and where you're straying and why you might be straying for good reason. I also think a project like this, sometimes if you had the perfect cube out there, it would be the perfect contrast or something. And I don't know if that's just pure BS or not. But with that, we're going to move on to Genesis.
Thank you, Soham.
Okay, so hello, my name is Genesis Gadberry, and this is my semester project, a research facility located in the Italian Alps. So looking at the site in more detail, my building is located in the middle, and I chose this specific location because I wanted my structure to be semi-close to the hiking trails, but also secluded enough to give the researchers at the facility like privacy to work. So now jumping into my process, we started this semester with a precedent study, and my group analyzed the Chichu Art Museum by Tadao Ando in Japan. With this building, we analyzed its unique design strategies and how it relates to its site. This is a really complex structure, but at its core, it creates spaces through the intersection of pure geometric shapes. With that in mind, I chose my own pure geometric shape, a hexagon, as my base module, and I chose this because I liked its natural stability and structural efficiency, and I liked its potential to grow in interesting ways. So my concept is taking this pure geometric shape, situating it, and creating a module from it that can be extruded and aggregated to accommodate program. Once I had my base module, I started to analyze our program and how I wanted to organize my spaces. So with this, I really liked the idea of having a large community living space that it is adaptable for different needs, with the other programs as secondary spaces that branch off from this very like public communal space. And then once I understood how I wanted to consider the program, I created a quick series of study models that experiment with how my module can aggregate to accommodate the program. I played with more horizontal and vertical forms, and the ones I found the most interesting were the taller iterations and how they grew over each other and their potential for framed views. With that in mind, this is the massing model that I made for mid-review. And like analyzing this model, I liked the hierarchy of spaces that I created, but I wasn't really satisfied with how it touches the site. And I felt like I could do more in terms of resiliency and just overall form. So taking what I learned from my mid-review model, this is where I ended my final project. And I'm capitalizing on the uniqueness of the steep site. And I raised my structure drastically to utilize this to create a growing structure that like lightly touches the ground instead of sits very like deep in it. As a unique response to the harsh conditions with continued environmental change, my structure adapts to its site and follows the steep decline of the slope with access on the back. And with our studio goal of creating a structure that can be a response to continued climate change, my structure's raised quality protects the building from the changing ground conditions in the Anthropocene. In terms of site, my building faces south to take in the southern sun in this cold climate, and the strong winds are allowed to travel under my raised structure up the hill. And then looking at resiliency in particular, I considered how it can protect, accommodate, and retreat from the changing elements. As I said, by raising my structure, my building is protected from the changing ground conditions like snow melts and erosion. And I also included walls with a high R value and operable windows for ventilation to accommodate extreme temperatures. And overall, my structure is just a literal vertical retreat from the ground. So to construct this structure, I imagined a concrete pile foundation with cross bracing as the base to not disrupt the permafrost as little as possible. And then the actual spaces would be created with traditional platform framing timber as you go up. And so jumping into my elevations, this is the southern elevation. And as you can see, it collects a lot of that southern sun to really heat the inside of the space. And then with this east elevation, you can start to understand how the structure adapts to the site while protecting from the site's changing conditions. And so here's my site plan. The trail enters from the right from the main hiking trail and leads to my building and the helicopter pad. And you can kind of see how these spaces relate to each other. And now these are my floor plans. This is the first floor. That is just a general storage space. And then as you go up, this is the second floor, and this is where you actually enter the structure. And it serves as a community living floor with large adaptable space for living, cooking, and dining. The hexagons can be seen here, but I broke them up at special locations to make more interesting interconnected spaces. The third floor includes the private living rooms and lab workspace, as well as an outdoor patio area. The rooms offer different qualities and privacy for the researchers that live here, while the lab has spaces that can be used collaboratively and like interconnected. The fourth floor is more closed off and offers private administration with private offices, and then there's another outdoor patio space. And then finally, the fifth floor has another storage space that can be used as needed. As for my sections, the spaces really start to take shape, and you can start to see how the spaces grow from each other. There are not really any harsh corners as the rooms take shape from my hexagonal base and flow into each other. So you can start to see that. And in addition, the hexagon introduces unique angles into my structure that I really tried to capitalize on and utilize to create an almost 360-degree view of the mountainous landscape. And then finally, for like the emotional feel of my project, I liked the use of the wood exterior cladding that can be locally sourced to create a very warm feeling in this very cold, expansive landscape. This view shows the concrete piles and how it relates to the site by floating over it and the overall feel as one approaches my structure. And then within this expansive landscape, my structure seemingly sits in the middle of nowhere and I hope serves as a cozy home away from home. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Oh.
Sorry, I went kind of fast. I know we're running a little bit low on time.
No, that's perfect. It's almost time for a $5 meal, right?
I love Taco Bell.
That was very articulate and well presented.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of interesting to have these two projects back to back. Sohan's circles and Genesis' hexagons, because they both kind of make the point that I was saying in Sohan's, that if you're excited about something, just dig in and make it work. And there's no reason the hexagons can't work. And I think you've done a lot of really nice things with it. The part that just stands out to me so much, though, is that they, in the section, you could do so much more with allowing them to go vertically up and down more and get some more double height spaces. And it has a beehive. I mean, there's the obvious hexagon. It feels like a beehive to me, and that kind of suggests opportunities for beehive-like connection and kind of a buzzing hive of interaction and different spaces. And I think by you could use the exact same horizontal section or plan, but allow yourself to shift up and down the parts, including half steps and open height spaces in between, and you could get a lot more dynamism out of the hexagon shape. And in your plans, I think if you could flip to your plan, I think there's some really nice things, especially on the other plan, but on this one, the problem that I see right away is you're being bound in too much by the hexagon. You're not giving yourself enough freedom. And so that gives you this situation where you've got the bed on one side and the private bathroom for each unit across the hall. Not functionally great. So in a certain way, I think you, now if you flip to the main floor plan, I think it's working much better here. There are some very nice flows of spaces, and by thinking about what areas are open and what areas are closed in the hexagons, I think you're starting to get into the kind of jazz rhythm like ability to riff on the different spaces and say even within a structure you can create a lot of variety and life. So I think if you keep going with that, and in the other areas, say you can find ways to make really functional, nice spaces without letting the hexagons rule your life completely. So finding that balance is really important.
Yeah, I did struggle with that a little bit, just because I wanted to make the rooms private, but the hexagons can be limiting, but they also can be very exciting. So I just have to learn to balance that.
It's harder with the small spaces than with the big spaces. That's
yeah,
for sure.
I mean, I think overall you handled it really well, and you really have control over what you're doing. I mean, one thing, that Peter is bringing up, you can't fit those rooms and the bathrooms in together. You could also play with, maybe I have a small hexagon and a big hexagon. And if I have the smaller hexagon actually could be open spaces, and the bigger hexagons could be broken up into the rooms, and then you can maybe accommodate everything that you need to accommodate programmatically next to each other. So just kind of keep that in mind, that you're setting up the rules for yourself, right? You can decide, they're all the same, or I have two different kinds. And I think overall it's really well resolved. If you go to maybe one of your perspectives or elevation drawings, I mean, the one thing that obviously this being lifted off the ground allows you, as you said, you're not dealing with it, you don't have to deal with the issues of climate change with snow melt and erosion and those things until the whole side of the mountain falls off. The other thing that you're setting up for yourself is potentially you could infill this over time. You could actually have a framework where you can, do I need to expand? If I need to expand, then you could actually tuck in spaces. You already have the structural framework, and you're just enclosing it. The one big disadvantage you have with being off the ground in this kind of climate is you actually can't take advantage of the warmth of the ground. You're actually adding the floor becomes another facade. And let me speak to as someone who lives. I live on a slope in the northwest part of Austin, and my house looks like this. It's not a hexagon in plan, but you're off the ground. It's it's great. I can expand down below, but man, is it cold in the winter time, because obviously here in Texas we don't insulate enough. But you're gonna have to deal with those issues that you can't take advantage of that, and that ground heat is not to be underestimated, even in a climate like that, where you actually obviously it's relatively cold. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that, I was waiting for somebody to lift their project off the ground. So I was excited to see that you were choosing to kind of touch lightly in the way that we have maybe mentioned as a potential for others. But I think the prompt too can push on that, even though the structure I think looks quite plausible. It certainly feels like, a water tower structure or something like that you're used to seeing. I think it could become even more efficient because of the way that you've ganged up the hexagons. Each one might be able to touch at one point, and they use the stability of connecting to each other to even minimize even further. I mean, look at how extreme that is, and what it would take that lowermost pier to build that is, it's kind of a little bit mind-boggling, especially with concrete, because you have to get the concrete up there somehow. So I don't know if it would happen with concrete, actually. I think you probably have to really think about material availability and things like that. But what if, each one hits the ground at one point, like that, and they gang up together. That's exactly kind of where I was going. Thank you, Peter. But
would have value engineering would take these two away, but that's
maybe so. But that's the other comment that I was going to make, is that being in tight spaces doesn't have to be terrible, and if you build the furniture in and make everything as super efficient as possible, and I think especially in a case of an extreme environment, maybe this is a comment for everyone, but also certainly for your project, trying to push certain enclosed spaces into the tightest capsule, kind of like that idea, like a Japanese hotel, like a capsule hotel, where you really squeeze that stuff so that some of the other spaces can be more generous, and you get a little bit of a hierarchy imbalance, and you get to nest yourself in when you're in your bed that might be comfortable in such an environment like this. So I think those are opportunities, maybe if you could go to your section. And the furniture isn't in the section here, but if it was, I think right now there's just this uniformity that articulating some of the spaces as very enclosed and lots of built-in stuff, and others as more generous and open, would really just kind of deepen the experience of being there.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
The other thing also, you've obviously thought about your construction. Can you go, maybe kind of go to that exploded axon where you're showing your structural systems? And I think it's very plausible it could be built that way. Conceivably, it would just be, every hexagon would just be prefabbed, and you just helicopter one column in after another, right after the foundation is made, because there's, you're building with timber, it's very lightweight, and your footprint of each of those, you obviously have openings where they connect, but those get covered up during transport. You just helicopter each piece in, and within a few days, and especially as Emily is saying, all the furniture, everything is in there, right? Even the bathrooms, everything is in there. It's just about making a connection to the foundation, and then making a connection to, any services and plumbing and so on that you need there. But so in that sense, it's very, very conceivable. Peter's highlighting something here.
The ceiling, I'm wondering, why do you want to put a drop ceiling in there? Because this is it has the potential for more spatial richness. You've got this nice sloped roof up here, and that, especially if you go back to the section, I think that's the section is the place that really shows all the opportunities that you have for making this a really exciting space. So far, you have very, very flat floors, as we see, but there's no reason you can't develop a great variety of spaces and light coming in, and we don't need attic spaces in here. You've got opportunities to have high spaces, bring the light in from different sides. You can have each of them step down as the slope goes down, so you're never quite as far off. So I like that idea of the kind of prefabricated honeycomb module vertical stacks that are made off-site, but the relation between them, and of course you have to work out the circulation, the stairs or ramps or something, but it gives you lots of opportunity for differentiation of the space, and one more tool for making the regularity of the hexagon floor plan give you some more spatial variation and opportunity. So that's the main thing I see as being relatively easy to fix too in your overall plan, is take some advantage of pushing and pulling in the vertical direction there in your section.
Yeah, I did want to do that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, even as Peter was kind of drawing the staggered arrangement, so that might actually also allow you to really get rid of a conventional staircase, right? Because you can kind of circulate. I mean, you'd have to figure it out. There might still be an emergency stair somewhere that goes all the way to the ground, but you can then actually circulate through the individual modules, and as you kind of follow the terrain, you kind of move up through the project. And obviously an issue with accessibility, making it accessible.
I think Jen spent quite a bit of time trying to do that, and as it got to be more problematic, kind of backed away from it, but it is a very good point. I also think, Jen, that one of the things that makes this super compelling is when you start talking about the prefabrication qualities, and also makes it more like an analog for ways that you could build things quickly and start to inhabit other environments. And I think that, I'm not saying that you should go back and do that, but you should keep that in mind. And so your original insight really with, the beehives, it's sort of funny, Jen's mood piece, or her, what we call interlude A, was about honey and bees and all of that. And she didn't like it aesthetically, so she didn't show it, but that is like a very, very poignant, I mean, why are those so compelling of ways for the bees to build? It's because it's quick and it's accurate and it can be done in all over the world in various places. All you need is flowers.
And I mean, let's face it, your window for construction here is 3 months if you're lucky.
Yeah, this project might take 3 years, and the majority of it might be built in 3 months.
Well, the thing is, the nice thing is, you know, you can pour the foundations in the summer, and then you can bring those modules in really, really quickly within a week's time, and the whole thing is put together.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you looked at are you familiar with Giant's Causeway?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You got to see that for sure.
Yeah, look at Giant's Causeway,
Rock
which is these
formation.
basalt formations in Northern Ireland, which the lava, as it emerges, really quickly solidifies in those hexagonal columns. So,
And the giants walked across it.
apparently, I don't know what the story is there.
Well, you know, it's easy to, never mind. Okay, any comments from our jury in general about the 4 projects and problem? Anything you want, open house.
Thank you for my comments, by the way.
Thank you,
I really
Jenny,
appreciate
for
it.
your presentation.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh yeah, you didn't show us, did you show the dramatic sunset view of it?
I did.
Yeah, at the end, I thought that was a nice view of the project. So
Thank you.
Noticed it. Yeah, I think you know it's really it's interesting to have a problem that is asking you to look at extreme forces and resolve those extreme forces into one holistic thing. And maybe it gets complicated in some ways when you have a precedent that doesn't have the same forces at play. So yeah, in some of the cases, I think that I agree with what Michael was saying earlier, to try to follow through with, you know, the ideas that you're bringing into the project initially, and that anywhere is a valid place to start. But at the same time, you know, just because you have a precedent, not forgetting, you know, the ways that you know, things you're bringing into the project from that precedent are at play with, like, you know, the kind of both technical forces at play, but also maybe the extremities of isolation and things like that we're kind of talking about in these projects. And that there's opportunities even in the things that seem mundane, like the things like providing, you know, enough insulation. There could be an opportunity because maybe your wall gets super thick that the type of window you can sit in it, or there's like a, you know, I don't know, there's always something that, right, that's an opportunity with each issue. Kind of maybe going back to the first project and thinking about, well, if we're going to heat water for this kind of hot tub situation, why not use that as a thermally active kind of heating system for the whole building? So look for those opportunities to have everything doing double duty as much as you possibly can. It's good in these environments, but it's really good everywhere. So I think that's a good lesson from these types of projects.
What I would encourage you to do, and you obviously did this in the first part of the semester, looking at precedents, and really, you know, and it takes, you know, obviously one of your assignments was closely analyzing a precedent and understanding it, so it's part of your coursework, so you're obviously going to spend more time on it. But then even once that's over with, really look at, you know, most likely someone somewhere will already have solved that problem. You're probably not reinventing the wheel every time you're designing something. So really looking at precedents that are relevant and look at them closely and not just superficially. I mean, you know, the online information has gotten a lot better, and hopefully soon we'll be able to go back into the library and look at magazines and journals. But really, really reading up about work and why things were done in a certain way, and then kind of questioning your project just as rigorously as you're making those design decisions. You know, whether it's form, whether it's structure, whether it's program, and and just really, just really learn. I mean, architecture is all about learning from what people have done before us, right? So really taking, obviously those good precedents and taking the bits and pieces that are usable to you and that are relevant and incorporate them into your own work.
One thing I would mention, it's interesting, your studio had a lot of structure to it, and you probably all felt that you worked through a particular sequence of assignments that started with the precedent, and then you had a special thing that you had to do at certain times. And part of the reason for that at your stage in your education process is to expose you to a lot of different techniques and potential ways to work with a project. But one thing you should be very aware of and think about now as you're at the end of this semester, which ones were particularly helpful to you and worked for you and sequence, because the farther you go in your architectural education and then in your careers as architects in the future, you're not going to have someone giving you this much structure to what to do next. And you have to find your own ways through it. And I would say, looking at, since I got to see it 3 times from the early in the semester till later, some of you got a lot out of each step, but there were at each step, some of you probably didn't really engage so well with that step or didn't get something out of it, but maybe the next step you did. And that's to be expected. You're kind of being run through by your instructors a number of different potential ways to work and to analyze. It doesn't mean that each one of these has to be carried with you in the future. You have to find out a process that becomes personal to you and works for you. So be self-critical about your performance at each one of these steps. Like, you might have hated your I forget all the terms that were kind of cool, but the illustrative ones, or you might have really liked the model, but you hated some other thing. So just learn from those and think, next time around, if you had to choose how you set it up, which of those tools would you use? Which would you not use? Which would you use in a different sequence? And that's totally valid. You have to develop your own process and way of working. So as you go further, you'll get less and less specific structure in your succeeding semesters, and you'll be expected to bring in and provide more and more of your own internal structure. So be receptive to ideas that are given to you to try, but also don't hesitate to look for what really works for you and start fitting together your own sequences and processes, because you'll need those in the future. I thought it was exciting. You all did great work.
So one last little thing for the reviewers. We were a hybrid studio, and we met a lot actually at school, and built a lot of models to begin with. And we probably built, 15 models or more. And then as COVID started to spike, we quit meeting and went pretty much digitally. And so we didn't have a final model, but the way this studio would have worked I didn't think it was fair to say, okay, go home now and work. You all had laptops, right? But they hadn't set up their home studios to do all the cutting, et cetera. And they didn't have access to the laser cutter. And this group of students, they're, without a laser cutter, they're never going to be able to build a model for some reason. But that would have been one thing that would have been different. We would have all had more models. This group as well let me down. So I want to tell them you completely blew off the assignment to do a sound piece entitled, "What Does This Place Sound Like?" Or my conceptual art thing. So maybe I should play that Jimi Hendrix song, The Wind Cries Mary, but I don't know if I could find it. I want to thank you, the 3 of you. You were really spectacular and wonderful. Thank you so very, very much. And Emily, you're welcome back here anytime with us.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It was.
But not the rest of us, only Emily.
Here,
just me, sorry.
For the
Clearly I won.
Yeah, I'm here already, so.
Emily's here all the time. Yeah, Peter, I can hardly wait I'd love to come out there and go to yours and Mark's studios sometime again soon and do some reviews.
Well, in the spring, we'll call on you.
Yeah, well, I'll do it online anytime too. You know, so
yeah.
Everyone, tell these guys thanks, please.
Thank you all. Thank you for your work.
Cool. I dropped a link in the tab of something weird based on what Michael just said. It's called Weather Warlock, and it's using all these sensors for the local weather in New Orleans to create sound based on those specific parameters. So,
thank you.
Hopefully an inspiration.
Oh, one last thing, our poem for precedence, and if you do like poetry at all, was the primary one. We had a couple of haikus as well, but was the poet Gary Snyder, Axe Handles.
Okay.
And it's really beautiful, I think. And if you get a chance, look it up, Axe Handles by Gary Snyder. We better go get a break, get something to eat.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right back, get something to drink, you know.
Congratulations to you all. It was a good semester. You did a great job with difficult circumstances.
And nice to meet you, Peter, and good to see Emily.
Yes, likewise. Okay, bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
So we're gonna take a few minutes here. Anyone have any quick questions or any comments or anything? We are on streaming live on YouTube, so we're all movie stars now.
I actually liked a lot one of the comments about you removing that roof. And I was thinking about being inside your building and looking up at the truss system, the wood truss system, but then being able to look further from that, and that would be like really cool.
Yeah, I let the structure limit me too much. And if I was going, like, as soon as it got difficult, I kind of just quit on the structure. So I need to go back and like really think about it. Cause I had stepped building originally and I liked it, but the structure got too hard.
No, that's right. I mean, everything actually Peter said you had done.
Yeah, I just didn't continue with it. I wish I did now.
Well, I think, you know, the sunset was worth it all. No, I thought I don't want to make any jokes because it's not a good day for jokes. We can make jokes in a couple days when everyone's got some sleep. All right, I'm going to put up the little sign that says we're out of order. And well, we only have 10 minutes. Hell, we may as well just sit here and chat if you want. But what are you guys going to do? You're going to take off or just stick around? I'm going to make tea.
We'll take a break and then we'll see you in like 10 minutes.
5, 6, 8.5.
Sounds
good. All right, Riley, how did you do on your test and everything? Oh, Bert?
Disappointing. We don't need to talk about it on.
Ooh. Oh, okay. I gotta go now. Where's our thing? And the wind cries, Mary.
Professor McCall, you're not muted.
Oh, thank you. Those guys are such. Stop share. Go. Oh, I'm.
Now you are muted.
Remember when you saved me at school that one time?
I'm always saving you just in case. And now we're on YouTube.
I know it. So I can't even erase it.
Forever permanent.
Yeah. All right. I was talking to you, Mr. Lewis, Professor Lewis. Sir, how are you? Oh, hi, Dean Addington and Matt.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Matt,
Hello.
I saw that you're doing a presentation session for Harvard Club in a week or
Oh,
two. Yeah,
yeah, it's a riff off of the field trip for my students.
excellent. I'm going to try to join if I can.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome to.
So, all right, does everyone know which order they go in? It's Seb, Aya, Juan, and Riley. Are you all ready? Okay, that's how it always is on Zoom. So do our reviewers have any questions about the program or anything? Did you, we had some required reading. Did you all get it? Matt did. I know Matt made a joke about it.
I did. I don't think I made a joke about it. I just said thank you for it.
So
how very funny, Matt.
I was a little confused about, the image of the Mexican Olympics and how you wanted to fold that into this.
Well, okay, that I think if I were to write a paper today, I would be about our precedents dead. And we have used precedents a lot. And so we got out of the summer, which had been a big part of the summer had been Black Lives Matters and the protest. And, we were looking at what I was looking, and I know some of these students because I had them in first year. And I know that at least a couple of them were pretty big basketball fans, and the NBA had just finished. So I suggested that Tommy Smith and Juan Carlos were precedents for Colin Kaepernick, and Colin Kaepernick was the precedent for what's going on with the NBA and even with Formula One and with the world of soccer, and how athletes are trying to take a leadership role. And then we did actually talk about that, and we did do a series of posters on what we considered to be, the students came up with the title The Unseen. And it was about they had 4 groups to start the semester, and they all did a presentation as part of their precedent studies on a separate African-American architect. And so that's, if that makes sense to you.
Okay, it actually does, and we need that paper. I've just written something as well about the problem of precedent in architecture, particularly in the way that we think about issues of sustainability. And so I think now we're looking at a whole tome that would look at all the ways that we use or misuse precedent in our field.
So, and you can actually, that's part of the curriculum as well, right? So this class, as you may or may not be aware, is coordinated. There's 5 sections. We've all done a very similar project, not entirely alike. And the first 2 sections of the course, based on the template syllabus, are primarily concerned with precedents. And I know that I've talked a lot about different people about how you use them. I believe pretty strongly that we learn from the past and that we learn from each other and that we have ancestors, but we also have ideologies and things that hold us back as well. And how we use them properly is it's a salient issue. Mm-hmm. Now, so our poem for that, if you're interested, is Axe Handles by Gary Snyder. We start most of our class, all of our reviews with a poem, and this one is, I've just changed it, and it has to do with what we're talking about to a degree. It's the poet Tu Fu writing to his friend Tu Pi Su Yo. We have talent. People call us the leading poets of our day. Too bad our homes are humble, our recognition trivial. Hungry, ill-clothed servants treat us with contempt. In the prime of life, our faces are wrinkled. Who cares about either of us or our troubles? We are our own audience. We appreciate each other's literary merits. Our poems will be handed down along with the great dead poets. We can console each other. At least we shall have descendants. So or no, Seb, you go first, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You ready, big guy? Sebastian's part of our trilogy of South Americans.
I am indeed. Okay. There we go. Well, hi, my name's Sebastian, and this is my proposal for the Center for Analog Architecture in the Anthropocene OTC Research Facility. So this is my general map of the area. My building site is the one at the very peak of the mountain. You can see the border in between Austria and Italy, and you're also able to see the type of conditions that are present in this area of the Alps. You can also see some relevant paved paths and foot trails, general ways in which people are able to transport in this area. This is my site analysis. I wanted to explore mainly the type of topography that is present in this area, but also the materiality of the space. So you can see the use of terrain. There's also the use of the gneiss rock, which is a type of granite that's very, it appears very often in the area. Then there's the actual snow, and then there's also the glaciers that are part of the research center. The beginning of my design process started with a precedent that we looked at as a group earlier in the semester. I had the Chicho Art Museum along with Riley and Genesis. From this precedent, we gathered two types of design strategies, one of them being light conditions, which deals with basically different types of lighting in a room. Then there's also the idea of pushing. So basically taking all of these very basic geometric shapes and pushing them in different ways so as to create new volumes or pretty much intersect them in a way that is possible. From this, we were able to create a basic model that started to introduce both the strategies at the same time, just like the museum. So you're able to see the volumes and also the different types of lighting. And then from this study, I eventually began to develop my own thinking about the project, and I started to come up with different partie models and different sketches of what I imagined the building to look like on this type of site. And from this, I was able to develop my first model. This is a very first iteration. And then after the midterm and different feedback, I made it larger. I defined the different floor plates, and I began to pretty much separate the program into the different areas of the building. Then eventually came the interlude, which was very important in pretty much setting up the type of aesthetic that I was trying to go with the project, but it also defined my thesis and my manifesto for the project. Essentially, what I'm trying to explore is the way in which the mountain range and the Alps are these very vast, but also very tall elements in nature. So I was really trying to show with my structure that dramatized emphasis on these extension lines that go throughout the entire landscape, but also up as the mountains rise in different areas. So I really wanted to try and show that with the form of the building. And from there, it developed into the final building that I have. This is the first elevation. This is facing south. It has these two large glass facades. The tower is pretty much the residential tower. All the rooms are in there, as well as a type of sanctuary space at the very top. And then the horizontal member, it holds the lab, also public spaces. It holds the kitchen, gym, clinic, also conference rooms and different multimedia rooms. And then in the bottom, there is a larger viewing area, just so that people can also appreciate the actual landscape they're living in an outdoor setting. Here you can see the type of form that I chose to take with the whole idea of vastness, both horizontal and vertical. You can see that the tower is really this strong erecting piece in the side, and then the horizontal member is meant to show the extension of the mountain range. This is my site plan. Again, I chose the very peak of the mountain as my site. This is the plan of the outdoor viewing platform at the very lower level of the tower. This is my first floor. This is the floor that holds many of the public spaces. It has the studio, sauna, bathrooms, kitchen, gym, clinic, and also the computer room. And it keeps open the area where the tower is essentially intersecting with a horizontal member. And in this way, both pieces are very individual, but at the same time, they're able to create its own type of language and its own space once they actually come together in the middle. This is pretty much the main floor. This is how you enter. This is lofted, which is why there's stairs going down. This is part of the lab entry. Here's the main entrance into the residential tower, and then some extra office / conference spaces. This is an example of what the residential floors look like. It is pretty much the same exact floor plan from floors 4 to 6, and it is able to hold about 8 people in the facility. This is a section here. You're really able to see the type of vertical circulation that I'm dealing with. I pretty much put all the stairs to the side of the tower because in the same way of vertical and horizontal, I wanted the circulation of both pieces to follow that type of axis. So here it's very vertical, but then the circulation on the horizontal member, it's meant to be from axis to axis pretty much. That's another section. This is the only part of the horizontal member that actually touches the ground. Otherwise, it is cantilevered, and it is also being held up by cables that are attached to the main tower. Another section here, you're really able to see that idea of the horizontal circulation. And then this is one of my renders. You're able to see the cables holding it up, but also the way in which the building starts to, connect with the landscape. It's at this very high peak on the mountain, and in a way, it kind of imitates that altitude and that, general high characteristic. This is the horizontal member. I really wanted the view to be a big emphasis of the project, which is why I chose, such large mullions and pieces of glass. I wanted the entire building to also be illuminated by southern lights, especially, because of the climate and the thermal conditions. Here you can see the type of atmosphere that you obtain in each of the bedrooms. The glass of the tower is red. That is mainly pretty much evoking that material palette that I showed before, especially with the use of the red that can be seen in the nice granite rock. I really wanted to incorporate that red element somewhere in the project. And also I looked up, and red glass and red light, it also helps stimulate mental health, which I feel like within this type of environment and also work atmosphere, I feel like it's a very relevant thing to keep in mind, with people being up here for 6-8 months in a row in a very harsh climate. So it's really relevant to also have that kind of humanistic perspective of how the people are actually going to live here. This is a view of the chapel / religious space at the very top of the tower. I wanted it to be just an open space that looks out into the landscape. And in a way, to me, I feel like people might be able to relate those religious connections with just the actual landscape and the nature. And in that sense, kind of relate it back to the Anthropocene and, you know, the type of geological age we're living in. And then here is a video of the structure. It also includes the audio piece that I made with my partner with the guitar. So we worked together in creating what I imagined the actual building would sound like, or I guess an idea of it. And yeah, that's my project. Thank you.
So do we have any comments?
I think I'll start with a question if that's okay. Can I ask a question, Seb? You there?
Yeah, I'll give you permission, Matt.
So I'm curious what your take on. I'm sensing an ambiguity a bit in the process, and getting a sense of taking a stance toward monumentality or contextualism. But for example, you mentioned the material palette being inspired by context in terms of some of the tones, the actual material makeup itself. At the same time, one could clearly argue that you've created an object to behold that's meant, due to its siting at the peak and the way it's crafted, it's meant to be a monument or a landmark. So, from one perspective, there is some cut and fill, there's some carving in, but it's also trying to stand out. So I'm curious what your take is on that, how you would define this, and what your take on monumentality would be, and if this is meant to be a monument, or if it's meant to be something that's more inclusive, or camouflage is the wrong word, but in blending in more to its context.
Yeah, I understand that. So I feel like at the beginning, I wasn't really thinking of making a type of monumental structure. I was mainly just, you know, looking at the forms and the different extrusions that I was working with. But then I also realized that just by picking the peak as the site, I feel like from the beginning, it was already going to have a very dramatic, monumental quality to it. So I feel like with the design process, it did eventually go into a more dramatic and exaggerated type of expression with the form. It wasn't originally meant to be that. I was just exploring the forms, but once I realized the potential in having that kind of, I guess, creation in the peak, I thought it would be interesting to explore that and, you know, see how it could relate to the nature, how it would look with the landscape. In a way, it is very striking compared to the rest of the site. But by the end of the project, I came to, you know, really enjoy that because it's placed in a way that it's very anchored into the mountain, but it's still, you know, its own individual component, if that makes sense.
Okay, and then if that being the case, then I have a follow-up question. clearly you've chosen, which seems to be inspired quite a lot by the Ondo precedent, these Platonic geometries that are largely Platonic in plan, that are extruded quite relentlessly. And I'd like to hear a bit about how the building systems begin to inform that geometry, or how the geometry informs the building systems of structure. Because you mentioned things, you mentioned thermal considerations as an example. But here that there was a relationship, and there's a how either either of those drive one another, or make accommodation for one another, and have some level of integration in terms of the structural logic and other building systems to do with energy and/or lighting and those sorts of things.
Right. So I feel like both elements in a way do begin to accommodate each other. So for example, here you can see how there's like these exposed concrete beams that are coming from the tower, but they eventually come into the horizontal piece. It does begin to define the space a little. As for construction methods, I will say I was very hesitant at first of doing the really large cantilever with the cables, but I also started looking into like self-anchored suspension bridges, and the way in which they're also able to hold this big cantilever through the use of one single tower. So I kind of began to look at the geometry and pretty much the logistics of that. As for working with building systems and thermal conditions, that is the part of the project that I would like to further develop in the future. I feel like I can definitely go more in depth into the many ways in which I can actually put the the systems into the concrete walls. I feel like for now I was very focused just on analyzing the form and kind of getting that form from the precedent and making it fit into the site and the program. So I feel like in the future, definitely for portfolio work and stuff, I would like to develop more of the actual building systems and the possibility of constructing that.
Right. Yeah, I would recommend, I'll mention a couple more things. I don't want to take up too much time. This is a good slide to stay on at the moment. When you talked about, this isn't a direct quote, but something along the lines of view is an important part of the project. I would say that sometimes there is a conflation between the idea of view being important and then maximizing view. And this slide shows that quite well, especially with the scale figure, which I appreciate having that scale figure. Honestly, without that scale figure here, it'd be very hard to tell what we're speaking about in terms of the glazing and the space overall. I would argue that view can be very important, and there still can be a lot of restraint. And then it's possible to sometimes set up the view to have different types of view. In other words, it doesn't have to be a panoramic, extensive view to be a very important part of the project. So part of this is semantics, and part of this is just a way to think about how you go about developing form, developing apertures experientially, and then perform in terms of building performance and thermal factors and daylight factor and those sorts of things. Because I would argue that you almost could present your project in reverse to a certain, maybe not in reverse exactly, but some of the things that you said toward the end to do with the cantilever and how you've established, in order to enable the cantilever, how you're anchoring in and then dealing with tensile members pulling back, that could be the way to begin to explain the form. And then likewise with the stair core, you begin to talk about circulation at the very end. And I could see that being part of, would hopefully be part of that entire formal logic from the beginning, rather than taking the precedent too literally. But instead saying, what are the different components that I have to work with? I'm working with circulation horizontally and vertically. I'm working with a way of anchoring into this sloped context. And that's to set up these different ingredients, these different forms that have a certain relationship to one another. And then there are resultant figure ground, solid void moments that emerge that I would really embrace as part of the project. And so I would I think precedents are very important to consider and be critical of, and then think of a way of how you're reinterpreting that and at some point owning it completely, where you don't have to refer to that precedent anymore at all throughout the process. And one thought I had was, I was trying to think of one analogy for your work, and I was thinking of minimal land art, which, and when you think of the work of Donald Judd, some of the work is meant to have a relentless grid and formality to it within an irregular natural context. And part of the point is to have a negotiation or a mediator between the scale of the human body and the vastness of the sky and the context. And therefore, these pieces of art come foil to that backdrop. And I could imagine there being somewhat of an argument for that here, that maybe that part of what you're doing is creating this very regular geometries that sit within a very irregular context. And part of the reason for that regularity is to do with the efficiency of vertical circulation, horizontal circulation, or other types of components. I'm not sure, I'll stop there, but I just want to say I'm intrigued by the project. It's a very interesting project, and I would just encourage you to, as you say, as you mentioned, developing this for your portfolio, to think about these other components and how you package this and or try to advance this on your own. But thank you, Seb, for the presentation.
Right. Yeah, no, thank you so much. Yeah, all of that makes a lot of sense. I definitely want to keep developing a lot more. I feel like there's a lot of potential still with the project.
Michelle, you're muted. Yeah.
There we go. Sorry, I hadn't realized I was actually sitting there unmuted the whole time, and I just muted myself. I'm actually going to take Matt's original question, but go back in the other direction from that, because I am trying to understand and get a clearer sense of what your thesis is. You know, what your sort of overarching point of view is. I mean, the project brief is about the Anthropocene, and one of the things that's really very charged about this particular site is that, you know, the site is known because of the discovery of the Otzi man. I don't know how to say it. Is it Otzi, or how precisely how to say it? But you go ahead, Michael. How do you say it?
You have to ask Blood or Snyder. I get it wrong every time.
Okay, I'm particularly bad with words like this, but what's so charged about this site was the discovery, you know, of this body. So sort of, and in many ways it brackets what we're thinking about in terms of the Anthropocene, the fact that the body was there, that was preserved for so long, and then our very actions, you know, as a society, in terms of how we've been treating our planet, are what allowed the body to reemerge. So it's both our history, and it's also sort of our complicity in the circumstances of it. That's pretty powerful from that standpoint. So I wanted to know, you know, and that's my read of this particular project. I want to know what your read is of the brief, and how you're posing this idea of a project like this in this site that has these very particular sort of set of, I like to say, dynamic charges about it, that one is going to take an opinion about one way or another. And I'm okay if the opinion is it's just a beautiful site, but I'm not sure if that's where you went, because I had a feeling from watching your process that once you went to the precedents, that it all became about form, that you extracted form and that you developed form. And I'm okay with that too, if that's the thesis that you want to have with this. So if you could kind of unpack that a little bit for me.
Right. So, okay, so in the beginning, when I first began to look at, you know, site analysis and everything, we originally came up with different options on the larger site from which we could pick. And I was always very drawn to the peak, just because from the start, I did think, oh, this would actually be a really beautiful landscape. And from the beginning, I knew that I could create something very dramatic that could be happening at the peak. So basically through that type of, exaggeration, it was mainly more so an exploration of the nature around the building, exploring the landscape and, again, literally the form of the landscape, because it's this link. I wanted to create this link to the vastness of the mountains, but I also wanted to, in a way, show them the way in which the mountains are rising from the ground. And I wanted to incorporate those two elements into one structure pretty much. And it became a very literal representation of, horizontal and vertical. As for it definitely was very form oriented from the beginning. I feel like from the beginning of the semester when I was analyzing the precedent, that idea of form stuck a lot with me, especially the use of the basic geometric shapes. But eventually it did come to a point where, especially when thinking about the tower, I was thinking what shape I could actually make it. And the idea of the triangle emerged a lot from the climate conditions. I was thinking, in what way could I, design a tower that could work with the types of the wind loads that would come in. So I thought, okay, a triangle. So that's also kind of where I got that idea of the form. But like you said, it was definitely very form oriented, but a form that is in a way kind of not inspired, but it kind of derives from the landscape around it, almost like from the design strategies of the landscape itself, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you know what would help me a little bit too, and I wrote this down as you were presenting, and this is right after you showed the Ando precedent, and you talked about a strategy of pushing. I saw extrusion, but I don't think I understand what you mean by pushing. But what do you mean?
Well, it pretty much means extrusion. The way we were analyzing it and what we understood from Ando's work is that, especially with Chichu, he placed these basic geometric forms on the side, and then he really didn't want to disturb the actual landscape, which is why he pushed, aka he extruded into the side the various forms. So pushing pretty much literally means extruding those shapes in different ways.
One of the things we talked about, Dean Addington, was from a formal point of view, looking like at Hans Hofmann's paintings. And they kept saying pushing, and I kept saying it can't be pushing without pulling. It's pushing and pulling. Mm-hmm. And I think that this has a lot more pulling. Oops. Uh-oh. That was the alarm. So I'm sorry, I'm going to just be quiet. We are sort of out of time, but do you want to try to answer that, or do you want Charlton to say a few things? Or
yeah, we're not out of time. We can't be.
Yeah, we can't exclude you.
Yeah, well, no, it's not that. It's just that, I want to make sure we get. I think Dean Addington still has a few more thoughts. Well, it doesn't.
You're muted.
You go.
Okay, thank you. No, I think I'm coming from a similar direction as you were in regards to I think it's a very interesting and compelling project. First of all, I really like the simplicity and some of the moves. I like the fact that you're causing us to ask certain questions in certain ways in regards to how you're dealing with landscape and the context and the formal relationships. I like the simplicity of the horizontal and the vertical, and the idea that you're at this apex, and yet you're still sort of having a vertical reaction in terms of the design. I think that's something really interesting about that, and the way the program is being segregated in that regard. But there's certain things that we see, that I see, and that I hear that give me a little bit of like hesitancy. And I'm just going to go really quickly about it, because I think that at this point in your career, you need to be aware of what we're seeing and reacting to, or what we're not seeing and what we're hearing and reacting to. And it might come across as being nitpicky, but I think actually particularly because of the solemn singular relationship and the simplicity of the project, I think it calls for sort of like being held accountable for some of these things. And I will say, like, one seems like it's relatively minor, but in its purest form, when you were talking about being at the peak, and I interpreted peak as being truly at the peak. When you look at your site plan and you look at your section, you're not really at the apex. You're not really at the peak. And I'm not sure whether you're applying peak as a much broader term, but you're into the side of the mountain a bit, and you look at the site plan and look at the contours, you can see where the apex is, and it's behind you. And that seems like a very small thing, but it's actually, when you're looking at something in more simplistic, very pure terminology, I think it's quite important to understand, so that are you truly at the ascendancy of the organic nature of the natural landscape, or are you demurring a bit, and saying I'm slid down, I'm into the mountain a bit. And I think that's something just to think about. I find it also a little interesting with regards to structurally, the cables quite frankly bother me, because it's such a strong horizontal, such a strong vertical. And I look at the cables and I go, I'm not sure what's behind that. Structurally, there's no sense in regards to why they're there. They become very decorative. And when you look at your sections, I really expected to see a little bit more in depth in regards to how you explored the nature of cantilever. It should be really clear in your sections, the nature of the cantilever. And it's sort of diagrammatic at this point. And I think that's something that you really need to look at, because in your third year, you should really embrace sort of like, because to me, you're setting yourself up quite beautifully for a structural examination and understanding of how this could work. And there's a lot of precedence out there that shows you exactly how that cantilever condition would work. And it would be really clear in the sections how you understand that. And it's not really clear. It's really ambiguous in the sections. And I think that we really shouldn't let you off without making that really, really apparent and bringing it to your attention, that at this point, you really need to embrace what that offers to you. That structural challenge offers a lot of information and design and ambition. And it's something that's a golden opportunity to learn. Like, how do I actually pull this off? What does it look like? What is the resonance of structure to form and things of that nature? And I think it'll take your project and it'll give your project a lot of richness to really embrace that structural challenge and not sort of do it diagrammatically in that regard. And I'll stop there.
And I'll just sort of add a little piece to that, saying one of the good learnings from this is whenever you have to do something weird to justify what you want to have, it's time to go back and rethink what you have and how you make that, rather than sort of adding something weird. Yeah, I had the same difficulty with the cables on that. But what I do want to say is that I've actually spent a lot of time, it was not willingly, but a lot of time in this part of the world. And, I could also imagine that there's something about the scale of this and the proportion between the tower and the horizontal, plateau that you've created that I think is incredibly striking. I think proportionally, it really works for me. The tower is the right height for that horizontal plane. And so I think there's some really good instincts there on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's some compelling spaces as well. I think you set yourself up nicely in regards to organization of spaces and program.
Thank you.
Mike, you're muted.
People tell me I should be on mute more often. Any last questions or comments, you guys? I think it's been really, really a great conversation. Seb, you enjoy this?
Yeah, no, definitely. A lot of the points that were brought up are definitely things that I thought about during the design, which is why I still feel like the project still has a lot of potential. Also, I feel like structurally, one's analyzing like a more proper way of finding a construction method for this. I feel like that could also like further kind of like help develop the final form that the project could have at the end,
Yeah, I really believe
thank you.
All
it was very informational.
Yeah, I think all the technical questions would make it richer. You know, are you, is it, how do you really do the cantilever versus the suspension, et cetera, et cetera. But I really think, going back to Matt's initial question, and I hate to sound like I'm being a postmodernist here, but I think it's both. I think it is monumental yet contextual. And that's kind of what I really like about it. And I like the ambivalence. It's at the peak, but it's not the peak. It's a crucifix in the Italian Alps, but it's not a crucifix. And it goes on with symbols, and it's rife, and it looks like, is it modernism or is it not modernism, et cetera. And I love the ambivalence of this piece. But I think if you were to really go forward with it, you'd have to get all the resiliency and sustainability issues. Well, right. You have to go beyond just saying, I'm going to hire Arup or Bureau Hoppold or something. You got to start to understand the kernels and the real crux of those issues. So I'm proud of you, buddy. I really like what you've done. You've really, really kept progressing all semester. It's, I'm happy for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Aya is our, what is it? Chinese Japanese, right?
Yeah. More like Chinese.
I mean, you grew up, you went from China to Japan, right?
No, I was born in Japan.
Oh, but ethnic Chinese or whatever.
Yes,
yeah,
that's correct.
I finally got it. It took all semester. But you're really from Houston, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. She's a Texan. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
So, hi guys, my name is Aya Wen, and this is my proposal for the Aussie Research Facility. And so, for our semester, we started with group project and studying the precedent. And for our group, we choose Thermal Bow by Peter Zumthor. And our group came up with two strategies that we thought Peter Zumthor used to design his architecture from his two quotes that he made about his architecture. And then both strategy kind of started with kind of a simple object like a cube, and then going to more organic and biological metaphor, such as for the first strategy, he started kind of like with a cube to shifting and then replacing it to create as people going around it as they're like going around the wood. And for my design, I was kind of inspired by the design process that he went through. And as rare as you're gonna find a mummy in very icy mountain, it's rare for us to have such a vast research center in snowy mountain Italian Alps. So I thought I can take advantage of the landscape. And for me, I focus on the snow and then the melting snows. So I started with a cube, and then I divided the cube into 25 smaller pieces. And then I extruded, from each piece, I extruded different patterns to create different spatial quality. And then I reorganized 25 cubes into the initial grid line to kind of study the connections of the pattern, study the flow of the spatial quality to create the melting snow kind of metaphor, and how the melting snow kind of reveal the different materials and texture underneath. And when I extrude the unique patterns, I kind of follow the rules that I made it. It's kind of like I wanted to create a different spatial quality for different programs. So for the laboratory or bathrooms, I wanted to create a concealed spaces by limiting the size of the extruded portions, and going to more public spaces like a kitchen, living rooms. I extruded a large portion to create more open spaces. And this is my pictures of my study models. As you can see, I kind of make the cube puzzle to kind of shifting them around to study the patterns and how they kind of connect to each other's. And that was for my study for design, interior designs. And then I took the cube puzzle idea further by kind of like trying to create the system, the overall design, the overall structures of my architecture. So what I did was I stacked the 25 cubes in 3 layers. And now I have 75 cubes. And then within a 75, I assigned cubes to each programs according to the square footage that we are given to. And then I reorganize them into the cubes, and then I started shifting each programs to create atriums for light and then for entries and public spaces in between them. And this is kind of like the final overall form that I kind of got it to. And on the 3rd floor, I'm gonna have a private living spaces, which have a 6 smaller living bedroom, and then 2 private bigger bedrooms, and then it also had the entertainment room, which contain game room and gym. And on the second and first floor, it has the public living spaces, which have the living room, kitchens, community bathroom, laundry room. And on the workshop space, it has a laboratory and a storage room. And then the pink one is the administration space that has an office and mechanical rooms. And this is my vicinity site plan. As you can see that I choose quite a flatter surface. That's mainly because for our main transportations, we thought about using helicopters. And I thought it is a good place for me to locate helicopter landing spaces in the flatter surface. And there is solar panels and a flatter surface to allow the electricity generations. And as you can see, I kind of angled my building 90 degrees, mainly because of the sun. I thought if I didn't angle it, all the surface will not receive the sunlight quality. So I angled it for all the surface to receive the equal amount of sunlight. And then also you can see the windrows, the stronger wind come from both north and south. So by angling it, I believe the structure can endure higher wind velocity. And I also slanted my roofs toward inside the atrium because it is a snowy climate, and also it rains quite a lot during summer. So I thought if we can have an interior drainage system that go into the mechanical room, filter, and then go into the water tank for more sustainability. And this is my first floor plan. And as you can see, when you take the deck, and then there's a 2 entry to the ground floors. And as you can see, it is actually partially going into the ground. And there's a 3 entry that you can take, 1 to the administration room that has a conference room, office, and mechanical room. And then 1 to the workshop space that has a storage room underneath that has stairs going to the laboratory space, or this main building that had living rooms and laundry and women's community bathroom. And there is a loft. Yes.
I apologize to interrupt, but just a question of clarification while we're on the plan. Mm-hmm. There's a number of curvilinear elements in here.
Right.
What are they? Is this poche space? Are these walls that might be, changing in declination? Is it finished? What is it?
So it is what I show in the design one process. I kind of like extruded to kind of create the unique patterns. So this is a solid structure that is deformed, kind of like extruded on the bottom to allow people to, like have a living spaces underneath, but on the top it's actually still have the patterns remaining on the ceiling. So I dashed the patterns kind of like you can see on the above the section cut, and then the solid line is where the how can I say that, solid structures underneath the section cuts.
So it's poche?
It is a poche, but I kind of expressed it with the solid lines.
Okay, sorry, keep going.
Sorry. And so for the living spaces, there is main stairs right there, and then the loft that'll take us to the second floor, which is right there. And you can see more clear visions of the decking and how people can enter through here and have a nice view in there, and either two ways. And when you go up the main stairs, you can go either up or down. And then when you go to down, there's a kitchen dining rooms. And this is kind of like a loft, and it's connected by the spiral staircase that's in middle of the living spaces that down on the first ground. And then there is a men's community bathroom. And when you're going up, there's a lounge spaces that you can have really great views of the mountain range with 3 big windows. And there's two ways that you can go to the laboratory spaces. It's either you take up the stairs through the storage on the first floor, or you go in through the lounge and then going through the double egress doors through the public living spaces. And this is the third floor, and then go to the third floor, you can only take the main circulations. And there is 6 smaller bedrooms and 2 bigger bedrooms. That's more for, we thought about like more family usage, and it is connected by a circular hallways that surrounded the atriums. And when you go this way, this is a game room, and then it's a gym, fitness rooms. And this is the transverse sections of the architecture. And as you can see, this is the atrium, and then toward the atrium, the roof is slanted toward, and then I use the 1/4 inch per foot standard for the slanted roof to allow the rainwater to go into the atriums. And then as you can see, the side of the atrium is kind of place the windows, so the hallways of the 3rd floor can receive some sunlight, and then the light from the atrium can mainly go to the living spaces underneath. And as you can see, this is the loft, this is a spiral staircase connecting to the loft above. And what I kind of explained on the for the floor plans, so this is kind of like curved and deformed under the bottom part for people to, so for people to can actually access to the rooms. And this is the longitudinal section cuts. And as you can see, that's the stairs that connecting these storage spaces, and then the laboratory space upside on the top. And this is the 3 kind of big windows that allow people to have views of the mountains. And for the structure wise, I use double stud walls for the second and the third floors, and then it is finished by wood cladding on the outside. But because some parts on my first floor is kind of engraved into the site, so for what I did was I used concrete, and then within the interior is single stud walls with a concrete exterior, and it's finished by wood cladding. And there is a retaining walls kind of connecting to the sides. And this is the kind of exploded axons of how each floor look like, and then how colored renders of how the white parts are not only to create spatial quality, create like feelings, but it can also curved and extracted to be functional. That you can actually use for people. And so this is kind of like the room designs for its programs. And then this is the office spaces that actually the white part is actually dragged down, and it actually becomes the table for people to place computers. And this is the storage places that it can actually become a shelf to store valuable resources. And as you can see, the materiality of what I tried to achieve is because of my biological metaphor, it's melting snow and how it reveals the different material underneath. For the white, the snow part, it's smoother plaster or stucco kind of material. However, when it's kind of the walls and then floors are earthy material like wood, and then on the walls are the stone pebble or mosaic tiles to kind of show the rougher texture. And this is the second floors. And as you can see, the laboratory spaces are concealed space, so it's kind of limited extrusions of the patterns. And this is the kitchen dining space. And as you can see, it is connected by the spiral staircase. And it's this part can be a kitchen countertop, and then it is like extruded to create storage spaces. And this is like how I imagine the kitchen space to be. And this is a third floor, and this is the renders for the bedrooms. And you can see how it's kind of extruded to allow people to place TVs. And for this one is I kind of like extension of the ground space that actually allow people to sit down or sleep on there. And that render views of the interiors, and this is the living spaces, and then how the atrium, the light from the atrium kind of hidden toward the living space underneath, and kind of show how the lights, it seems like it is kind of melting the snows from the holes on the ceilings. And I want to show the materialities of the spaces, like the wider, colder plaster to the rougher textures of the walls, and then earthy materials on the floor. And this is the exterior renders. And as you can see, it is quite different from the interior, and that's what I wanted. That you won't expect how different the inside look like from just looking at this exterior view. And that is it.
I'll let someone else go first this time. I took up too much time last time. So Michelle or Charlton, go ahead.
Charlton, you didn't get a whole lot of chance. You get to go first.
Thank you. Well, Aya,
yes,
am I saying it right?
Yep.
I actually said on your mid review and I see some, you know, obviously connectivity with where you were there, but this project has come a long ways since then as well. I mean, it was a very compelling idea, and I think you've taken it nicely, developed it. I think I like the sort of fact that it's so different inside and out, and like you would not predict what is happening inside by looking at this extra elevation, and so it's full of surprises. And I think that you've done some nice things in regards to how you're taking that diagram further and actually started really incorporating it in a functional way, because I think that was one of the criticisms before, was like, how can you take it from being more a diagram to taking that to the next level in regards to functionality, and quite frankly, I would use the word intrigue a lot as well. What I would say is that what I think is interesting are the opportunities where I still think there's some opportunities in regards to what happens internally. I think it really shows up in the sections, you know, and I think I really like the way you've delineated these drawings, because it gives us a really good sense of what you're capable of doing, but also an opportunity to understand sectionally how this is working. And I think as I look at some of the sections, I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe the next level of investigation is how do some of these spaces relate internally to each other? Because, you know, the poche is intriguing, but also looking in one space across the section to the other space, and you start thinking about if there's opportunities for connectivity within, just to sort of like take it to that next level, how one moves around. And so it's less about being compartmentalized, but really more about understanding intuitively how you move around the atrium, how it connects one space to the other, and things of that nature. And I think there's still some opportunities there. And I will say that also, you know, how the poche can be even utilized even more so to deal with light, and how the poche can capture, redirect light, and how that light might change during the course of the day relative to how light is being impacted by the poche, or how it's being redirected by the poche. So I think the poche has a lot of potential still to be a major influence in the spatial realities of occupying these spaces. And the last thing I would say is that after you're sort of having this nice meal and this dessert of, you know, all these sort of internal machinations and things of that nature, the extra elevation has to actually step up to the mark, because the exterior is probably the part that needs the most attention, because it's sort of like, it's interesting to keep the surprise factor of what's inside versus what's out. But I think it's also, you can really start exploring, where might I reveal a little bit of what's inside, and how might that influence the fenestration strategies? Because fenestration strategy is pretty normative, and I think part of that is about the intrigue and surprise. But I think it also, the fenestration could be much, I mean, I think maybe it's too two-dimensional for me. I think I want more depth in the fenestration, and I want to perceive more depth in the facade somehow. When I look at that last image, that last rendering, I look at it and I go, after everything I've seen, maybe now I want to see, even though it might not reveal completely what's happening inside, but maybe it gives us a chance to look at how depth might have a hand into the notion of facade and building envelope. And I'll leave it at that. Very nicely done. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the first thing, and this is not just for you, but I think it's going to go for everyone in the class. I think I need to come and explain what words like extrusion mean. You know, you were either carving, you were doing Boolean subtraction, you were doing excavations, but you weren't extruding on that. So we got to do that for the whole class, I think. You know, I'm with Charlton on some of these aspects. The otherness of the inside versus the outside is spectacular. You know, I just think it's an absolutely brilliant move and a brilliant idea. I want the outside to be more bunker-like. You know, I want the exterior to be more solid, as if you're coming across something that is this sort of, that you expect to enter into this deep, dark cave of something, and instead you sort of enter into this completely sort of other world of that. But, you know, they're meant to be a binary, you know, and you began to set them up as binary, let them be binary. Like, and I think this is a plan that's important in this. I'm not sure why it's not a cube. I don't understand all the extra articulation in the floor plate. Let it be a platonic cube, this thing that is so man-made, so understood as also other than its environment, other than its natural environment. And then you flip when you go inside. And if I were going to develop this, and this is not, and this is for you to be thinking about for the future, and not for this project, because the ideas are all here. It's not quite poché space. It's more like furniture. Right now, all of this is just more like furniture in there. And it reflects the way that you actually made your study model. Your study model was made in this particular way, and you turned that into a building. Instead, sort of thinking what the potential of it is that rather than that carving being on a cube by cube basis, or the square basis, the squares were the modules in which you operate, but the carving is of the snow itself, which is the entire interior of it. So if you just thought about getting rid of all those orthogonal walls and allowed what you're calling as the poché to sort of form the interior spaces. So it ends up being that the whole thing ends up being carved out, even insofar as it's creating habitable spaces on the inside of it. And I'm also really intrigued by one of the great potentials of this, and it's clear it was something that drove you, which is how you can bring light into this. Really thoughtful ways of bringing in light from the top. And this is the part of the world where you want to bring in light from the top. You have amazing sky views, so the potential is fantastic from it. Allowing it to wash on those surfaces will continue to make this incredibly otherworldly, sort of turned inside out space that you're creating.
Thank you so much.
I figured by the time I got around to showing you what the quote unquote poché space really was, you would get kind of a kick out of that, because it's anything but really poché space.
Yeah, I was thinking in terms of presentation, it's tough in this linear format, and I think you have to be careful to try not to have the reveal too late. And so Michelle's question, I was thinking the same thing when we were looking at the plan, and you would have been well served to have some of these diagrams adjacent to it, even if you don't speak about them much yet. Just to, I know it gives away a bit of the reveal, but it would help. So I
interrupt real quickly and just say one thing. It's like that. If you look at a really great realistic painting like Ingrid or someone, they always give you an error or two and a way into how the painting is done. And it's like a magician. They always give you insights into the trick. And I think from Aya's point of view, your point is really well taken. She needs to give some glimpses into the project as she's going through this rigorous process presentation. And I hope you really listen to that and understand it, Aya.
Yep.
Right, and the same thing in your portfolio. The first page you have, even if you have 10 pages in your portfolio, the first page is to give away a sneak preview of what you'll arrive at. But so I thought Michelle and Charlton's comments were fantastic, and I wanted to build on a couple of those. One is, it seems as though your process, you've described it very much as an operation, that you made this move and everything has been sequential. And when in reality, I think there is a bit of the hand of the artist that has to come into this necessarily. And that could either go one of two directions. It could either be something that really is quite intuitive, or it could be something where you get into the science and the rigor of talking about the melting of ice. Because I think you've somewhat, arbitrarily chosen different geometries, different radii and curvatures that you're using. But if you were to actually look into the science of the melting of ice, I'm guessing, and I don't know this, I'm not a scientist, not to do with ice and water composition, but there probably are ice crystals that have certain geometric characteristics. There probably are fractals that come into play. and or maybe there are certain curvatures and certain geometries that inform that maybe could help set up a series of rules where you have 1, 3, 5, or 10 different geometric operations that you use that help you make decisions along the way. But what's so interesting about this, and I want to emphasize Michelle's point about working with a perfect cube, because it's interestingly, it appears as though you are doing sort of a tenant fit out project here, which is when you typically have a cold shell and a much larger building, and then you're hired to go in there and create space within the given shell. But then you have, to Michelle's point, crafted somehow the shell. It's not a completely generic shell. And so I think you push it one way or the other. Either you make the shell much more influenced by what's happening on the interior, or the shell is completely generic. It's somewhere oddly between those two. And that's a pretty quick fix, I would say, even for your portfolio going forward. And even still, even with that perfect pristine shell, you still could have places, as Charlton mentions, where this could ooze out, your system could ooze out vertically, or you think of Villa Savoie, with the curvilinear forms that pop out of the top. And you can see that, so it's a very pristine geometry in Villa Savoie, but you can see that the extruded curvilinear form pop out the top and then down on the bottom. You could do sort of the equivalent of that, where it is still that pristine form, but it has a few distinct penetrations. But I would like to see some moments where there is a little more tension between these systems. And so the point about the orthogonal walls inside is a really good one. As Michelle was saying, what are they actually doing if you're burying them with this furniture? And if this is completely furniture, could this furniture not do more? And so I'm thinking of the Shigeru Ban house that is completely structurally supported by furniture, by millwork or cabinetry. That becomes the structure of the house. Like why could this system, this poche, why could that not actually become the structural support of this entire system, and therefore the conveyance of all of your systems, all of your mechanical, electrical, your thermally active surfaces? Couldn't they all be in this geometry instead of having any of those orthogonal walls inside? And so there's an opportunity to really build up upon this. And then last comment I'll make is similar to the conversation we had about Seb's project, where we're looking for a bit more of a commentary on the Anthropocene and what's the larger concept and idea, and one that, and I don't think, other than referring to ice and context in that way, I didn't gather that there was a very clear idea of that in this project. But one I might post-rationalize would be, if you are to go for the idea of having this wood-clad exterior that's very different than the interior, perhaps that is what dissolves in 1,000 years, or whenever mankind goes extinct, when Anthropocene is over. That goes away, and then what's left are these forms that are much more resemblant of the context that's there. And so I think that's perhaps an interesting idea, that you have this wood-clad exterior. We know that that's a much more fragile material that has to be maintained to live on. And if your poche is something other than furniture, if it is something a little more robust, whether it's cast in place concrete, whatever the case is, that then is perhaps what not only anchors this into its site, but also what remains if the rest dissolves at the end of our era. And that perhaps ties this back into the larger commentary. And again, that's just one idea to get you thinking about that I think makes this an even more profound project, rather than only being rich spatially and experientially and those sorts of things. But thank you, it was a good project.
Thank you.
So I have a couple of quick things. One is that I think that Charlton's idea that maybe the windows actually have to penetrate through to the pochade space, and maybe that becomes outdoor space with a slope sill, and they could think maybe it used to be a bunker and guns came through there or something. I don't know. But and then you lost the idea of your fish hook and net.
Yes.
And that's what I think Matt was alluding to, with the things that could have pulled up like you had done before. Mm-hmm. So I think that the lesson maybe is sometimes things get really, really hard and they seem overwhelming and too hard, but you still can't let them go.
Yeah. Okay.
You gotta still embrace it and see and push it to the very end.
Right. Yeah.
And anyone else have any last minute comments? Because
very nice project. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I just wanted to echo, you know, what everyone else has said about this, you know, idea of, but I would recommend being very strategic about the moment you choose to, you know, break from inside to outside. I mean, I wouldn't make it all of your fenestration pattern. I would choose a few selected moments and. You know, because as Matt was talking, I mean, Charlton brought it up and then Matt was talking more about it, but I started thinking about the chapel at La Tourette. And when you're inside the chapel, you only see the, you know, the cylindrical skylights. When you're outside the chapel, you see the most bizarre protrusions that you can't even imagine would relate to what you see, the simple carvings on the inside versus these, you know, kind of extreme projections on the outside on it. So actually that ends up being the third thing in your design. If the exterior, you know, is your platonic, you know, crate or cave that you're creating, your interior is this sort of like, you know, marvelous, you know, carved out space, then that other is the time in which the two cross, when threshold exists between what's outside and what's inside. And that could be this kind of spectacular place of invention.
And it's for thresholds of all sorts.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
David, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
We get to see you today.
Yeah.
It's the first time you haven't just had your name up there in a black screen.
Well, I'm using my laptop now, so I can have it open.
I'm just being light while you get started.
Okay, so I'm David. Our president, because we started in groups, was the Lebanon Down Center by Herzog and de Meuron in London. And the way we decided to evaluate this building was with its connection to human form and human movement. So from this, we made a model about the buildings. We recreated the building structure, and that helped me see the building's design a little bit better. And from here, we moved forward in the way to creating explicit connections of forms that could connect to the body and the movement. So we ended up choosing this one, and we created a skiing lodge that would be orthogonal from one point of view and then organic from the other, which I really liked. So going into my project, I wanted to create and celebrate technology by incorporating it in a way that would celebrate the human body and its movements too. I seek to achieve these by creating a resilient building that will adapt to the future and the harsh environment, while keeping their residents protected and united, which is something I feel like I miss right now with the COVID. So I chose one of the most flatter sites of them, and here I saw that there was a lot of gneiss, slate, and granite rock. What I took a lot from here was how the air flowed from north to south, and it was interesting because the cold air flowed upwards from coming from the north to the south, and then the warmer air flowed downwards to the south. So my first step was giving my spaces quality and area, and then I took all these and started to move them around and make them interact with one another. So I created different models, and from these models I then decided to go back and try to connect them to the human form and how different positions could connect to these same models. And I had my model, and I used that to create this kind of enclosure that would connect this to the body, shown here. So I was not there yet, but then I was looking at the site and I was talking to myself, and I was, okay, it's me hiking up this mountain. in this very harsh environment. And basically everything that's protecting me from dying is technology, which would be my clothes and my jacket, these two layers that are protecting me. So I took this form and I decided to use these 3 layers to kind of create this safe environment that would be protecting the people in the building from the harsh environment. So I took all of this, I looked into these Arctic building system, and I created sort of a quick collage that would simulate what I wanted my building's ideal to be. It would be this building in the middle of nowhere where you would just feel safe because everything else is going to basically kill you. So this is the site where my model sits. As I said before, it's kind of on the flatter sides. It does have on the northeastern side a little downhill, which I had to adapt to. So this is a basic diagram of how my building would work and circulation would go. It would be the administration. I wanted it to be connected to the lab and to the kitchen, you know, for supplies. And I also wanted the lab to have its own entrance if some kind of specimen would have to be quarantined or taken care of. And then there would be this centerpiece, public piece of space that would be surrounded by the private and the public spaces that everyone could use. So this is my floor plan, and after doing the building, I really like that it would be very accessible. Once you're in the building, it's just one whole floor and you can get everywhere, and anyone could get everywhere. So on the bottom left side is my lab. Left to that is the entrance, the main entrance, which would be the administration connected to the kitchen and the dining. And then on the right of the building, it's this L-shaped 8-room private living spaces that would be surrounding this public space connecting the whole building. So I really like this section because when creating my building, I did want it to at least half of the building be using that ground warmth. So on the left, it's cutting through the administration, and all the way until half of the private living spaces, it starts to elevate and be supported by wooden poles. You can also see the structure supporting the glass panels having its own system and supporting itself. This is also a nice section. It cuts going left to right. It cuts through a room in the private living, and then there's this central space which connects everything, which is the public. And then I have a tech lab, a gym, and then on the right there's this place where you can have dine in and interact with everyone. So my wall assembly is made, all my walls inside the building are made from, all the exterior walls actually are made from corrugated galvanized treated steel skin with a rigid high density foam core for insulation made from rigid recycled or organic materials. And both the roof and the floor are made from enclosed wood joists with insulation supported by the wooden posts. So my first elevation shows the northern side of the building. It shows how at least 2/3 of the building is sitting on this side, and then there's this part of the private living that is being elevated from the site to maintain this like accessible one floor way of designing I chose to go through. On the left, you see people exiting through the lab. My second elevation shows on the left, the main entrance, in the middle, the lab, and on the right, the public and private living spaces. So for my axon, I wanted to show how there was this two kind of distinct different forms of building. It was the programs that would be using the steel skin, corrugated steel skin modules made of like 2 feet long modules that would intersect each other and also be load bearing, which I really liked them. They were from the Arctic building system. And on the other hand, there's this panels that have their own thing going on, which are being supported by this beautiful metallic structure that would be a lot more thick and like heavier. So like taking care of the whole building, just like the jacket would if you would be a hiker. This is my public space that would be connecting everything inside. This is what one of the rooms in the corner would look like, or more or less what I would like the room to look like. And I really like this render because I feel like it really embraces the whole idea of this building being in the middle of nowhere, and it's the only way you could, like, if you get there, you're safe, but if you're out of there, you're exposed. And I took into heart what McCall said about choosing a song for a building. And I feel like Antonio Vivaldi's Winter actually is pretty good with it. And I'm gonna play it to you. Because when I hear the song, I'm like fighting, everything on my way to get to the building, the skiers or the hikers that have to get there. So this is the song. It's very like erratic, and I feel like I'm hiking up. I have my technology, which is taking care of my whole body. These layers that are basically I'm entrusting my whole life to them. And once I get there, I feel safe again within these warm layers. I'm gonna pause this. So thank you. And that's my building.
So does Dean Addington have to go first this time?
I have some questions for clarification.
David.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm actually, you talked about, the metal part of the building, which I assume you're talking about the aluminum, is it aluminum sheathing?
Yes. It's well, the exterior walls are made from this steel skin, and in the middle there's this rigid foam core.
Okay, so it's
and then, is that what you mean, or do you mean the whole system that's supporting the panels?
That's what I couldn't tell. I didn't know if you were talking about using a SIP, which is a structural insulated panel, or whether you're actually just talking about cladding and there's another structural system here. Are you actually thinking about the panel being structural, or is there
the panel is load bearing? Yeah, I took it from the Arctic building system.
Okay, but it doesn't support the roof structure because that appears to have its own other structure. Is that right?
It supports the joists that will support the roof structure.
But not the glass structure.
Not the glass structure. The glass is supported by its own system.
Okay.
These metal trusses that are supported themselves.
All right, then I'm confused about something else. So the enclosure of the building stops with the white roof that's sitting on top of the SIPs, and then this kind of clear story. This clear story thing is something else. Like there's public space on top of the box.
No, the public space is this space, which is joining all of the little modules, and it's being kind of creating this effect of a greenhouse with the roof, with the glass.
So from this, it looks like the panel system is only supporting itself, and there's a whole other structure for supporting what's above it.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
sorry if I was.
It took a while to get out, but that's what it was looking like to me. Okay, that was what I was responding to, is when I saw that, as I wasn't quite sure what was going on.
So the metaphor is that the greenhouse roof is the jacket, it's the parka, and I guess you could say the metal cladding's like the long underwear or something, right? Or it's your jeans or your Gore-Tex.
And it's protecting all of these modules, which are the body, to me.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to understand certain aspects of it. If you could go back to an interior image.
This one?
Yeah. Because I think what I'm thrown at on this image is that I understand the logic of the box, and then the openness, you know, it's kind of like it bursts open at the top, you know, with this sort of incredible, you know, an incredible roof structure that you have. But then I see this image and I don't understand what's happening on the right, where there's now a glass structure that comes down on the inside. Because my original impression was that everything that where the body could walk or was occupied or where functions took place were things that belonged to the ground, and the things that belonged to the ground were part of this, you know, opaque, repetitive structure. And the things that belonged to the sky were part of this kind of amazing canopy there. So I'm not exactly sure what is happening in this moment where it flips and goes from being horizontal to now being a vertical element of the glass coming down here. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what your logic was in terms of top and bottom. You know, I think I have that logic. I want to understand the logic of what's now happening on the inside in relationship to that.
Maybe if we go back to this one, it's going to be a little bit easier to explain. So it's the programs, the modules where everything happens have this central space, which if not for the glass encasing would be open to this harsh environment. So it's basically having this all being protected by this jacket, which is made out of this glass panels. And this jacket is being supported by this beautiful metallic structure that will make me feel a lot safer.
And that's what, now I get confused again, because I think the jacket is supported by its own structural system.
So no, the jacket doesn't, those are just glass panels, and those are sitting on the metallic structure.
Okay, so you're not calling the structural panels the metallic structure?
No.
Okay, all right, thanks for that. Maybe someone else should slip in while I get myself all sorted out here.
You know, show us the floor plan really quickly. So can you, well, you have a annotate tool. This is that glass you're seeing.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about.
Bit of glass. Yeah, and then this is all the opaque, right? And this is another bit of opaque. Ah, shoot, not doing a very good job there, Mike. And so this is the only place here, Michelle, here, or Dean Addington, excuse me, then here. And then this outdoor space is not really conditioned. It's just, in the day, it's part of a greenhouse, and at night it's probably freezing cold, but it is protecting, and it creates a common outdoor like plaza. Is that right?
I think that,
yes, that's exactly right.
I think though that the fact that we're having to go to this extreme to understand it is very telling. I think that as a partee, and I was sort of interpreting it the same way, that you have this exoskeleton, that you have something that is all encompassing, that is actually, you know, one layer, and then you have those buildings, the lab, the kitchen, the public-private, you know, that stuff was secure underneath this canopy. And that you have, when you look at the axon, you have this idea that one sort of encompasses the other, and it gives you that protection. As a matter of fact, I thought that, you know, and I think that it wants to do that. I think, and I think it means that you expand, and so you have a hierarchy in regards to both structure and potentially what we consider envelope. And what I liked about that idea, and it might be that, okay, when I think about it in those terms, I started thinking about different ideas regarding what's inside and what's out. And I think that's something that once you establish that as somewhere to go, then you can actually sort of say, what is inside, what is out? You know, what am I, you know, and how does that, what means protection, and to what degree am I protection? I think it goes back into a much deeper exploration of what layers could mean. What I like about the idea that you have this all-encompassing structure in canopy is that you can make the argument that I build the larger structural capacity, which enables me to construct the other pieces protected. Like I could do the all-encompassing canopy and steel structure, and then I can come in and be protected to some degree from the elements while I bring in these modules and I assemble them that has everything to do with these SIPs panels and things of that nature. And I really started exploring this hierarchy of both structure and how these pieces come together. And it just sort of makes sense that if I build this protective over all-encompassing exoskeleton, it allows me to build and construct things. And that's the way, you know, when you look about certain projects in very remote areas where they're having to think about how do we actually build this thing, and then you think, okay, we have to sort of think about the phases of this. And I think there's a logic to that, but it reads, you know, that like it wants to be these two different systems going on, and that would be the strength. And it's where it gets confusing is when they're sort of like superimposed upon each other. And I was having the same difficulty in that regard.
So are you saying it could work better if the whole modules would be all enclosed in this structure instead of finishing together?
That's sort of that's where I'm headed with this, yes.
I guess constructing it would be easier that way. You would be protected.
Well, it's not just, and that's part of the conversation, but it's not just that. I think it's a much more clear hierarchy of inside and out. I think it's an interesting premise to think about the idea of layers and protections, and to me, that gives you an opportunity to explore it more deeply.
I feel like I did this in a way that you would be, you know, in the kitchen, in your rooms, and you feel like you're inside. But then once you come to the public space, you would be outside, but you would still feel protected. You would have the whole experience of looking up, looking right, and looking at the mountain, just at the other side of the glass, but still being protected to that degree.
So make it more outside. Make it more outside where these modules are kind of like a you know, collection of things inside of this sort of larger structure, that every time you step outside the module, you're actually in the mediation zone, because, you know, if it's going to be partially enclosed, it's going to be somewhat mediated. But there's, you know, a way of actually, you know, being really clear what's completely protected and enclosed when you're inside the modules. What allows you to see outside but be partially protected is when you're in the public space, and then you're outside. So it's actually what Charlton is talking about is a hierarchy in terms of how we define enclosure, you know, and working through that. So you've actually got two enclosure strategies here, as opposed to sort of thinking about that as a hierarchy. It means two enclosure strategies, as he was saying, simultaneously, like, okay, I'm going to have this one up here, but the rest of it is going to be this completely enclosed thing. But actually really thinking about what the relationship of these are to the overall concept of the building.
Do you have a roof plan?
Of these?
No.
Site plan.
How you feel
for the next one, we saw it on one of, there we go. That's the closest we have to a roof plan. Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, this was a sketch, honestly.
Yeah.
But do you guys, I mean, okay, I understand what you're saying, I think, but I'm not sure that I don't find that to be rather clear, at least in this view. Do you think then that anyway, I'm sorry, go ahead and continue.
Well, I'll bring up, I want to expand upon that briefly, and I want to take a different tack and come at this from a different angle. But I think more fundamentally, the question is about intentionality and just the clarity of intentionality from the verbal presentation, the graphic presentation, the diagram and or partie, and I'll come back to that. And I first wanted to start off by mentioning the precedent, the Herzogenaurach, the Laban Dance Center in London. And my experience of that building, and I visited it, I went around it many times. It was within a cycling distance of where I lived in London. and could go out to Greenwich to see it. The most striking aspect of that building is that it's contextual in a very unique way. It has nothing to do with the form of the building, but rather the material quality, and that it's somewhat of a chameleon within its context. And there's sort of a phosphorescent sense to, and it's because it's within a very historic part of London and Greenwich, where there are Georgian brick structures, and they just wanted to mimic that. They wanted to do something unique, but allowed it to be reflective in certain ways and to reflect the sky. And so first, I just wanted to mention that. I think that's an interesting part that perhaps you could have picked up on, would have been one take on this when talking about intentionality, would just say to create a building that becomes somewhat of a chameleon within its context. Another thing that I want to talk about that I was struck by, I think this is a very powerful thing that you're speaking about, that you didn't use this word, but you're interested in the idea of refuge. You talked about the idea of getting out of the elements, and but it's this notion of refuge. And I've done a lot of extreme hiking, ice climbing. I've camped out on glaciers and done plenty of ice axe climbing, those types of things. And I can relate to that very, very clearly when you talk about that notion of wanting refuge. However, I'm not convinced that your building is the antidote to that specifically. When we think about what you might expect in terms of refuge or not, you're thinking of often even huts, but especially lodges. There's a sense of warmth and enclosure. It's just this idea of you wouldn't expect to see an expansive curtain wall glass, for example, or extensive glass roofs within any type of shelter or hut or lodge. You're first just looking for just some sense of protection and even limiting the view and the exposure. I mean, what you have, if you go to that interior rendering in the atrium in that space, this feels more like it would be a contemporary art museum atrium, for example, rather than this notion of what you're describing of refuge, where you're coming in. And so so part of this is talking about semantics, but in the way you set up the project. But I think it relates to design intention and consistency. And I would imagine that there could be ways that you could relate to, rather than just a metaphor of the jacket and these different components, rather just more directly relate to ergonomics. Where are there nooks and comfortable areas to tuck away after having been exposed with these vast landscapes and vast horizons and all the sky? How are there ways that you're carefully carving it so that places like this are actually much more important than all of the gymnastics up here, that you're spending the time thinking about those moments, because I don't think we don't see a rendering of inside the spaces that you're actually conditioned and occupy, but those would be very important to the end user to have a very, very comfortable spaces. Oh, you're right. Sorry, I apologize. You did show that one. And so this to me is more important, but even still, it's more or less a typical room. And I think there's an opportunity to have made that to do with how the furniture is arranged, how the furniture interlocks into your entire system, whatever the case is. Either way, I think there's an opportunity. I think part of it, we've gotten distracted by the large roof gesture and all of that, when perhaps your project more could have happened at this scale, and maybe this would be more of the effort would go into developing these moments. Personally, I think rather than that larger gesture, which I think is very interesting, there's nothing wrong with what you've created, but based on the premise of what this building is about, in terms of being that I'll keep using the term refuge, that ultimately comes back to this question, which then takes us to the idea of trying to figure out where the thermal enclosure is in the plan. And I would really like to see the hand of the artist to some sort of partie sketch that would show the approach toward, is it about these two different interlocking L shapes that create that sense of enclosure and protection and that mediation that Dean Addington's mentioned that's between the two? Is that ultimately what's driving it? Or is it about the hat that's on top? Is it more volumetric? But, and the same thing in section. We haven't talked about, and I know we probably have to move on. The way that this sits on the ground is curious. It's somewhat flush, but then it doesn't really anchor in, but it also doesn't really stick out. And I think that I could just imagine having a partie sketch to show, if imagining a given slope, what is the idea? Is the idea that the foundation sits mostly below, or that it deliberately comes out on stilts. It's somewhere, but it's somewhere between the two. And I think there's probably some thought there, but it would help to have just a diagram or a sketch that starts to talk about how it's situated in section and how these things stack. And so again, I think a lot of this is here, David, and I think you've thought about a lot of these things. And I would really encourage you, before you fold this into your portfolio, to try to articulate some of those things, because you won't be there to answer those questions when you send this off for an internship or for a job interview. It needs to be very explicit and clear, where someone can understand, oh, I understand the logic of how he went from A to B to C, and it makes complete sense that the plan, the section, all are thought through. And so again, we're all just trying to help you synthesize.
No, yes, definitely. I was thinking about how did you, what was the word? Sorry. It was
refuge. Maybe.
Refuge. Sorry. I was thinking about refuge in the way that it's double the refuge in my eyes. You know, I have these container-like structures because I'm seeking refuge, but it's not only these structures that are going to be protecting me from the harsh environment, but there's a structure protecting that structure, which is protecting me.
I think, David, two things real quickly. One is that it was difficult to understand the intersection and the relationship of the carapace, the superstructure, the Louis Vuitton glass sort of thing, and then that Arctic, like real simple barn-like almost quality of the habitable rooms. So maybe that just means it needs to be delineated more clearly. You have, and then I think that the idea still here of refuge, that's a technological refuge, and it, Matt, it kind of isn't like your experiences of finding ye old hut and a bottle of a hot, cider kind of thing. It's a newer or different approach to it, and I rather applaud David for taking that effort. What I don't think you've succeeded in quite is that courtyard being like a place. It doesn't really feel like, from the images, that it's created. I mean, it's a start. It's enclosed and it has a floor and it has walls. But what would make that a place of habitation that would be, the heart and spirit of your whole refuge? And I think you need to think about that is all. I'm not trying to be too harsh here, because I think this has come a long, long way. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, definitely.
If you go,
I feel like I do get that idea of this place being the heart of the building, and there must be something really important happening there.
Well, real quickly look at your perspective of that, and then we got to move on.
And while you're pulling that up, what I want you to keep on this project, and it's actually a really, really strong concept that you have. It really does have to do with this sort of understanding of different levels of mediation and engagement. And actually, I think Mike, you saying was technological. I think about it as being thermal, within that. And because one of the problems, one of the things that we do so wrong in contemporary building is, want to create a single environment for the entire building that's highly conditioned. And the more that we can understand that, particularly for things like that, what do you really have to have conditioned? The bedroom. What can be fairly, more sort of variable would be would be some of the public spaces. What can be a lot more variable would be the courtyard space. And then, the idea is that we can have different levels of clamping down and control and opening up and variability, stability to variability to an extreme that's something else. So you've got the right idea here. And if there's anything that's going to save us from the Anthropocene, we'll be thinking in that way about what we really have to have control of and what we have to sort of allow to float a bit more. So you've got the right idea here.
Yeah, I mean, in an extreme environment, you want to keep your internal organs warm first, and then go from there, kind of as another.
Yeah, the jacket idea is it.
So the other thing, David, I'll just be really, this is really kind of silly, but I think you picked the absolute wrong scale figures here.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. This is not an office, it's hikers, but
well, not hikers, it's researchers.
Yeah, research. But yeah, yeah.
Show up here.
I was looking at this one and I saw the guy and I was like, oh no, this is an office, not a research facility.
We better move on. We have
yeah, yeah. Let's. I'll stop taking your time. Thank you very much.
Matt and Dean Addington and Charlton. It's we're supposed to end at 5. It's 10 till. We're going to give the same amount of time to Riley as everyone else. But if one of you has to leave or something, we understand.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your input.
So Riley has one more exam this evening.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's dual degree things. I signed up for it. So hi, my name's Riley and my project is called Contained.
Riley, I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you?
Me too.
Yeah, speak up just a little bit.
Yeah, Riley, do like Mike and yell at the microphone.
Okay. Is this better? I don't know if I have headphones anymore.
No, that was better.
That was better?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I will try to yell. So, located in the Italian and Austrian Alps is the Center for Analog Architecture in the Anthropocene OT Research Facility. These mountains are characterized by medium winds, heavy precipitation, and like a Mediterranean type sunlight. The site that I chose was chosen for its trail access to allow for the transport of materials and supplies by truck, snowmobile, walking, etc. In order to limit my disturbance of the site and design a structure that I felt was fitting for climate change research, I looked to create a prefabricated modular system that kind of hovers on the site as opposed to digging into the site. Given the unforgiving terrain and weather conditions of the Alps, spending the least amount of time on construction on the actual site would expedite the entire process and allow for research to begin sooner, which is particularly appealing to the sharply decreasing timeline of climate change reversibility and will allow for the research to begin faster. Being in Italy and close to the Mediterranean and its massive sea trade, I decided upon the use of shipping containers to fulfill these endeavors. An additional benefit of shipping containers is their already structural form, allowing them to remain lightweight and endure harsh conditions in their travel. To begin my formal design, I explored how to connect these and circulate programmatic space on a relatively shallow sloping site. One important aspect of program to meet is the commute from home to work and the enclosing of outdoor spaces. Being isolated over the past year, I have really begun to miss that commute from walking from my home to where I ended up working instead of like the 2 feet from my bed and my desk. And since it is such a beautiful and unique site that we get to use, I also wanted to provide the opportunity to take advantage of the outdoor spaces. This developed into this following space, but I desired an even stronger relationship between the site and the forms. So I began to look at stacking the spaces vertically in response to a new site and to really take advantage of the existing structure of the shipping containers. So to develop this form, I created a series of aggregated container spaces and then did a solar radiation analysis to select my form. Since I intended on lifting the container and using the solar panels to power the space, I wanted to maximize the heat the building gains from the sun. So this was the one that had the most solar radiation. From there, I started to explore an exterior circulation system to get from container to container and divide the program spaces up between the different levels of the container system. For the construction of this form, for the climate and the site, the shipping containers interiors are modified while abstaining as much as possible from intensely cutting into the container walls. I decided upon radiant floor heating pipes installed in the bottom to counteract the loss of heat from stilting the containers, in addition to the wood framing insulation that's containing. The containers are also placed on W-beam frames in concrete piers, which limit the disturbance to the site. You can see that this construction allows for the adaptability of spaces, whether if it's in a few years and they add a new laboratory space onto the side of it or more living modules, or if they decide their research is done and the building can be removed, leaving this kind of like graveyard of concrete piers. And then here's some sections just that kind of show the relationship of the concrete piers to the site. And then I decided upon covering the staircases and using that to move from level to level of the structure. And so moving into the distribution of space, the lower level includes 2 living modules in the first laboratory space. Each living module consists of a 160 square foot bedroom, a private bathroom, and a closet. And then as you connect the spaces, when they do connect within the like more public spaces, you have like, third level. So this is the second level, has more lab space and public living. Third level has like admin storage. And then here's a view of the exterior spaces that you get when you start to occupy the tops of the containers. And then there's fourth level. And then here's a video I did. That's all. Thank you.
Hey, Matt, it's your turn again.
Okay, I'll start. All right, so thank you, Riley. I appreciate some of the logic. It seems as though you have a very, quite a pragmatic approach in some ways, and then maybe less so in other ways. It's interesting that when you choose the approach about how your design approach begins to inform the decisions that you make. And it seems as though you've mostly taken quite a top-down approach in terms of creating this overall logic, which is obviously largely constrained by the dimensions of the shipping container, which you didn't want to violate or change too much. You wanted to conform to that. And that then sets in motion a series of decisions that come into play. And so I appreciated the fact that you were considering solar radiation and thinking about trying to, in this case, which is the opposite of our climate here, you were trying to maximize solar exposure with your configuration. And one of the things that comes into play, if you go, can you go to an AXO view? When we're thinking about designing with a kit of parts, so to speak. And let's see, what starts to become important are that's fine, any one of those ones that were, well, yeah. No, is it just second on its own? That's fine. Well, my point is just that it becomes a figure ground relationship. And I would say what you've created more so than the other projects we've seen is somewhat of a campus where those open spaces are as important as the other spaces. And that's very much the case at the UT campus when we think about whether it's the West Mall or the South Mall. Those spaces are as important as the buildings that define them. And the South Mall, most of us probably can't name the six buildings that define those, but those become very important. And I would argue that there is a case for your project being as much about those spaces between the masses as there are within them. But I would also say that when you have this top-down logic to begin to organize these different components, you have some very curious moments that happen inside programmatically. And so now if you go to a floor plan, so sorry, I've been having you bounce around, but yeah, so here, for example, I think it's critical to test fit these when you're saying private living module, and then there's the floor with the chapel. Is chapel or some sort of sanctuary? Chapel sanctuary, yes. And the proportions of that are so extreme, which are very intriguing. But I think it's critical to fit that out, to show what the furnishings would be, where one would sit, how one circulates. And what my bigger point to do with all of this is that at some point the bottom up pressure should begin to influence this as well. And so it is this top-down organization of being constrained to the dimensions of the shipping container. And then also I would suggest the functional components, the functional and experiential components, frankly, that begin to push back on this to where you have to then create to similar to Dean Addington's point on Aya's project about a third condition. So here you have the module, the module itself, the space between them, and there's a third condition, I think, to where you introduce something else, to where you break out of these components. And it doesn't mean that it doesn't have to be a diagonal geometry, it doesn't have to be any type of other geometry, but somehow begin to think about the proportions of these spaces, like how these each begin to actually operate and what the ratio is for each of those compared to this, which currently are just set up completely by snapping to the grid of the dimension of the shipping containers. And so for me, that's what I would suggest in terms of as you think about how to package this and go forward, is also to have a critical exercise, not just thought exercise, but actually trying to test fit these with that type of logic. And just to give you a specific example that you're probably familiar with, the Kimball Art Museum by Kahn very much tries to work with a single bay and stamp that out to function for every part of the program. And there are some places where it works better than others, the auditorium being the one where it seems the most forced. In some cases, there is using the double bay or not. And so I think that well, having said all of what I've said, part of what you're out for this is that your argument that this could be disassembled and this could be reconfigured. This is not, it's quite literally not set in stone, and that these could be jettisoned off and go out as separate pods. But that's what comes to mind with this. I think it's intriguing, the idea of how you kind of assembled this, how you've thought about these different components. And each of the elements that you've shown perspectively have to do with mostly seeing it as an object, but without really understanding how each of these spaces would begin to perform and feel throughout. And that's where I think that it just would really make your project a lot more rich if that puts pressure back on this and alters and geometry in some ways in certain cases. Thank you, Riley. You're muted, Michelle.
It's getting at the end of the day, and I've only had 4 coffees and a whole Coke, but it's still not enough to keep me completely energized. One in your video, there was a moment when stairs actually kind of intersected with a space that you couldn't get into. And it makes me think of a recurring nightmare I have where my three-dimensional body is confronted by two-dimensional stairs, and I'm trying to flatten myself into 2 dimensions to go up there. I was thinking like I was going to have to be flattened in order to slide up those. But the other thing is that shipping container projects were popular when I was a student, and that was a really long time ago. So they tend to crop back up again. The part about it that's important to keep is not the shipping container itself, but it is this sort of idea of modularity, and how one works with the module, and particularly for a site like this, a module that you can helicopter in, that's plug and play and ready to go. It doesn't have to be a shipping container, but a shipping container starts you off and thinking about it. So I'm okay with that from that standpoint. Could you go to one of your very first images? Yeah, this one. This one really struck with me, and I was thinking that maybe you can treat this project as something other than your classmates. Although Mike might be mad at me for this, but what I saw with this project was something of this part of it was that you were going to identify a family of different approaches, to this site, and that family could be read as these independent units. That family could be read as the 2 units. It could be read as 4 units within it. But it went from these individual units to suddenly this very complex set of interconnected and interlocked things, which required you to add all of this sort of intermediate stuff that made it more difficult. All the different ways of cutting the stairs, throughout it, which made it all the more difficult. I would love to see this kind of work through, how is this module deployable, helicopter in by helicopter in. You have the modules that you have here. It's working. It's already a place that people can use. What happens at level 2, which is, 2 of them connected together for a laboratory? What happens when it's 4, 2 stacked on top of the other? But finding, instead of a really articulated set of interconnections, to turn it into something really complex, what are the different levels or phases that this could be? Because the part about this that would make it the most sustainable is that it could work at every single level. It works at the level of the individual unit. It works at the level of 2 or 3 or 4 of them put together. It works at a level of different things. While it might be more interesting and compelling architecture if it's this intricate set of layers and stacks and interconnections and lots and lots of stairs. There are a lot of stairs there, lots and lots of stairs to pull it all together. Is it actually more compelling when you recognize that the point of the module is its simplest form, and that you look at how do you maintain that simple, the idea of the simplest connection, the most straightforward connection, all the way through this sort of entire set of families that you could have there. But I think that it's a way of thinking that's really important, as we move forward. It's really important for a site like this to be able to think strategically to the most stripped down level of how you get things there and how you build there. So and graphically, I love this image. I love the graphics that you had throughout, particularly sort of like in these kind of anime-like animations that you have. I think it's great thinking.
Yes, sir. Am I the only one seeing like some really creepy dude in the lower left corner?
Yeah, I saw that as well, and I was thinking like, is that a guy, or is that a really strange sort of wind form,
Yeah.
you know, coming in? So
I'm just glad someone else is seeing it as well. I was just worried.
What is it, Riley?
I think it's you, Mike.
It's the dead guy that they found.
It's Oopsie Man, or however you say it.
Yeah. Well, you know, and I think that the shipping container as a starting point, but then it moving to the idea of modularity was a key way of looking at that. I think that hanging onto it as a shipping container doesn't work with the logic of when you look at the plan, you start realizing, okay, well, how do you explain the transition from what we see through the window here and in the background to the actual delineation of plan? And I think that thinking of it as a modular concern, less about shipping containers, more about modules is key to that. And I think that I agree with all the points made, particularly regarding it's really critically important to understand how, you know, you can't just call it a bathroom. You have to know, we have to have confidence that it's been looked at in regards to how fixtures get arrayed, how one occupies a space functionally, same thing with kitchen, same thing with all of those sort of pragmatic, programmatic elements. So it's not just a labeling exercise, it's really about understanding how it actually functions. And I think really the only other thing that I would say is that, to me, the axonometric party study that showed modules and then circulation was, to me, the best sort of personification of how this thing works, and that the circulation was distinct in regards to it being an exterior component that slipped in between the modules, and that made a lot of sense. I think it got a little too carried away with the renderings where everything was rendered as shipping container. Every possible surface became an element of shipping container. When I think the circulation wants to be markedly different. The stairs and exterior condition wants to be markedly different from the modules. And what that might be is sort of yet to be determined, but I think it's something that's quite a bit different. And I think it's really a different experience too, as you move between those modules. And I think it could be completely open. It could actually be really interesting to say, is it your connectivity to the outside world? And it is going to have some degree of exposure. You just have to sort of deal with it as part of the experience. Or is it enclosed, but enclosed in a different way, you know, and the experience is different there, or somewhere in between? I think that's where it becomes really interesting in that regard. I love the idea that there's been thought about the lifespan of this and what might happen and what the artifacts might be of its previous existence as well. So those are my comments.
So there are a couple things that maybe Riley, you might not want to go into, I don't know, but what Dean Addington was explaining was really what you did up to mid-review. Would you say that's correct?
Yes.
So just flip through a couple of slides until you show that, you know, that one plan you had. There you go, right there. That was the model. Does that make sense, Dean Addington, about what she was doing exactly what you said, right?
yes.
Kind of, I think.
I think it still wants to turn it into sort of like you know, an intricate building. Yeah. But yeah, no, this was moving in that certainly that direction. You know, when I'm thinking about families, you know, it would be a really clear hierarchy of that, and then you would end up more with something that, you know, might start to look a little bit like this.
And then, I don't know, Riley, you have to explain to yourself, not necessarily to us, why you changed, but the rationale that I kind of bought into was you were saying, okay, now I want to adapt this to a steep site.
Oh.
Yes, that was exactly why I changed.
Then now that takes it in a whole different thing, and that's actually quite compelling to think about how you might use something that really is meant to be deployed, you know, in a very clear either stacked way or in a horizontal way, and that's how we deploy shipping containers. That you're actually looking for them to be on an uneven surface is an entirely different approach. And
then Charlton, again, I'm sorry I'm speaking for you, Riley. I normally don't do this, but I know you're probably studying now. The notion of using the container-like material is that Riley's using the scrap from where she combines them to do those other, items like the stairs, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
stairs per se, but
Yeah, I figured that. I just thought it was a little
it's
overwhelming. As I was thinking, what I also meant to make to actually compliment you on it was actually taking a stab at saying, is there solar logic to how I make decisions about the arrangement of these pieces in that study? I think that's something that I meant to compliment you on before. The least thing I'm trying to figure out what might steer this form generation in the spaces between and things of that nature. And I was just thinking to myself as Dean Atkinson was speaking, is that you could also consider how color coding a function might work with the containers. So like what's residential and what's not, and there could be some opportunities there as well. When you look at this landscape of modules, which ones are colored a certain way, it could be informative in that regard as a diagram.
okay. Are there any other comments on Riley's piece? Riley, could you do me a favor? Go to the image that shows what it's like either right after the construction of the foundation or after everything's been removed. Since I changed poems to do that one that we did before Dean Addington, I'm traveling northward. Screech owls moan in the yellowing mulberry trees. Field mice scurry, preparing their holes for winter. Midnight, we cross an old battlefield. The moonlight shines cold on white bones. So,
on that note,
this is a real piece. This is really, in my opinion, I think, Matt, you talked about Donald Judd. I think for that project, I was thinking more Mary Miss. This is a little Judd-like, but this is the land art, I think. This is, to me, Riley's piece. And it's about the Anthropocene.
And this might be a good opportunity for Matt to share some of the haikus he wrote while he was doing his extreme hiking.
Yeah, exactly. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it, Charlton. Okay, you guys want to give us some advice to the whole group and to the studio as a whole?
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything too profound left at the very end of the day, but I would say, mostly I would just speak to the projects that we spoke to say that I appreciate what you all were exploring and the challenge of this. I think one thing that wasn't said all of today is how difficult it is to design without a physical context, without building context. And to a certain extent, it seems as though it would be the most freeing and liberating thing to have a tabula rasa of just to do whatever you want, but at the same time, you have to rationalize and justify everything that you do, every geometry that you set out, which came up a lot today, how you determine the heights and everything else, when you have no codes, no regulations, no context, nothing else to respond to. And so I hope that you all take a lot from that, of learning that, and then having a certain appreciation on your next project when you do actually have constraints from the context, and appreciating the fact that, well, now I have some givens I can operate off of and I don't have to create them all from scratch. And so that's maybe one of the things I would just say to you all to learn from this project, which is really an interesting one that asks very big questions. And so again, thanks to you all for presenting today.
Yeah, thank you all. I think it was a really compelling diversity of projects for us to look at, and the way you sort of approached it was very nice to have that. It's clearly that you guys challenge yourselves. I would say the only thing I would say would be to just look at, be self-critical, see where opportunities were that might have been missed. Make sure that your drawings are as complete as they could possibly be before they go into your portfolio. And I think it's also worth, I've been saying this, I find myself saying this a lot lately to students in reviews, is that be appreciative of the overall experience. Don't just dwell on the final result and the final project and what goes in a portfolio, but think about the totality of the studio experience and what you gained from that experience. And it's always worth to see where you are now relative to the beginning of the studio and what the ambitions of the studio were, what was put in front of you in regards to what the ambitions were, how that manifested itself, and did you realize that in your project? Or did you at some point move away from that and not, in retrospect, okay, realize, okay, yeah, there was an ambition. Is it still there relative to where you landed? I think it's always worth to have that point of reflection in that regard. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I always look for it. You can probably tell from the first question I asked. I always look for a thesis that, you know, you have to have a beginning point, and you have to have a question, you know, a question that matters to you, that you're asking. And sometimes you'll find the question, the brief. Sometimes you'll find it someplace else. You know, I think that it can be really varied. You know, a question that you know, I think Riley had very much to do with this idea of material consumption and the detritus, you know, of our society, and finding a way to sort of understand a flow of that as well. I think it's also perfectly fine if a question is about, you know, how methods that one might want to think about in terms of how they develop and how they generate a formal response, you know, to something. It doesn't have to just be in terms of the framing necessarily of the problem, but it can be something that you choose on your own to carry through. What always goes awry is when you don't have that starting point. And the starting point becomes a precedent that you try to extract ideas from and cobble those together in the end. And I think that is where you know, I typically see things go awry for students. If you want to be in control, you know, and you want to think about sort of every line that you put on paper is a decision. You know, you're making a decision. You're weighing different types of alternatives and making a decision between how you want to address the ground, you know, how you want to deal with the climate, how you want to deal with the people who might be occupying that space, how you might want to deal with the future conditions. Every line that you put down is making a decision on those. And unless you know in your head, you begin with an idea of what's going to start that first decision, it's difficult to move forward. And we can often see that in projects where it's missing your hand in sort of guiding what the question is and what those decisions are. And I don't mean to take away from the idea that sometimes that process can go in wild directions. You know, that you're not experimenting as you're going through, and sort of every line that you put down actually is a new question that you ask. And I want to see that kind of free expression. But knowing how you put down a line and how it traces back to what you want to understand from that project is what really important in moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I think today's so real quickly, maybe this is for Charlton and Dean Addington both, is that we feel like we've had probably the best day of reviews. Would you guys all agree with that? That the people, well, everyone's got their names up there, but it's been really, really, I think, very, very helpful, and you guys were wonderful, so we appreciate that. But the other three sessions were also very, very good, and I thought that I don't know, maybe it's this empathy that's coming out of COVID or something, but we've been through a lot this year as a studio, a lot more than just COVID, and it's the bravest group of people I've ever worked with.
Well, along those lines, you know, I didn't get to this group when they went through first year. I did not. I was not teaching first year at that moment because it was the first year of my assistant deanship in a transition year. So one of the sacrifices I had to make was not getting to know you guys. So I just want to make sure that you guys are aware that my door is always open, virtually or not. And so feel free to reach out to me to connect and have a conversation, because I'm still getting to know this group of students slowly but surely. But let's connect at some point because we still have a few years.
All right, anything from the students? You guys want to say thank you?
Yeah, thank you very much for everything you said.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle and Matt and Charlton. You were awesome, and we appreciate it. And I know you're all very busy people, so thanks a million.
Thank you, guys.
There's nothing I love doing more than sitting on reviews. I love to see the ideas. I love seeing the work. I always come away with an idea for myself that I want to include, that I want to steal from the students. So it is by far my favorite time of this semester is sitting on reviews.
Yeah, my advice would be for you guys to pay attention to Matt Ficus's website from the next few months to see if your projects surface.
I almost said something I don't want to. I better leave. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Everyone else stick around. We should. Oh, Charlton, one quick question. Do you know if we have a time slot for exit interviews?
I don't know off the top of my head. No.
Okay, I'll follow up with Uli then. Thank you.
Okay. Good,
all right. Okay, stay around, team. We'll talk for a few seconds. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. So what do you guys think? Riley, were you okay with how they approached your project?
Yeah.
Yeah, are you okay? I always ask you that, right? You got to go to class, so if you need to take off, I understand completely. I just wanted to, I don't know if we're going to have exit interviews because I haven't seen anything at all about it, but I do want to, I thought all of your work was really, really well presented today. And I thought that your demeanor, your professionalism, you guys really shine today. I'm really, really proud of you all. And I think that some of the comments today were much more on point than they were